Alright. We are back again. Da, 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 da. Alright. Da, 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 Alright. Oh. Okay, what am I going to do right now? I need to do my dailies. Oh, yeah, also, that's a point that needs to be looked at. The new character is out, isn't it? Oh, you. But yeah, to explain more on what was going on last night, though. So, I said this kind of somewhat briefly, and no one was really around for it. No one's really around at the moment either, but still kind of want to talk about it. I am not feeling quite as ill. As long as the heat doesn't get too bad today, should be fine, and we might be able to do today and tomorrow. But if the heat gets bad again, even if I'm doing a lot of things to reduce it, it just gets so much that I get ill, and I need to, like, I'd either need to be taking significantly more breaks, which would be a much worse viewing experience, to just try and maintain myself, or I would have to make this the last day of the marathon. But it is raining quite something fierce. So the air has cooled down quite a bit. Oh. And having the longer rest has really helped me. Okay, give me a moment, just need to set up the capture. There we go. Now, I saw, and let me do this before I forget, there is a code. There's a new code, new update. Well, not new update, but you know. Alright, let's get all of the boring stuff done. Because there is a new event. And I might do a little bit of it just to, like, do stuff. Between the frames. But yes, no, we have the aptitude showcase for Fuge. This is the problem, is that I do probably want to grab up a Firefly. I do want to grab up another Idolot of her. But Fuge is also really, really good. Especially for that. The problem is, if I put her in, she replaces the Trailblazer, which is one of those, like, it's not per se a necessary upgrade. It's the same with Langshad, right? Is like she replaces Gallagher, which it is an upgrade. It's strictly an upgrade. But is upgrade what you need? Oh, that's such a pretty animation. So it's like a stun. Cool. So the idea is you do Interesting.
Don't understand. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Oh, game's lagging. Can't handle the orbital laser.
You won't get away. The long dream has vanished. You won't get away. Enemy targets detected.
Interesting. So, Himiko actually works in a really cool synergistic way with Fuge. Because her passive procs off when you weakness break, and Fuge technically gives you 2 weakness breaks per target.
You won't get away.
That's all you've got. Let's kick things off with you.
Have we met before? Clouds are easily scattered. You won't get away. I have something for you.
Because, like, we're gonna get another weakness break proc right here, right? Got.
You won't get away.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Perhaps you still don't understand.
It's even better than that.
Desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Commencing support. Inputting commands. Enemy data secure. Net markers.
Okay, yeah. And I already have done the trial of Firefly, I fucking own her, but you know, let's do it anyway, right? We need to get them jades. Cause yeah, like the reason why I say the whole thing about like I want to get like another I want to get an Eidolon for Firefly probably more than I want to get Fuge is because like Firefly is one of my best carries. Just straight up, she is one of my strongest carries by a long shot. So if I can just get that, like, the first Eidolon, I think it is, for her, I push her over that limit point, and she becomes absolutely phenomenal.
This is more than a battle.
I do need to still, like, finish off the Harmony Trailblazer, though. How's it been? It's been going. I will admit, yesterday I was feeling quite ill by the end of it, which is why I opted to have a longer sleep point, and, started sleeping a bit earlier than I would have intended. I did see you stop by, sadly, a little bit after I'd just hit to bed. I actually did respond in the chat, but, like, it was obviously too late. But I was starting to feel ill because of the heat.
In the mood for another beating?
Take your positions. Dreams do come.
So, yeah.
Commencing support.
Stay in step.
It was also funny seeing how many people over on Twitch turned up, were watching, and couldn't read the text. When I noticed you were resting, I went to bed. Fair enough, fair enough. Because, yeah, when did I start going and resting? It was like... It was fairly early, all things considered, versus, like, the last few days. Because I was feeling so ill that I was, like, in the half mind to go, okay, this is today that we're doing now is possibly the last day if I kept feeling ill afterwards, right? People on Twitch couldn't read the text. I mean, when I say people couldn't read the text, I mean in the sense that they couldn't read, not it wasn't readable. Incredible ability. This reminds me of TFT is the sheer capable people that are in there, and they get confused when something doesn't do something they expected, but then they don't read the actual ability or thing, and then, yeah. Short answer is I'm making a joke that people can't actually read. Right? Because, like, don't get me wrong, the text isn't easy to read, but that was up the entire time, and I had people try and talk for almost like an hour, it seems, over on Twitch, and it's just kind of funny. Making a joke that Twitch is dumber than YouTube. I mean, it appears that way, it doesn't. We'll see how it goes. Just like, how can you not see that kind of text? Like, don't get me wrong, and not immediate, I get that, right? Like, you don't see it straight away, I can understand that potentially. But, like, sending messages for, like, at least half an hour and not, like, clicking is definitely an amazing thing to me. So what is Fuge's signature light cone? Increase wearer's break effect. Quite a bit. When an enemy target's weakness gets broken, there is a 100% base chance to inflict the charring state on it, which increases its break damage taken by 18%. This lasts for 2 turns, this effect can stack 2 times. Didn't see it right away, but it took me like a minute to... Yeah, like, I felt like by putting it again at the top of the screen, and it was fairly notable. I don't know, it's... Some people, man, some people. God, that's pretty art, though. Pretty woman and pretty art. Look at that. Oh. Like, I want to just get Fangame just because she's a Foxy, and I'm gonna be honest. Foxians have a very special place for me. Like them Fox girls. I feel like all of Hollow Voice characters of Vtuber avatars. Not gonna lie, with Star Rail specifically, that is so true. I don't think there's even a single character that's released that wouldn't be like a half-decent VTuber. Just like, even the full cost alone, right, on this one, Yukong, that would do well. Like, I'm sorry, MILF Fox, I'm sure there's a fair few VTubers that are already there, and there's definitely a space for that. Gallagher, hot, like, grizzled man, that's just hot. And then, Mishas, yeah, there's plenty of Mishas out there. But yeah, like then Fangame, so our main of the banner, the 5-star. That would be an amazing VTuber. And again, there are VTubers that are this out there. Fuck, there's probably one with a similar storyline in a sense where it's like, I was this, and then tragedy happened, and now I am this. To be fair, I do like that she's basically given a soft Frankenstein story almost, which is really interesting. Is there a Kitsune VTuber? Well, I mean, these are all Foxians. Which are, there. Right, like, Fox Girl. So was, Yukong. Oh, you mean like a real VTuber? There are a lot of Fox VTubers. Yeah. No, I get where you're going with that. Sorry, yeah. I mean, I also just, for some reason, I didn't read the VTuber part of that properly in my head. Because I've also only just woken up, like, 20 minutes ago at most, right, I feel. Off the top of my head, I mean, there's... Let's see. If we're talking strictly Kitsune... I mean, Fubuki from Hollow, sorry, is... who else? I'm trying to think, because, like, if I just look at, like, prominent... Well, I mean, there was a VTuber at one point, Mister, for Niji Sanji. Mr. from Niji Sanji, Mr. Vista. He was Fox Boy. Nina Kosaka's yeah, she comes under that. She was a fox god, god of luck. To be fair, those two that I just listed out, they've retired. Don't know many VTubers, to be honest. I know a lot. I know a lot. That is something I'll openly admit to. But yeah, then I'm gonna probably have to pull for the. Who do I pull for? I wanna get the Eidolon from Firefly, but I also wanna get Fuge because she just looks gorgeous and she's pretty. Because what Eidolon have I got my five? I don't have an Eidolon on Firefly, right? Yeah, and this one's like enhanced skill, ignores 15% target's defense, and it no longer consumes skill points, which is super, super good, because it changes her from being, like, kind of okay team for skill point usage to completely net positive. Like, it is not even a small amount this matters by. It is a huge, huge amount that it changes how the team plays. What's the E2? While in complete combustion, using the enhanced basic attack or enhanced skill to break an enemy target or to break their weakness, allow Sam to immediately gain 1 extra turn. This effect can trigger again after 1 turn. So it means I can get the... Yeah. It's a reset. It is a reset. It would be very good, but the problem is... So this is where I get to this thing of, this one, I think is very, very good. I think it's very, very good, and it changes how the team builds enough to be something I want to get. But it's like the question of, do I want it more than Fuge? I probably want it more than Fuge, because if I want to get Fuge, I probably want to get a Lycone as well. And as I said earlier, the problem is, as well, is that where she goes into the Firefly team, because she goes into Firefly team, is replacing Harmony Trailblazer, which isn't a necessary upgrade. And realistically, I should just finish building the Harmony Trailblazer. Because where is the team lineup? Once the game gets there. There we go. So that's the team for Firefly. So Trailblazer there would get replaced with Fuge. It would just objectively be a good upgrade because it also means it's another fire character, so it just kind of gives a bit of a soft guarantee for more weakness break in that. Because, like, I'm not replacing her on Mei. Mei's literally the strongest buff character for Firefly. And that is not even, like, subtly... Like, that is objective. That is not subjective. So, yeah... Literally my waifu? No, literally my waifu is Fei Xiao over here. And you cannot convince me that she is not one of the coolest fucking characters ever. She is literally a fox waifu, a fox, Yakuza waifu. Like, she basically she is a general. One of the strongest generals in the entire fucking, military kind of fleet for that faction. And she basically runs everything like it's the bloody Yakuza. The fact is, in the actual story, at one point in time, she's just like, because she basically runs at supersonic speeds, right? At one point in time, genuinely, she's like, I'm not gonna make it there in time, and I've got a lot of places to be. Hey, friend, can I borrow your bow? And it's like, what? And she just fucking nukes everything from miles away. She is able to pick up any weapon and fucking use it beyond, like, a normal means. Do you check the story, check the story of all of the characters that come out? Well, for the most part, one of the benefits with Star Rail specifically, at the very least, I don't know if this is the case for all Hoyo games, but if a character comes out, they're either relevant to the story, or they're, like, being relevant to the story. There's, I think, only one character that came out, and they weren't hugely relevant or anything at the time, but they did become later. But I do check out the backstory of all of them. I mean, Fei Xiao is actually one of the few characters I knew about well before we saw her coming into the game as a character. That's why, like, a lot of people, when we got the leak that it was going to be Fei Xiao, I got super hyped, and a lot of people like, who the fuck is that? And it's like, how do you not know? She's one of the generals of the fucking, the Xiandao Alliance. One of the Arbiter generals. And she's, like, known to be one of the strongest. If not the strongest. Because for the longest time, one of the strongest characters we knew of was Jing Yuan, which is another one of the generals, right? And this is the fun part about this. Jing Yuan has been with the Luofu. They held off, like, a few things during the War of the Abundance. They dealt with, like, a few thousands of sort of enemies. Because they got sent there to deal with it, while specifically Fei Xiao was almost one-manning hundreds of thousands of Desertons of the Abundance. Like, she is insanely strong. Now, there is definitely theories and evidence to indicate maybe Jing Yuan is about as strong, if not maybe more powerful. But, yeah, I don't care. Fei Xiao's fucking awesome. I mean, okay, no, you want to see one of the best things, though, about Fei Xiao? Fei Xiao, sorry. Where is it? Let's go do the Echo of War, where you fight her fucking clone. In her subconscious. I'm not kidding, by the way. It's a bit weird, but there is a story. Basically, she gets corrupted by something, and she was about to basically become a god, in a sense. She was corrupted by one of these, like a progenitor of an entire species that was created by an Aeon. So he's basically kind of like a demigod. And she was about to become the new version of him, just completely objectively better. So, inside of her subconscious, you had to find it. To fight it. And the best part is, the only reason it loses truly is because she's just like, yeah, I just don't want to do that. It's not my kind of thing. So this is the mega ultra boss that she can turn into. And you're also going to see all of the animations for her as well. And it's just very pretty. It's the reason why she's one of my favorite characters. Also, my game's going slow. Game always goes slow. Star Rail does not like me streaming. Do I play this manually? Yeah, I can play this manually. Give it a moment for everything to load in correctly. But yeah, like, I'm sorry, look at that stance that she has and tell me how that's not like someone that's about to serve you up on a fucking platter. Very Yakuza. Wait till you see Fei Xiao's ultimate, because you'll see even more Yakuza-y. Also, that shit-eating grin. Every time, I love having her skill just hover like this. Look at that bitch, she's just like, I'ma fuck you up. Like, ah. Alright. Now we can show the ultimate. Are you ready to see how much more of a Yakuza thing she is? Also, I just love the best part. It's like, hey, I've got all these weapons. I'm gonna need them. She has a fucking back tattoo as well. There you go. Bro, get some sleep. I just fucking woke up like an hour ago. But yeah, the beauty of this ultimate is that it technically, you can't quite see it because it's right behind me. It has two key attacks. We have this attack. And then it has another one. I'm not going to use the other one because the other one is designed for when the enemy has been broken. And it deals bonus damage. But you know what's awesome? So we get a set amount of attacks. I've got another 3 attacks to go. Then there's a thing afterwards. Alright, now I'm going to let it autoplay. And you're just going to see chaos. Because this entire thing is absolute chaos. Because this is just a follow-up attack build. The wing things look really nice. Don't worry, you're going to see the reason why those wing things exist. When this shadow goes to a later stage. But yeah, you're also going to see this ult a lot. That's the best part of it as well. Because how Fei Xiao's ult works, by the way, and this is where I like they have cool mechanics like this, it doesn't have energy like the rest of them. The rest of them you can see how there's an energy, but hers you can see there's a symbol. Okay, there you go. There's where the wings thing comes in, by the way. Let's just stop this so you can actually see it. Yeah, say hello to Doggo. But yeah, so how it works is, yeah, so these generate energy, actions generate energy. Fei Xiao doesn't get energy. Whenever an attack of some kind is done from your team, she gets one thing. If she gets two things, she gets a charge. If she can get to 6 charges, she gets an ult. She can hold up to a total of 12 charges, and this will hold 2 extra things here. So you can technically hold 13 charges. And she can ult twice, basically consecutively. It's great. But yeah, this is literally, this boss fight is Fei Xiao fighting her inner demons. But yeah, no, you can't make like a Fox Yakuza, like badass fucking waifu character and not have me just for completely... I put money into the game at that point. Again. So many animations. That's the best part of it as well. Because it is a follow-up team, there's so many things. Like, there's gambling, there's Yakuza, there's... Look, I stand by, I do want to replace March in this, this comp. With Topaz and Numpty, because they're a slightly better follow-up attack character for this kind of build, but he betrayed Catgirls. Look, when they introduce Catgirls into this, I'll reconsider. But at this point in time, Fei Xiao is the best character in my eyes, because there is no Catgirls. There is only Fox Girls. And Fox Boys. Are you farming for the banners? I mean, I always am, in a sense. If I want to actually farm for the banner, this isn't how I get it. This doesn't give me any jades. Loyalty does not work like that. Fair, fair. I also love how, like, this team, when I finish it, it's going to be a Yakuza, a gambler, a tax collector, and an idol. That is what this comp is. But now it's minus the tax collector and or debt collector, and it's just a weeb. You cannot convince me March isn't just a weeb, by the way. She just is. One of those things don't fit? What do you mean? You're telling me that a gambler doesn't work in that comp? What? I thought a gambler fits quite well with the Yakuza and a debt collector. No, the idol? What do you mean? Haven't you seen the Yakuza games? There are so many... There is literally, in one of the Yakuzas, one of the characters you play as is an idol, and you follow her storyline as an idol. I have evidence to the contrary, my fellow. Penalized to do a Sailor Moon cosplay for 2 weeks straight? Which character from Sailor Moon? Specifically Sailor Moon? Because, sure. I was thinking Yakuza, not the game. I mean, Are you trying to tell me that the Yakuza games are inaccurate representations of the Yakuza? Because I thought exactly everything in those games is real. How you're breaking my immersion? What? To be fair, fun little actual tidbit. I can't remember which one it was, but one of the Yakuza games, they actually got Yakuza to come in and play. And the funniest part is, the only actual complaint that they made was that there is no way in hell Kiryu would be able to go around town wearing the outfit that he does. Because it was like, it's so overly Yakuza, it's literally no one would wear it. Like, that was the funniest part about that. Like, he'd just get arrested or constantly stopped. That's genuinely what they said. Otherwise, it was pretty on point. And I found that hysterical. Animu Mango won't overtake the world, wake up. No, it will. Can't convince me otherwise. Games are real. Wake up, gamer. Got a game. Heard about that, yeah? Yeah, it's very funny. I can't remember which one it was off the top of my head, though. But yeah, like, the joke with Fei Xiao in this game, though, is just like, some people use one weapon, some people use two weapons. Fei Xiao uses all weapons. Just fun. I mean, fuck, the characters she brought with her as her advisors was a medical professional that's a chef, and a fucking assassin that looks like is basically Sun Jin Woo, except without summoning shadow creatures. And if you're gonna ask me, like, how all of that works, don't bother. It's yeah. Video games, everybody. Logic is someone else. God, I love Robin. By the way, little fun tidbit if you didn't know, and this is one of the coolest, like, evidences of why I actually love the devs for this game. So do you see the music notes in the background that's floating around? So that's from Robin's Ultimate. Fun little detail about it, those notes are actually correct. They are the notes of the song that is playing from her ult. So it's not just like a random little assortment of things, it is actually the accurate notes for the song. And that is really fucking cool. Logic's simulator edit exists? Duh. Yeah. Why would I fucking stop gacha? To be fair, while I've put a fair bit of money into this game, I'm not put like an egregious amount. And I don't really put any more money into it outside of like the pass mainly at the moment, right? The honor thing, the battle pass. I do sometimes get the supply pass, which is the like 30 days you get a little bit of extra money. But that ran out literally this week. And I've not replaced it yet because I don't have the money. And that's kind of that point. It's fine. If I don't have the money, I don't have the money, and I'm not going to stress about it. But I do stand by if Hoyoverse ever wants to sponsor me playing a Star Rail stream, probably after it's not so laggy for me to do so, please do, because you're going to basically get the money back. That's not a joke. Sponsor me to play the game, please. But yeah, I stand by. I do really enjoy this game. I think this is a beautiful modern take on turn-based kind of games like this. I stand by the two games if you ever want to make a turn-based game to look at nowadays is Persona 5 Royale and Star Rail. The two best examples of modern interpretations on those that style, and it being done in what I would consider the more successful ways. I mean, fuck, Aventurine is, in my eyes, the perfect example of how a sustainer should be kind of done. Like a style of a sustainer being done. I should really kind of correct to that. Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is a good example of more of that tabletop-y style. But I will give you that, yeah. That's a very different style. I know it is turn-based, but it's also like... I mean, very specifically this kind of locked-in one where it's like you're not moving during the fight. Positioning doesn't matter. It is specifically choose what action you take, and that is it. Nothing more. Baldur's Gate 3 is more of a tactical turn-based. It's a tactical and strategical. This one's kind of just strategic, if that makes sense. I don't know. But I do agree with that sentiment that, yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is also one that should probably be analyzed if you're talking turn-based a little bit. But no, so what I was going to say is, so Aventurine, so that's the gambling dude, right? So his entire kit, so he's a sustainer. He's about putting shields on my characters, which is the white line around their, health bars, if you see that. His basic attack actually scales off of defense, so he can actually deal a little bit of damage. Trinova exists. Yeah, I don't know any gacha FPSs off the top of my head, but I think I remember one or two being made. And, I mean, technically, was it operators? No, I think, a direct purchase. I don't know. I don't know how that would work, though, especially if you're talking multiplayer FPS. That just feel really, really shitty. Because that is just pay to win. The benefit of this game is arguably, while you could argue it's pay to win, you can beat the game with four-star characters. And you don't need to really you never need to put money in. You can easily get a 5 cost as well from just in-game money, and it just makes clears sometimes a little bit easier if you have all of the synergies in place. I'm gonna be honest, most of the time people complaining about saying, I can't do the I don't know, like the Forgotten Hall or whatever, the end game things. It's like, one, it's an end game thing, so it's going to be really hard. Two, sometimes your characters aren't maxed out or not got optimal relics on. Fuck, you know one dude that said, oh, I couldn't beat it? I looked at their team. It was Acheron, Dr. Ratio, Aventurine, and it was another hyper carry. And I'm like, yeah, no shit, you have no fucking damage amp or damage reduction. Like, you've got no damage amp or defense strip. Do you know why this comp's really fucking good? It's because I have Robin in it. Like, if we just take this away for a moment. Do you know... let's see. Here we go. Now I can look. So let's pull up this stuff here. This is the character's current stats in the run. Once it loads. Healers and defense only. Dude, there is a comp, and I love it, where it is just supports. It is only damage amp supports, and they amp each other so much they win. It's really funny. Also, hey, hello Shadow, how's it going? So, if we go through this, realize here is a kind of cool thing. So that's one of the relics giving me this, which is increased follow-up attack damage by 5%, stacks up to 5 times, and when I get to the max one, I get crit damage. As you can kind of see here, I actually have like almost 300% crit damage and pretty high crit rate. Just got a PS5? Fuck yeah, nice. Where am I looking? Bolt catch, 48% attack increase. Yeah, this is the big one here. For Christmas? Yeah, I'd assume so. That's a nice fucking present for Christmas though. So this is Robin's ult here. This is giving 1,000 attack. And then her skill is increasing damage dealt by 50%. If we go look at our attack, 1,000 attack is a lot of this attack. That is a huge amount of attack I'm giving. And then 50% damage amp on top. And then, like, that's the thing. If we go through this list here, these are all the buffs on my main carry. This is why I say, if your comp is just 3 carries and a sustainer, surprisingly enough, it's actually worse than this. Especially with Acheron, if you've not got at least one other novelty, and her, I think it's E2, that you can go down to 2 and get the full bonus, you are actively nerfing her. Acheron requires a novelty in her team. Which is why, the cook for Fei Xiao, when he came out, I was so intense about getting him because he is actively just probably the best novelty to put into the team with Acheron. But yeah, like, Robin. While she's in her ult, she's literally just doing this the entire time. Because she's actually singing the song. But, like, she is just here to amp the shit out of the damage. Because she can't actually fight while she's in her ult. While she's in her ult, she's basically just there. She can't be CC'd, she can take damage, but she doesn't take actions. Why your second character got Astolfo? Oh, March. Okay, despite she's debuffed at the moment. Yeah, this is my second carry sort of thing. Like, this is my off-carry character that amps up Fei Xiao because of how it works. Because the idea is that you use the skill, which designate an ally, give them a bunch of speed bonus, and then you get a bunch of bonuses for it all. So, March does bonus wind damage because she is tethered up to a wind hunt character, which is Fei Xiao. Looks like Pyro from Xenoblade. I need to play Xenoblade. It actually looks like a really fun franchise for me. God, what a fucking novel this ability has on it. But the point is, by the way, with how March works, so I think she follow-up attacks off of the who you designate as her Shifu, which is what her skill does, is designates the Shifu. So the idea is when so I'll actually showcase it manually. Oh, I can't showcase it because she's CC'd. How it works is that what you'll do is you'll use your skill as Fei Xiao, which will trigger March to attack, which will then trigger the passive of Fei Xiao to do another follow-up attack. Which is just like a lot of attack. Oh, and by the way, Fei Xiao's skill triggers a follow-up attack. So you're going skill deals damage, then follow-up attack, then March follow-up attack, then your follow-up attack again. That is how that goes. Xenoblade or Xenosaga? I don't know what the difference is between those two, to be honest. I feel bad for saying that. But yeah.
Or maybe take it off. Watch your
No, I was going to explain why Aventurine is a great sustainer in my eyes, by the way. So yeah, his basic attack is a defense scaling, so he actually doesn't like attack. His skill is you get a shield that gives effect resistance as well. And then his passive is whenever someone takes damage that has his shield on them, he gets a stack. He gets double the amount of stacks if it hits him. So if your entire team gets hit, he gets a total of 5 stacks. Every time you hit it up to 7 stacks, he will trigger a follow-up attack, which is the raining coins thing you see. And then because of one of the things he gets, that also triggers an activation of a weak activation of his skill shield. So it gives everyone a shield. And then his ultimate is deal damage to a single target and then add a crit damage amplifier. So when you crit on that target, it deals more critical damage. And with his E1, it means that it also when you use your ult, you also trigger a bit of your skill shield as well. So the short answer is, you actually almost never need to really use his skill. You just keep using all of his other stuff that gives him more, which is just great. Xenoblade is part of the universe, is part of a universe called Xenosaga. Okay, thank you. Point is, I've never played any of them, and I would like to at some point. I don't think I've played anything from the Xenosaga. Wouldn't know now that I think on that. Maybe I have. Whoa. Pink will be here soon. I kidnapped him from Discord. Fair. I don't know if I condone kidnapping people, but I understand. Xeno story, an idea is really good, but sometimes the save points and stuff are the worst. Oh, it's always a rough time. By the way, I want to say something funny. I just talked about how Aventurine's really awesome. Fun little fact, there's a bug with Aventurine that's been in since this patch came out, where the fortified wager doesn't trigger the shield correctly all the time, or you don't get the shield bonus from some of those extra things I was talking about. Not all the time. I think it's specifically the follow-up shield grant doesn't always grant the shield, which means that you don't get as much shield as you're supposed to with him, which has been really annoying. Because March dies very easily if that's the case. March genuinely is the worst character in this team. Yeah, she's not got any shield now. I think she purges it or loses it somehow. I don't know what's going on sometimes. But yeah, it's really fucking annoying. But the thing is, it's a known bug, so me reporting at this point's not actually all that beneficial. I just hope they fucking fix it at some point. Time passes, and with it, the inevitable change comes. Anyway, it's been a while. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good, Sasha. I rested. I kind of alive, kind of not. Not as ill as I was last night, which is good. But yeah, this week has been a week. Turns out streaming 24/7 is rough. Especially doing it for multiple days in a row. Because this is the, what? 4th day? Yeah, we're going to be hitting the 4th day when it hits 8. So, in like a little over an hour, we start the 4th day of streaming. Technically. But hope your Christmas was good, Sasha. Or your holidays. Okay. Can I just say, some people have called me out and said, just call it Christmas. Do you know why I do the happy holidays thing? Because I have known people that don't celebrate Christmas. And I don't celebrate Christmas. I just don't celebrate anything. But I don't celebrate Christmas, so it's just easy to say happy holidays. The same argument is why I just tend to use like stuff that is completely gender neutral terms, right? If I can. It's just easier. Means that I save time, and if I just use generic terming, then can't really complain, can you? Just call it Sussy-rismus? No. I have some standards, what the fuck? Oh, you want? I need to make some food, so probably just gonna like nuke some rice, realistically. Maybe I'll take it all. God, I love Aventurine. It's such a fucking... I love, by the way, how many people so, fun thing with Star Rail. A vast majority of the characters are just not good people. Aventurine is an example of this. Aventurine is actually a really fucked up person. And I love that. I mean, I still love how much, like, okay, I love how much, but I hate how far it went. But I love how much hate Sparkle got. Because a lot of people are like, how is Sparkle this and that? It's like, dude, Sparkle is literally a war criminal. What do you mean? I'm a bit concerned about your mental and physical health, knowing that you've been streaming for 4 days straight. I have been resting. That's important, and and I said this very clearly at the beginning and a little bit throughout. And not to get too depressing with this. This kind of time of year is some of the worst for mental health for a lot of people, especially people in my position where you're kind of on your own. It is a very lonely and very vulnerable time for a lot of people. So, in an attempt to ensure that I don't really get the time to have any poor mental situations go on, I'm keeping myself ultra busy. And the best way to do that, to ensure that I can't even attempt to be in that darker end, is to just keep streaming. So it means not only do I stop problems for myself, but I'm also here for people that might have similar problems, where they might not have as many people around them, or might not have a family to go and see, or anything like that. Or just need a break, somewhere to go. Because, yeah, I've had a rough time the last 2 years. Last Christmas, I bawled my eyes out because someone gave me some food. It is rough. Things are rough, and that's how that is. So, I'm just trying to do something to, yeah, work on that. I will complain that you don't call me average support enjoyer instead of these generic terms. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. But yeah, so at the end of the day, I'm fine with this. I've got no real problem. My only concern was my physical health issue that I was having over the end of yesterday, which was because the heat was starting to get so much that I was feeling ill, which is why I went to bed early and rested for an extra bit of time, and had a bit more of my normal sleep schedule. Because yeah, I just knew I was feeling ill. I even had a shower last night before I went to bed, to cool off. Multiple mental, situations uptime, 99% all year round, 24/7. It's not even that far off. It's like, the back end of this year has been, like, both a great time for mental growth for me, but also has been some of the most dumpstery things occur, right? Losing both of my cats is one of the big ones for that. Those cats have been with me for a very long time, and they've been through some of the worst times of my life, so it was very hard to say goodbye to them. But the fact that, like, I'm as functional as a human being as I am now is evidence to, like I said, the fact that I have had a lot of mental growth. I am able to start recovering from that stuff and the wounds from the previous year. And that's the important thing, is to look at the upside of that stuff, right? I've learned, I've developed, I've improved upon myself, and that's the important thing. Cat is getting on the old side too. It's starting to be stressing a bit because I'm worried for 50% of the time. Yeah, I understand that. I really do. And my heart goes out to you on that situation, because it's just, there's never a right time for a lot of that, but there's always a lot of right times in retrospect. That's the worst part, and that's why I got really, really annoyed with my flatmate, because their approach to suggesting that one of my cats, which, she did need to be put down. But the approach was really bad. And especially knowing that, like, I was on the verge of being able to try something that would have potentially helped her give her a bit longer, but it wouldn't have... It would have been one of those things of, like, cool, I gave her maybe another year at most. And it wouldn't have been the best quality of life. Sort of thing. And that was... Yeah, it was rough. It was hard, and I was just not happy during that time. And it did a lot of damage. Anyone that watched during that time would know. And yeah. It's not easy. They're a part of the family, a part of who you are. Specifically with my cats, my two cats, they're basically the only things I cared about in this world. Which, when you hear that, you might understand how scary it was. So it's never great. Sadly enough, the second cat, they passed away while I wasn't here, and they did just pass away in the night. So there's an argument that that's a good thing as well, because it took the decision away from me. And again, the fact is, I've bawled my eyes out, I've gone through the sadness, and I've felt about it. Now I'm remembering my previous dogs. It's important to sometimes remember those animals we've had along the ways, right? Because you have to remember them, and you'll never stop loving them to an extent, right? And that's good. That's fine. Companions are temporary as everything here. Doesn't stop the fact of how much they mean, though, right? I think that's the important thing. And I've said very clearly to myself, I'm probably not getting another animal as a pet until I'm very well economically situated, so I can ensure that I have everything that I'd need. I'd love to get another cat or a dog, I genuinely would, but I've mentioned this before as well, moving is really hard between cities here in New Zealand, and it's near impossible to do it in an affordable range if I had an animal. Still have dreams about my previous cat, and every once in a while. Yeah. Again, they never truly leave you. Fuck, I still am at the stage where, like, I can't check out the corner of my eye and look for them. Make sure they're not underfoot or anything like that, which is... Yeah. I do that nearly daily still. It's really hard when you've had a cat around for, half your life. Right? How old was Torty when she passed away? She was born in 2008? I think. So she's sitting on like the, she was sitting on like the 16 years old range. And like maybe another stressing sort of factor on that to like really bring it home. Realize that I've known those cats longer than I've known anyone I currently know. So that is the longest sort of relationship I've ever had of anything. So maybe even animal ones too. I would not want to do that to an animal, and I just the fact is, and there's no nice way of saying it, there is one good aspect of no longer having my animals, which is that they were actually an active economic drain on me that was really, really detrimental. To give an idea, so I've said this before, on a good week, I have a little over $100 to spend to myself for food and everything. Those cats were easily an $80 per month cost. At minimum. Which was not really great on me, because it meant that there were weeks where I would go without food to ensure that the cats had stuff. That they had their cat litter, that they had the cat food that they needed, everything. I would have to bike for an hour each way to ensure I got the right kind of food for them. Stuff like that. So if you ever wanted to kind of know how much I can care about something, keep in mind I have a heart condition. I should not be biking anywhere near that much. And yet I would still do it for those cats. So, yeah. I very much cared about them significantly more than I cared about myself. And, yeah, it really did the damage. A good example of why I should get a stable job. Yeah, I should. I do not disagree with that in the sentiment at all. But easier said than done, right? Especially when I'm trying to move. I mean, okay, real fucking talk. Realistically, what I should be doing is probably looking overseas for a job at this point. There are a lot of overseas jobs that I could do that would give me a lot of benefits. Just means I say goodbye to all my friends. All my in-person physical friends. And sure, I could make friends at wherever I go, but that's kind of that thing. It's like now I would have to uproot everything about me, and I would lose a lot of my attachment to what, the little bit of attachment I do actually have left of the origin of me. So it's a bit of a rough one. Short answer is there's no good answer. But I do think I need to get something. I've kind of said to myself softly that I am going to actually finally get my license during the next year. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get like a moped or some shit. And probably just like do Uber Eats outside of stream times. That should give me enough of a buffer room for money. And just means that I'm going to probably overwork myself in other ways. Don't go to the US. Yeah, US is not on my high priority list of job places I'd be looking. The two places I'd probably be looking the most, realistically, is Japan and Australia. Because Australia, I have all the qualifications from New Zealand, which they treat very nicely over there, and they just pay better. So I could actually go over there and be a professor at university probably quite easily. If I went to Japan, I could do some education-related stuff there or anything like that. That'd be a big thing for me. That would be my thought on it. English teacher? Yeah, no, I am trained up for being an English teacher if I wanted to be. I've done linguistics training. As I said, the degree I currently hold is a Bachelor of Arts majoring in education. Focusing primarily on educational philosophy and psychology. And... I also, yeah, like I said, I did linguistics as part of that course. I did some writing stuff as well. So I would be a good English teacher. And the benefit I have as well is I actually have done Japanese related stuff in the past. And it wouldn't be hard for me to get my language skill up again to a decent level if I'm in an environment where I'm forced to use it. I would assume within about half a year I'd be able to get back up to business level in Japanese. Now, I want to stress, that's not me saying you can get to business level in half a year. That's a different argument, but... Have experience of the ages? Yeah, according to some people, I've got experience since fucking... I saw the Library of Alexandria fucking burn, so, you know. I have an annoying dog. Yeah, it's... The worst part of that, right, is you'll sit there the whole time going, God, this pet's annoying, but hey. Was it development quite fast? Yeah. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of options that I have available to me if I really, really want, but it becomes this question of how willing am I to do them and how feasible would it be to do streaming and game dev still while I'm doing those jobs. Don't get me wrong, it would be fair to pull this stuff back and make it much, much more like softer hobby-esque, but I also kind of love this stuff a lot. I actually really enjoy streaming. And it would be kind of sucky to me to lose out on it. But, yeah. Again, it's one of those, there's no true good answer things to a lot of things around that. My first priority is being able to move back to where my friends are, though. Because from there I can make a decision, right? In the past, show your age, Malith. Have you heard of this one cool library? It's called the Library of Alexandria. Yeah. I haven't been able to go on in a little while. I heard they had some problems. Where would that be? What, where I'd be moving back to? Somewhere in New Zealand. So like, yeah, no, it's still in New Zealand. It's like, it's literally an hour away from me, by car. It's just because I don't have a vehicle myself, it makes that really, really difficult to go there, because I would basically be spending $100 to just go back, and go there and back. And that's just not feasible. Whereas, like, I have friends there that I'd love to be able to just go hang out with, like, every week or two. Play Magic the Gathering, for example. Stuff like that, right? Hang out, go get coffee. Do I have a driver's license? I do not. I know how to drive a car, but I've never had a license. Because if you want a short answer, I've driven a lot of cars. Yeah, take that as a thing. When I was younger, being silly. Is there no public transport? That is the public transport. The intercity bus. Intercity bus is the closest you get to the public transport between there. Public transport over here, by the way, isn't just free. Unless under very specific conditions. For example, if the local transport agency supports it, you could get a free pass if you were, say, a student or something. $100 for public transport. It is a bus going two ways. And it's an intercity one. It's... Yeah, I'm not going to say it's cheap or it's not cheap. It's a lot of money, and it's a lot of money I cannot afford to do on a regular basis, right? That'd be like $2. Fuck me. Yeah, I wish. It's because so I will correct though, there is technically a way I could go back there for a lot cheaper, and that would be using the commuter train. The problem is the commuter train that exists only goes from one place to Wellington, goes from Palmerston North to Wellington, and then Wellington to Palmerston North. You can get on during it, throughout it, but it's in the morning. It goes from Palmerston North to Wellington, so you can work in Wellington but live in Palmerston North, and then at night it does the opposite. It comes back from Wellington to get you home to Palmerston North. Issue is, I would have to catch the one that goes back from Wellington to place, stay the night there, and then get up the next morning at the crack of dawn to come back at the bare minimum if I wanted to do that. If I wanted to do something during that next day, I need to stay 2 nights to be able to make that route work. Now, that route costs about $15, $20 both ways for me. Like, $15, $20 if for the full trip. That's a lot more reasonable, but I'm now locked into a very particular shitty situations for it. No, I'll do this later. So, can't do it. Now... how much do I have? I have enough for a warp? Fuck it. Firefly, you gonna give me a good luck here? Nah. Alright. But yeah, I wish there was better intercity stuff. The reasoning is why is actually really annoying, by the way. It's even more annoying when you hear about a specific thing that was going to happen and got stopped by like 2 councils. So we have to explain kind of how our country works in a way, and I know this is not irregular, but thought I'd just make sure this is clear. So we're one country, we have multiple regions, and those regions have regional councils, but then there's the overarching government. Those regional councils have quite a lot of power, actually. And what was going to happen was there was going to be a consolidation of transport agency stuff. So, for example, the card that I have for using transport would have been made universal for New Zealand. So it meant that you could use this pass from Wellington all the way to Auckland, theoretically. And it meant that they would have been able to actually lower the overall prices of pretty much everything across the board and standardize them for the regions and everything. The problem was 2 regions said, you know what, we make more money if we don't do that, so no. That was it. And the entire thing fell a little short. So now the card that I have only works for pretty much a bit north of me all the way to Wellington. Now, trust me when I say, for now, that's a really great card for me, because it's just good. But it does mean that when I move back to my hometown, it's going to become a lot less useful. Because it will only be useful for the times I come back down to Wellington. Which I'm probably going to end up coming down to Wellington a lot more often. Because I would be able to do it relatively cheaply overall. Come down for a day via the commuter. But yeah. Whoa. It's a difficult one as well, because it's just I wish the intercity stuff was just better as well. It doesn't help that a lot of the drivers on the intercity get treated so shit to the point where like they just treat people like shit as well. Like they're, for the most part, you can still tell they're fairly decent people. They're just so tired and frustrated with things. Transport economics in under 30,000 words. Transport and economics in New Zealand's a weird one. Because trains are fucked. So, outside of a few edge case scenarios, there is pretty much no, like, trains are treated like a luxury here. Outside of, like, the greater Wellington region, which is where I am at the moment. So, if you wanted to, like, actually get a train from, like, substantial train across the country, it's actually just cheaper to get a fucking plane by a long shot. And planes are not very cheap domestically nowadays, ever since COVID. They used to be like, hey, you want to go from Wellington to Auckland, you'd fucking, in a 2 weeks time, $70. Be there in an hour, like in half an hour. Have fun. Now it's way more. I think, like, off the top of my head, even if you book like a couple of months in advance, it's still over 100. And then other than that, yeah, it's just shitty local, regional, like council-based agencies where they either sublet or run it themselves, which most of the time they just sublet anyway, because it's easier. They don't have to actually manage the transport stuff. I think that's the main stuff that I haven't already talked about. But yeah, no, just... it's shitty. I do need to get a vehicle of my own. So, I've been in a lot of car crashes in my time. Mostly, the vast majority of them were like, I'm sitting there in the fucking passenger seat and something goes wrong. And what's worse is I've seen drivers that I genuinely believed were some of the best drivers in the world for how well that they pay attention, how much control they had over their vehicle. And I've seen them just get completely fucking, like, multi-roll flip kind of crash. And it was nothing to do with their fault. It was an external thing occur. And that just kind of like locked into my head that no matter what, regardless of if you're a good driver or not, things are gonna go wrong. And I have enough paranoia issues as it is. I just didn't like that, and then as someone that doesn't like the fact that my brain just goes to, a car is an object that weighs about a ton and changes the life of someone, or someone's life in less than a second. I don't want to ever do that to someone. So, I just don't trust other people on the road, and I don't trust the room for potential error I might cause as well. And I don't like that. That's why I've said very clearly, if I was to get something at this point, now it would probably be something like a motorbike, because at that point in time, if something does go wrong, there is a much lower chance of it impacting someone other than myself. There is a much higher chance something goes wrong with me but there is a much lower chance something occurs for someone else. When riding on a bike? Yeah, like, it's... I mean, again, I've been in all sorts of accidents, and I've been in minor, like, scare moments as well. I've had people pull out in front of me while I was biking, just push pedal bike. But, like, I've been in cars that have, yeah, full flipped. I think the worst one I was ever in, front flipped, like a full bit, and then ended up, like, it front flipped onto the hood, onto the, boot, and then, like, started spinning to its side, and then ended up on its, the top. So it was upside down. That was a very eye-opening experience. And, I was lucky to have come out of that one as well as I did. But yeah, I'm good not being in more car accidents. I'm really good. Don't want to die, and that's what makes cars viable? Yes. Oh, look, again, I will very openly, admit to some of my over-the-topness with a few of the things there. Like, do not get me wrong, I 100% know that I am being egregiously paranoid in some regards with that. But at the end of the day, that's how my brain works. Get a small city car and you'll be fine. Nah, I just don't want a car. And that's probably never gonna change. Like, don't get me wrong, if I was to get a car, it was always intended to be what I nicknamed Scuttlebutt. Which is just those little, kind of beetle almost cars, right? Nah, I'm content just getting a motorbike. Get a motorbike, be able to go around. Sure, I don't transport anywhere near as much, but, like, at the end of the day, I don't see myself needing to, or if I do, I'll just ask a friend, because it's just not worth me having a vehicle that I'm not going to be able to want to use, like, more than maybe once a month. A motorbike I could justify using on a more regular basis. And those like 100% more dangerous. I said this earlier, they are significantly more dangerous for you. I don't care as much about myself as affecting another person. A motorbike is a much lower impact to everyone else, much higher impact to the person driving it. The thing that gets me the most is the irregularity of that. So that is my rationale there. So yeah, it's basically me saying, I'm more okay dying if it means that it's less likely someone else dies instead. Or gets severely injured. It's not exactly the best mentality, but it's how my brain works. Alright, I need to remember what we were farming on. Bros build branding fair. I'd rather survive and put someone to eternal sleep than go to the farm up north. Yeah, see, and I don't blame anyone for having that mentality. I just don't. Very much don't. What is something that could use some levels? There we go. I'm saying this now, and I did almost run myself off the road just to not run over a bunny. But see, that's different. That's a bunny, not a person. Completely different argument. Then get an off-road car with a pipe front bumper, lethal as hell, and just drive it and not transport it. Oh god. That would be horrendous. No. I at least have some standards, I'll have you know. Awaken. Welcome to the waking world, Roger. Who summoned you this time? Was it another annoying high schooler thinking that they could summon a really cool demon and got you instead? Or, what? Realize how mean that almost sounded. Yeah, basically, fair. It's like, I want to summon a Cthulhu. Gets Roger instead. Let's go. Turns out me being a smartass makes me one hell of a bard. Hell yeah. Oh my god, it's a sea dragon. Sea dragon these nuts, haha, got him. The woke world. Damn. Right, we have airship now. Yay. We can travel anywhere. Oh, we can actually land in deserts now? top chat censored Mellow. Did it censor the fucking woke comment? That's actually hysterical. On my way to try and summon Malith with a fridge and a Sailor Moon cosplay outfit pack, then. It'd probably work. You probably need a bottle of whiskey though as well. You get me. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, you need a bottle of whiskey to get me, not Roger. So that's my main calling card. I love it's just do that as well, or you just get Roger. Yeah. Oh god. Sunrise no show up or anything. Pretty much. Of what quality whiskey? It's gotta be a minimum of 50%. That's actually not a joke, by the way. Pretty much anything below 50% tastes like water to me. Don't ask. It's gotta be a good one. I mean, I stand by, like, one of my favorites is the whiskey liqueur, Southern Comfort 100 Pure. That's a pretty solid one. It's got a very nice fruity taste to it. Tropical whiskey, I guess. Not tropical, but yeah. No empty out any carbonated beverages or I'll show up anyways, that's fair. Everything below 50% makes you feel judgmental as if you're not drunk enough. So, okay. Jackie D's tastes like slightly flavored water to me, and that's genuinely how I think on it. Because I don't get drunk, so therefore I'm drinking for taste, but because my alcohol tolerance is so obscenely high, yeah. Can you even buy below 50% in Poland? I have no idea. But that sounds like my kind of place if you can't easily get below 50%. No, I stand by a good whiskey. A good whiskey is defined by a flavor profile that I describe as it should punch you in the face and then caress your cheek afterwards. So you should get a hit for taste, and then you should be having a very nice, beautiful, smooth aftertaste for it. Those are the most enjoyable whiskies in my eyes. Oh my god, it healed 10 health. What will I do? I can nuke it from orbit. That's what I'll do. So I'm gonna have to heal Ricard again, for God's sakes. Yeah. Oh, he died? Wait, I didn't pay attention. Get back up, soldier. Make a stream at least once where you got yourself drunk before it. We won't even know if you're drunk or not with your hard head. So, with that, my statement is, I genuinely don't think it's possible for me to... I could drink an excessive amount before a stream and see if that impacts in any capacity. But I highly doubt it, and two, genuinely don't know if I want to drink that much, and it would be off stream. I'm finishing up. Yeah, I'm just wanting to level up Ultima a little bit more because it's funny. But we are at the stage where we can just go, this is what I said, like, last time we played, that it would probably be between an hour and 3 hours to complete. You can speed up grind speed in Pixel Remaster? Oh, interesting. I did not know that. I probably won't, because I feel like it takes away from some of the benefits of it, but... I mean, I know Pixel Remaster added a little bit more odds that you just get straight up, like, defensive stats at the end of a thing. So yeah. A good Ultima RPG. Yeah. Am I playing on Xbox? No, on PC. I'm using a keyboard, because I'm lazy. Easy enough for me to just do it all. Goddamn Ricard, stop fucking dying over there. I mean, the only one I know off the top of my head, I think, is F3, which is Encounters Off. Which I'm not using. I only went and learned it, so I knew I didn't press it. Let's see. Let's have a little look. Pixel Remaster FF2. What would it be? Actually, would I be even able to see in the menu, baby? See inside of the configuration. There's encounters. No, it's not there, obviously. Go back one. Boost. Change the balance of a variety of game settings. Please note that this may have an effect on progression through the game. Is that it? Let's see, I'm gonna look up all of the effects that this has. So if I open this up, because this is a sub-menu? Ah, okay. I mean, I feel like we probably, outside of Gil, we could probably turn these on. Well, I mean, compulsory, your HP is fixed up. So that's on by default, then. So I've been running that the whole time. Cool. Okay, so that would explain it then. That's cool. So this goes up to 4 times. You didn't need or thought of doing this on Final Fantasy 1? No, I know. The difference really is that, we don't need it at all, right? But, wouldn't it be really funny if we got Ultima super leveled up before we went into the fight for funnies? How far do you think we could level up Ultima? What is the max level again on spells? Because I can't remember. Oh, that's the damage calculation for Ultima. That's right. I remember now. Okay, I want to see if we can one-shot the boss. So what do I need to actually do is I need to do this. Now, it might seem weird, but we're gonna have to do some weirdness to make Ultima Weapon really good. So it's 16 we need to get it to. spells the caster knows and their level as well as the things. Yeah, that's what I just saw. So that's why I'm saying I turned on the weapon stuff as well. So I'm gonna let this just auto through. I actually might stop Furion and Ricard from attacking. I might set them to defend only. Actually, no, we'll set you to cure. You to use Ultima for now. Yeah, no, I did pretty much max out shields a lot. I mean, evasion's all maxed out on every character. Like, pretty aggressively, they're all maxed out on that. Well, they're just paralyzed for now, it's fine. Just let it auto through for a bit. I'm sure they'll be fine and they'll get back up. Damn, I need to actually take action, good lord. If you don't, I'm gonna go back to the game even. Don't use one-shots. Blink is just superior to the other spells. I don't think Shell Protect really even help. Once you get healing staffs or blood sword. Well, I mean, main character has blood sword on. Furion has blood sword. So blood sword's not an issue. Okay, well, she's no longer stunned. Oh yeah, no, it is definitely on the OP side. And like, in a good way OP, by the way, not like a bad OP. It's interesting, I didn't know Cure targeted lowest current health. It's actually got a little bit of logic to it. Nice. The thing is, though, is if I recall correctly with the levels, outside of skill levels, stat levels... stat levels can't increase more than once per fight, maybe, from what I saw. But EXP levels obviously have a cast do. Do auto you can't do the hit yourself straight with whatever runs, whatever reason. Yeah, if you do that, it autos. So with attack, it automatically goes to the closest, like the first enemy, basically, if you're on single. Whereas with this, yeah, it seems like there's a bit of soft logic there. On the rest of the time, it's... Yeah, I can see why, though. But it would be nice if you could work like that, yeah. I mean, like, the fact is, I don't need to self-hit as badly, because, like, look at this. I'm getting enough experience via this. Like, I'd assume Ultima's gonna at least level up once off all of this. I don't know, can a thing level up more than once off the trigger thing? Can you get more than one level of on a spell from a fight? I don't think you can. Maybe you can. It only looks like it leveled up only once, but hey. Did get a lot of cool stats though. But yeah, see, like, look at that evasion. I know there's some restrictions on what you can get in a level each time, though. But yeah, so now that we've increased all of that stuff hugely, things are going much faster, alright? It typically caps at one level. Yeah. Pretty sure. So I probably want to turn it to single, and then still speed the fight through. Level 8 currently, so yeah, it didn't get anything over level 8, so it can only get one level, so we want to go fast in fights then. Fast and multiple. I'm assuming there's no guaranteed location for fights. Do we know if there is a tile for a guaranteed fight? Basically. God damn. Alright. Sons of bitches, they're running away. But yeah, if you're wondering why I'm trying to level up Shell, Shell is just a solid one. To have as an additional thing to cast. And while I agree that the dodge is better, dodge is just, I mean, it's just better. But it's like, it's also, why not have all of them leveled up, right? I just want to get all of the defensive things leveled up on Guy so I can cast them easily. And if you're wondering as well, and I'll say this now, I am actively trying to level up Ultima first, so then we don't see how much damage Ultima does until the end. That is going to be the aim. get Ultima to level 16 and we never touch Ultima again until the end of the game and see if we can just like fucking nuclear bombard the enemy. Because that just sounds hysterical. I wonder where the best place is to max level this stuff out. High HP, low damage, kind of enemies is what we'd want. And low status effects specifically. Wow. Because the thing is, I should also mention, when I was looking at the stat calculation, Ultima doesn't give a shit about your actual stats, it just cares about your levels. God's sakes. God damn it, Ricard. Is there a place to land near here? Get out of the way of the inn, buddy. Thank you. But the same character can level multiple skills in the same battle if you're willing to grind it out. Yes, that I do know about. You can basically, you can level everything up, but you can only level everything up once. So you'd have to know what you've got available to you. And where you're at with levels and how many more things you need to do to get to those levels and stuff like that. That's the problem. So, in a sense, it's almost easier to just do fast fights than do, do fast multiple fights than it is to do one long fight. To an extent. Okay, that would be Ultima 9 now, right? That's why if you're evasive, you're using the weakest weapon of the type to just get rank 7. Yes. Got swords, shields, teleport to close to max. God damn. Because, like, I think if I look at status now, you're on 4 times 99 for your evasion. You're on 4 times 99 for your evasion, 4 times 99 for your evasion, 4 times 99 for their evasion as well. So, skill-wise on this stuff, there's a lot to go. So it's, again, we don't really care too much about everyone else. We care about Maria getting her skills up. That's what we care about the most. Yeah, Ultima 9. We're getting there with it. I don't know how long this is gonna take to level all this up to a very silly number though. We'll try and get it somewhat silly, but we will obviously pull back if it's gonna take too long. I do need to make some food though. I still haven't even eaten today. And when we next hit a big-ish fight, I'll go quickly put it in the microwave, put in some rice for just some pepper and cheese. Yeah, that'll count. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. Alright, that's in the nuka. I'm back for now. No problems, no problems. Because what I could do... Okay, I have an idea. We'll see how it goes. Do I have one? No, let's go this way. What am I doing? Don't travel the whole world, travel shortest distance. The world is not flat. It kind of is. For a different argument. It should be fine if I do that. Okay. I'm gonna try something. I want to see how it feels to do. By the way, I like how I'm flying over here like this is supposed to be the in-game zone. Technically is, kind of isn't. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to magic teleport all enemies. Magic Ultima. On Varian, magic, blank, this, and you can just attack, I guess. The problem is I can't just keep doing that because it's not going to work, right? I have to do it all manually each time. Because if I just run this like this, it's gonna try and ultimate the enemies, right? Yeah. Holy shit, Farian, chill. Well, this fight went really badly for me. Ow, fire doesn't do as much as that does. What the fuck? Huh. Well, Furian's teleport leveled up. Good old dead bodies. Alright, I'm gonna quickly go grab my food. It will be ready now. I have rice. Blessed be. Alright. The problem is, yeah, enemies are kind of on that stage where everything's a little too high level. So let's come back to this kind of area and see how it goes here. Of course, I get ambushed, so I can't even set up yet. Also, goddamn it, I forgot. Crap. Just hit one of these things. I'm just gonna run it like this for a little bit. Get the teleports leveled up. Yeah, fuck it, I don't even need to do the blink. Let's just run it like this. I'll show that single target. And fuck it is just level up. Nice. Always good, always good. Bowling leveled up, nice. So it's level. Wait, actually, I can't even remember. It's like level 7 now? Yep, level 7. That teleporters level up pretty quickly. bye. I do kind of like that when the teleport does trigger and it's just bye. Alrighty. So what did everyone get for the holidays, by the way? If it's not minded to be asked. Anyone get any cool swag? Some silly stuff? Nice. Ultima's level 10 now. Got Power World. I mean, that's pretty good. Isn't there a new update out for that now as well? Playing non-stop since that's good. It's a good game. It really is. The chat is bugged like hell now? What? What is wrong with the chat? Is it delayed? You know when chat is inactive it fades out? Well, if you're typing and no one is saying anything, it starts to fade out. And it doesn't really fade out, only the letters, and it deletes what you were typing. What? Never had that. Can I look? There it is. Can we go into the castle and then leave? At any time? Hang on a minute. Jeez. Alright, relax. I love how it does that animation, does 500 damage. This dude attacks, does 600. Oh no, that's right, it's that. Okay, let's go to the castle. I'm gonna go restore myself and then I'm gonna go to the castle and see if I can come in and out of it. So I just realized of what needs to be done. Oh yeah, that place isn't, can't go there to heal. Surprisingly enough, got wiped off the fucking face of the planet. Alright, let's reset. Chat empowered? Oh, I thought you were meaning YouTube chat, that's why I was confused. My bad. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. Really annoying and frustrating. Oh, I bet. Yeah, no, that sounds like a horrendous thing to have. Yeah, I thought so. Alright. $400 damage. Swings a sword, does over 1,000. Remember how it's supposed to be the ultimate spell. I know it's got absurd scaling, but it's very funny at this stage. That, like, it is doing as little as it is. Okay, there we go. No, there's a chest. Let's go to the chest. Leave no loot behind. And all these vampire girls, but I want some vampire women. Hey, yo, where the wild woman? Sorry, that was... for some reason, I reminded myself of Blazing Saddles. There's a lot of great scenes in there, but a lot of them I cannot repeat. The other way's to a chest, we go to the other way first. I just still love that that's, like, such an egregious animation, yet it does fuck all damage at this stage. Very funny to me. And it won't stop being funny, just genuinely. Incredible. definitely not worth the time to come. But you know, incredible, right? Gotta love loot like that, where it's just you're opening the chest for opening the chest, not what's inside. It's such a fucking massive animation, man. If you make an animation like that, it's got a like one shot. Now again, I openly put it is on me that it doesn't one shot currently. It actually should be one shotting, but it's because I don't have any other like and anywhere near enough skill levels across the board to make it worth it. But it's funny. So chest. Got an ether, wow. Incredible. Alright, goddamn. I mean, I want the fights, but it's also like, every once in a while, like, can I go 5 feet without getting someone annoying me? Oh, fuck. I love how I'm getting like some really good weapons as well. Actually, I really do need to do a gear update. See what I have available to me. Because Yoruichi's pretty solid. I can't even remember what the defender does. Cast Berserk when used in battle. Alright. Oh boy. It's kind of growing on and yeah. But he'll never replace Gordy in my heart. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Ricard fucking flies a dragon, and that's pretty much all he needs. Or a wyvern if you want to be particular, but yeah. And just from that alone, he does get a lot of cool points in my books. So. But Gordy does have a special place. Monsters! An Imperial Shadow. Huh. I'm sure it'll be fine. I stand corrected. It is not fine. What healed him? The blood blade on Furion. It's got lifesteal, so for undead, it heals them instead. I can't attack with Furion. I have to use spells. The problem is it keeps casting fucking death. Also, I just realized I looped an additional time. There we go. Got a thunder spear. Like, under most situations, that would be fine, by the way, them dealing, like, healing, because that's what, like, the vampires have been doing as well. They actually heal off the attack. But, because it was almost 5k it was healing, I would never be able to catch up the damage. So I had to switch my thing there. Yeah, see? That first attack there healed it, because it's undead, but the fact that the second attack did like almost twice as much damage as it healed justifies it. I still love how that just does like 400 damage at the moment, with such an like intense and large scale effect, and it just doesn't do anything. Oh my god, seriously? Did that actually holy shit. Y'all wanna hear something funny that I just looked over and found out? The Thor's fucking stream ended because he Intel blue screened again. You've gotta be shitting me! Dude, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I can ever legitimately recommend Intel again at this rate. Holy shit, Intel. Yeah, it's advanced Windows 11. It's specifically Intel. Like, that's actually not a joke. It is specifically Intel and the way it is. It is an issue of Intel and it is a known issue. Is it possibly brought on further though? Is AMD good though? I remember it being shit to stream back in the day. So AMD has gotten a lot better. AMD is now probably the best for CPU parts. Like the last, I want to say it's like 3-ish years, they've been the best one. Like, it was basically very, very close, and then it started being AMD, and then this stuff got blown about Intel, and it just fucking dropped. Got gifted 5 subs, and the stream immediately froze and crashed. That's kind of funny, actually. But no, it is a 100%, it's an Intel-related issue. Is that only with high-end AMD or decent AMD will do? AMD across the board in the last 3 years, if it released, it's probably a worthwhile bet. But that's genuinely my recommendation when it comes to PC building, that is. Good to know, yeah. I mean, I've been trying to, like, theorycraft up the PC for a while that I'm gonna build. I might actually look at some of that later today and just kind of think about it again with what I've already got as well, because I do have some parts there. I've got one of them's in my room at the moment, one of the main ones, which is the PSU for the computer. I was looking at one of the new AMD CPUs that have the AI rebalancing. I'm not gonna lie, that looks really, really nice. AMD used to be bad for emulation too. I wouldn't be able to speak to that. However, I can probably say Intel is just a worse option. So to explain the Intel problem, basically what's happening in the most like normalizing kind of wording I can use, imagine if it just progressively just deteriorates at a very fast rate to the point where it creates an error that will always blue screen, and it will become more frequent as time goes on. That is what is wrong with Intel. That's not anything but an Intel processing issue. And that's not an issue you can kind of like brush off. That's an issue of, no, this progressively gets really bad. Now I'll explain it more technically. I'm gonna show, so it's a chipset related issue. Give me a second, I will double check some of the stuff for it, because I do need to double check some of the terms. Because, let's see. I'll just see if I can find something so I can get the words that I'm looking for again. Because I want to double check that. I'm also tired so the words aren't coming to me at all. Good morning and Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you as well, Muffin. How's it going? Okay, here we go. So, to explain it best, let's see. Let's just tell me what I'm. Yeah. Okay. Cool. It was what I thought it was. Good to know. Okay, so what is wrong with Intel is what's happening is it's accelerated oxidation issues. So it's they're doing onion oxidation manufacturing, which is from early 13th onwards, I believe, has got this issue, which is basically resulting in instability of the processing, which means that whenever a new process is started, there is a chance that it just blue screens. This chance increases in opportunity every time the a new process is activated, and there is a permanent aspect of that increased deterioration. Then on top of that, there is an excessive voltage issue where it requires voltage, which burns it out faster. So it means that it is overloading its own processing an additional amount. So it just eventually burns out and forces these blue screen errors even more, to the eventuality that it just straight up cannot be used. That is what is wrong with the Intel stuff. When you hear it like that and the more technical things, you can actually hear how bad it is. Now, 14th gen was supposedly to fix this. If it was 14th gen fix this, it did not. There was evidence that it did not improve at all. In fact, I think in the statement on it was potentially higher. So randomly processors require more voltage, which ages the processor faster. Did I get that right? That's not fully inaccurate, but that's part of it. It's not even fully randomly, but it kind of is. I think all of them are doing that. But then there's also an oxidization issue where basically it will periodically crash anyway as well, independent of the voltage issue. does that kind of maybe add it to it and make a little bit more sense as well? Makes me wonder how the that oxidation thing works and what's causing it. Take the first part of that word and you'll probably be able to figure out really easily. What's oxy normally related to? What is the term associated for? There's a very key word that you deal with in your day-to-day life that has that word in it. Is what the word is. Why is processor happening faster? No, it's oxidizing faster than it's supposed to, which is affecting the processes. So do you know what oxidized metal is? Like what happens when metal gets oxidized? It gets rusty. Which warps a lot of its conductivity. And I say warp because that's the point. It's kind of like, it sounds stupid, think like cholesterol. It's, your arteries still work, but they get progressively worse and worse until a point where randomly one thing goes wrong and you die. Still makes me wonder why it's oxidizing faster. It's probably to do with the metal treatment. That would be my immediate thought. But yeah, so it's basically, short answer is, if you can avoid it, never touch Intel until there is evidence that this is no longer the case. It's kind of dumb if it's that too. Yep. Especially knowing it's something that could actually genuinely kill the brand. It's already done so much damage that it's unlikely Intel's gonna truly recover for, like, I would happily say 5 years, because it would take that long for people to forget and for enough generations to have come out that, like, they could probably do it. But the problem is that they would need to do such good work with those future generations of processors and stuff that they would need to outshine everything and price-wise outshine. And that's... I think we can all agree that's definitely an extreme ask. But yeah, AMD chipsets are better now. It's the benefit of AMD have gotten better. And then Intel got shown to be trash. So now AMD is just insanely good. Don't see the price outshining anything. Or it's just like the price needs to be like equal or lower than the core competitors, and then also it needs to offer better stuff and be guaranteed to not maintain having the same issues that previous Intel generations have had. That's what Intel needs to be able to do, and they need to do that for about 2 generations at minimum before they see success with this. I don't see that happening from Intel. I do not expect it, but it could happen, but I don't think it's a price specifically. Oh yeah, no, the price one's the one that's like hard to see actually being done. And that's not like an understatement. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, if its price for a new generation is about the same price as the next generation for other ones, it should be fine. But otherwise, it's just going to be garbage. Gonna have to think about it so much now. I mean, in a sense, you're also probably fine because, like, as long... I mean, I always stand by with PCs, do your research before you even look at getting a new one, right? And in my case, I build them. I don't buy pre-done if I can avoid it. The only time I'd get pre-dones at this point is, for the sole purpose of it being an extra PC that I would use for, like, side things, right? Like a server, or, well, I prefer to build a fucking server, but like for a server or like maybe an offshoot. So I don't see the check stuff often. I mean, this PC has been with me for coming close. It's actually depressing that it's coming close to a decade now, right? Like 7-8 years, I think. I've had this PC. And it's been upgraded multiple times, but that's why I keep saying, like, I cannot upgrade this PC any further than it already is without basically gutting about 60% of the parts inside. And at that point in time, I might as well just build a fucking new PC. Because, like, this has got, like, 64 RAM, all that sort of stuff. That's all that. I have a neighbor running a private tech store, so he built my PC for low price, all things considered. See, that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to network with some of the people I used to have and all that, to try and get some parts on the cheap side, to build the new one. But I'm also, like, the next PC I build has to be really high quality. Because I've seen what this my PC can do. That was built with fairly good parts, and again, it's lasted me nearly a decade with upgrades. If I can enable that same sort of thing, I'm set. Now, it's not gonna last that long. I'd probably bet, a solid bet would be about 5 years with upgrades. A new computer would last me. Just because of the speed at which technology is advancing and stuff like that, and progressively things like that gets worse and worse. I mean, fun fact, did you know your PC is immediately considered outdated within about 2 years at best? If it was top of the line, it's technically behind the times by the 2-year marker, if not earlier. Because my PC can't run VTubes. Let me correct that. It's not even just that. My PC can't run Streamlabs, VTube Studio, and a game above the Final Fantasy stuff, while also running all the other side stuff I have to run. Because, like, I actually have a bunch of web pages open so I can access the streams on a regular basis, stuff like that, right? I thought it was faster, to be fair, honest. There's a reason why I said wording of top of the line. Almost no one actually gets top of the line. It literally has to be like, okay, new generation's released, you buy everything at that exact moment, and then 2 years later it's completely outdated. The difference is that overall, in workplaces and stuff like that, you can get away with not using stuff for a fairly long time. Like, not having to upgrade for a long time, because you're mainly dealing with, like, Office and stuff like that, right? So I will definitely say that, like, if you're talking just like video gaming and top line video gaming, it is, I think it was like 7 or 8 months is how often you would need to upgrade your computer to keep up with that top end. Like, could you play a game perfectly fine for the next 2 years? Sure, but like after that point, it starts deteriorating, right? But it's like, that was the wording play. Violating vampire girls? You know, I do watch a lot of vampire girl anime. They're good. They're very good. There's actually one anime that I'm like in the middle of watching that I want to finish. That's a vampire one with vampire girls. Cute anime vampire girls. To be fair, I still think Call of the Night's one of the best fucking series. Like vampire stuff. I love that series so much. Is it really? It really called out to some of my life and that sort of stuff. I just love that. I also love Crazy Nuts. So. But yeah. Oh no, it was good. Yeah, no, it's the other way around. Yeah, yeah. Actually, I need to check, can I teleport out of this place or not? Because I am getting low on MP. My mana is getting low. Can we teleport? Cool, we can. Good lord, that was, what was that, 3.4k gil? Extortion. You hear me? Extortion prices. Yeah, we need to level up Maria's stuff a lot once we get ult. So, God, Ultima is taking a long time to level up, huh? Do I like Lovecraftian horror? I genuinely think it's some of the best storytelling out there. I love the concept of Eldritch beyond understanding. You want to tell a story about fucked up shit? Make it so the person can't understand it, because if they do, it's even worse. Way more compelling. I've seen or heard of a podcast called The Lovecraftian Investigations from the BBC. I have not. Lovecraftian horrors. Payday 2. Yeah. Dude, I miss Payday 2. I kind of want to go back and play Payday 2, but I... So we should give it a try. I'll keep it in mind, yeah. Load it down. Have a look into it at some point. It's kind of like a radio drama. Interesting. Where is my... let's see. Yeah. I have noted it down. But yeah, I'm always really terrible for just like, I have so much lack of time in my normal day-to-day life now. Really weird. For someone that's theoretically, I'm unemployed, I somehow manage to be busier than most employed people I know. Weird crime cases, one that does the editing and stuff, and that's a basic idea. Okay, interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, like, that's, in the nicest sense, if you recommend me podcasts, I'm more likely to actually give them a shot, because I can put them on while I do other stuff. Which is 100% how I do shit. If I wasn't streaming while doing my work, there's a good shot I would have been much further along with watching some more like Commander at Home and Shuffle Up and Play, because those are what I've been watching the most recently. Need versus Society. Kinda. I mean, so, okay, if a podcast has visual stuff, I like it even more. And my rationale behind it is I love having something on my second monitor I can watch. So, like, I like being able to work and then, like, look over at that while I'm just thinking on my other things so I can, like, offset processing. Kind of a podcast you have to pay attention to follow the story, think of what's going on. I mean, I'll definitely probably keep it to programming then and not art. It does not have visual stuff. That's all good. I definitely say that, like, it is a benefit if it does have that. That's why I say, like, Shuffle Up and Play is great for me, because, like, I can listen to them playing, but then I can look over and actually see them playing the game, right? Which, if anyone doesn't know what Shuffle Up and Play is, it's one of the many millions of Commander, Commander play session sort of series. Where it's, some people get together, play Commander. Sometimes there's some rules, sometimes there's some funky mechanics, yada yada yada, but it's like, it's just people come on and play. It's from Teferian Academy, I believe it is. Which is funny, because I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably love to meet, the professor from Teferian, because I genuinely think me and him are a little too similar in some regards. He is a bit older than me, though, and he does actually have kids, so, you know. But I definitely feel I'd get along with him. The only MTG content you watch? That's kind of funny. To be fair, I'm very light on the Magic. Well, I'd like to say I'm light on the Magic the Gathering content, but that's really starting to not be the case, is it? Like, every stream, somehow Magic the Gathering comes up, and we talk about it for like an hour. Which reminds me, I did see a card that I'm tempted to make a deck around. Don't ask. Literally every stream. It's not even a joke. Anything new for you in Warframe? I played a fair bit of Warframe recently because there was the 1999 patch that came out. But I don't think I'm gonna stream it because I'd have to put the VTuber away is pretty much the shorthand of it. Like, that's not even a joke. There's not a chance in hell I can try and stream Warframe with VTuber. And I'm honestly kind of content just not doing it until I get a solid break to play more of it. The new stuff is kind of cool though, but I don't know if I'm gonna stream any of it at this stage. I mean, I've basically done my like dash playthrough of the new story, played through the events of it and stuff like that in the most basic sense. So there's nothing really to do outside of like explain. And there's more than enough channels out there that explain Warframe that do it in a better fashion that I would prefer to watch those than listen to myself by a long shot. Still kind of want to do that like analysis thing at some point. The pretty anime boy cells, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, so this sounds like a really weird thing to say, but like while I really love the VTuber model and I've really enjoyed it, this has now become a double-edged blade. I do not think I can get away with not streaming with the VTuber model now. Because the growth on the channel has started steadily rising, and it's kind of done irreparable damage in that sense. Because if I take it away, then the channel's growth will go quite opposite for a bit. And then even if I come back to it, it'll still have taken a massive hit. Which is really interesting. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not me saying I'm never going to show my face again. Fuck no. it's just an interesting observation that means that I have to kind of think smartly about how I approach that sort of stuff. Just do both at once. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there is a part of me that would love to do what like Kason does, for example. Do we remember what Kason did for a while? Kason would have the VTuber and the real person combined. So I think it was like VTuber head and then real person body. It was really cool. I thought it was a cool idea. And she'd do stuff like that around the place for it. But I mean, again, it's it is what it is. Like, I stand by if I was to do, say, like the Commander content where like I play in a room with people. Surprise, surprise, I'm not gonna be a VTuber then. And people are gonna see my face again from that. And that will be a good way of gatewaying it back in. My point of view, I'm a male heterosexual. I don't really watch many VTubers. I do realize that there's something in my mind that prefers to see the anime boy. Yeah. Oh, look, it's... in the nicest sense, I think the VTuber avatar just is better of a viewing experience for most people. I've heard, so one thing that I heard, for example, was like for if I went, like, you've seen how I've had quiet moments. If I have quiet moments and you see my actual person, there is a lot less visual going on, so it can seem like things have frozen potentially a bit more, and it's a bit disconcerting. Right? Because I have a webcam on the rest of the time. Yeah. Mouth idea. What is that idea, Mello? Much rather see someone than just having a voice, no human body talking? Yeah, like I have either a webcam or a VTuber model. That is one of the two that I would do. I would never, like, not do it that kind of way. I mean, the webcam's still, like, set up to work if I ever wanted to. I mean, it's literally sitting there and it's technically on because it's set up for the, desk capture stuff if I wanted to. Because I just need to flick it down and then it can go onto the desk, view the desk stuff. So I can show cards. So I can play Magic the Gathering. Get a road roller and become 2D, flat. Ah, you know. I could get a road roller da. Yeah. Then I need to just learn how to stop time. And I'm set. I become the best character ever. I haven't checked in a bit. Any progress on the Swarm? Not much, no. When was the start date again? Because basically once Final Fantasy's done, I'm just going to be working on the Swarm for the most part. Was it today or was it tomorrow? I think it was soon, right? Or is it on now? If it's on now, I can start working on some now. Because I very seriously need to get some more work done on that. I'm gonna work on a couple as well, Muffin, that will probably not work for you, but could just work in general for other people. Kind of like those bag ones that I showed. Because I feel like the gym bag ones would be funny. And the best part is that'll only be 1 day and 20 hours. Okay, so yeah, after Final Fantasy, we're going to be working on the assets of that. Possible was putting in whiskey-filled belly yet. Yeah, no worries, that's how public assets should be. The gym bags are cute. I'm glad to hear, but yeah, like the benefit I have with the gym bags is once I get them kind of cleaned up, all I'd need to do is like swing the armband and spin the propellers on them, and that's it, right? Like, they are very low animation requiring. I mean, also, I guess blinking could be an option, but I need to, like, set all of those up in a very specific way so you can choose what you'd want out of those. I'm probably not gonna make more ideas than I've probably shown you, Muffin, at this stage. I might make some more if we have extra time, but I kind of want to just make everything that we had there, and actually refine it. That dog, for example, needs a lot of work, because it does not look good to me. It needs a lot more, improvements done to it. Lamias? Dude, I love Lamias. They hot. Y'all watched Monster Musume? Fuck yeah. That was the Game Jam pack, Malith? Yeah, that was the thing we're talking about. Right? It's progressing. We've got a bunch of things. I still need to go back and finish up that first Walker animation cycles, because I've only got the basic walk one, and I still think it needs a little bit of an improvement. Then I need to do the other ones, which the benefit with, again, the flying ones is I just need to make them look good, and then we can pretty cleanly and easily just do something with the propellers, and that's all they need to do. Ping me on Discord when you work on it if I'm not here. All good. I will do my best to try and remember to do that. Can you show some of us some assets in a moment? I mean, I can show them right now. Most of the prototypes are in one dock, so I can show it very quickly. It's this one. Yeah, here we go. Alright. I'll just quick. There we go. So these were the assets that I have prototyped up for it all. And it's all like, I'm gonna put the background on, but the background makes some of them look bad. These are just for the Neuro Summer Game Jam, and it's the Swarm. So it's basically a lot of drones and bots and stuff like that. Like, this one looks really bad with the white in the background, because a lot of it's white and stuff there. So that one is the one that I want to work on the most, because that one just looks so shit to me. I think it needs a little bit more work. And obviously the color needs to not be orange, but it was very based off like those, the robot dogs that you see. So I think there's a bit of wiggle room for it. But yeah. On the most part, I've just kind of tried to keep them simple and all that sort of stuff, right? The legs look a bit too doggy. So, the issue with the robot dog stuff, again, if we... is that there's like two ideas you can do for a robot dog. No, not shopping. Images. So you've got two kind of ideas you can do. You can do the stupid old style, with these sorts of dogs. And then you've got the more like factory, ones with like these ones. So those are the two different dogs you've got, and then if you look at this one, you can see this was kind of the inspiration for it. problem is, I think the legs are just... The body is too big and the legs are too small to really visually get that. And it comes this almost hyena, basically, by having it this way. And I don't like that. I do agree that some visual joints could possibly improve it, but I think there's just a lot wrong with the design in general, and I need to go through a lot of them. The Boston Dynamics is good, but if the legs you need to look more like their joints or something, yeah, no, exactly. The actual Neurodog, I think it looks like this. Wait a second.
I completely.
Okay, so it's kind of like the Boston Dynamics one then. Yeah, okay. If it's like that, then it is kind of along the lines that I was thinking. Alright, I can probably flatten it down a bit, widen out the legs, and then add more joint spacing to it to make it clearer. That would probably be what needs to be done. Remind me about those exact things I just said, and then we'll go. And then add a sniper rifle on top of it. You know? It would kind of work. But yeah, we'll get to that later today. I'll probably finish up a couple of the prototypes. We'll then work on the, finalizing the animations for the big, ATST styled one, and then, yeah, I'll try and get I probably can get, like, the vast majority done today, and then I can probably have it all finished by tomorrow. More pew-pew? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, there's a couple of ideas that I have to how I intend to approach the later stages. Make an Among Us robot? I don't think this one needs an Among Us. We don't need a sus here. Sussy fuck. Well, I wonder where we're going. Go right up that other side. Malith getting Rizzy again. Don't. No. I don't like this concept of Riz. I am not here for Riz. I'm here for charisma. Yes. Well, you see, I'm a very charismatic individual. Yes, yes. Oh, God. Yeah, fun fact, never played Among Us. I actually... Okay, you wanna know what the funnier part is with Among Us? Is I actually bought the HoloLive, like, DLC thing that they did for Among Us. Never have played Among Us otherwise. I literally booted it up to buy that, and then I just fucked off. So one day, if I ever do play Among Us, I get to get HoloLive gear out of it. Do I play D&D? No, I actually have never played D&D. and I really fucking want to. I have the group of friends that I want to play Magic the Gathering with have played a lot of D&D stuff around that. I have asked if they'd be tempted to do like some sessions, and I've also asked potentially to do them streamed. We'll see how it goes. Ever played? Yeah, right, that's sus vote. I did play Goose Goose Duck though. That one was fun. Magic the Gathering of Fairies. Yeah. A mongoose. Don't fuck with mongoose, man. They fuck you up. But yeah, I'd love to play D&D. I do know a bit about it, but like I've never actually played D&D. Obviously I have played Baldur's Gate 3, which is like probably the best example of how close I've ever been to D&D. Funnily enough, actually, I did research D&D a huge amount at one point because I did want to make my own tabletop. You just know your old D20s? Yeah. I mean, the one thing I want to say, by the way, is that's one of the Magic Gathering decks I do want to make, is just a D&D deck. Where it's like, it's the Boulder, I think it's a lot of the D&D stuff and the ability to like, roll a dice for an effect. I so badly want to do that. A robot concept, slap some explosives on top of a robotic goose. God damn it. It does sound kind of funny. But like, I do want to play a Magic the Gathering deck that's just literally roll the dice. The problem is that if I recall correctly, the best commander for that is fucking Mr. House, right? Is this enough MP on all the characters? Yeah, all the characters are fine. But yeah, no, I do know, like, with D&D, there's a lot of good options. I mean, I even wanted to try and get the Connoisseur one. That one looked really funny and tempting for me. As someone that, I like Connoisseur, and I thought it would be cool as having that as the D&D thing. To be fair, the D&D, like the tabletop that I wanted to make was a lot based off Connoisseur as well. Because it was made with the intention of giving you broken and silly isekai power stuff, but also making the world broken and silly at the same time. So it was just, you could not play it seriously. Alright, time to actually, I need to have a bit of a drink because my throat's fucked. I expected you'd come, Farron. Do you really think you could kill me? Stop! Both of you! Why do you insist on fighting, Leon? Weak words. From the weak. Do you know the rules of the world? Power. Sheer power. The Imperial throne is mine. The weak cannot survive without the strong to control them. How many lives did the rebels throw away when they chose to oppose the Empire? delusions of grandeur do not become you, Leon. Though I find the thought of you as an emperor quite deliciously absurd, it ends now. This world can have but one emperor, and I am he. You're alive? Not that it matters. The Empire is mine now, and I have no intention of handing it over. The Empire? I have no need for such trifles now. All the world shall fall by my hand, and the powers I gained in hell. And your blood will be the first to spill. Call the Wyvern. You can use it to escape. Richard? Ricard? What are you doing? You may have a little trouble spilling the blood of Ricard Highwind, last of the Dragoons. Pathetic insect! I will enjoy making you rue those words. May the spirits of the Dragoons lead me, lend me their strength. Ricard! Well then. Anyways, I play in D&D and I was asking because I also play Call of Cthulhu, another tabletop RPG based on exactly what you imagine. Pretty sure you'd like it. I have had that name suggested to me before, and that was years ago, and I definitely would consider it. Definitely. And by consider it, I mean yes, 100%. Alright. Where was I? Alright. Furion, what's happened? You're the Dark Knight. You best start explaining. The Emperor has risen from hell. It's less action, more investigation. Ooh. Ricard died so we could escape. Joseph, Minwu, Sid, Ricard, all dead. I don't know how much more I can take. As long as the Emperor lives, more will die. Leon. Princess, let Leon join us, please. The Dark Knight? A rebel? I leave the decision to you. Leon, let's fight the Emperor together, please. Maria. Furion. Alright. Leon joined the party. A strong, deep, monotone female voice I can hear. I mean... kinda, yeah. Us allies join the rebel army. So now we have Leon, which is... what the fuck does he actually give me? So not magic, his strength is decent, he is unarmed, axes, swords. He's got decent across the board in some things. How does he have 0 evasion? What are you equipped with, my boy? What in the unholy fuck are you doing? He can be like that. Probably want to switch over to the heal stuff then. Also, I might as well, with formation at this point, bring Maria to the front. It's not gonna really make much of a difference. Oh, that's... where are you dragging me? Well, I guess that's where we're supposed to go. Because I think the castle's destroyed now, right? Yeah, it's just gone. Huh. Okay. I guess they didn't have a way of locking out post locations. Do we want to jump into hell? I don't think we should jump into hell yet. What are you guys saying? It's still about the dreadnought? Okay. Well, you guys need to catch up. Hell's on Earth now. I was preparing for a big epic fight. Didn't get shit. I'm a little disappointed, I'm not gonna lie. Well, Hell's gonna have the highest level stuff, so... Surely we can leave afterwards, right? Looks like we can, cool. Alright, let's think about how I want to approach things. I'm gonna get another level on Maria for her daggers, and then we're going to start leveling up weapons for a bit on her. Catch her in time, damn it. I mean, this could be fine. Maria got a level on shield, cool. Because Leon's also going to get some levels. We need Leon to have levels. Hellfire, nice. Yay. Berserk leveled up, which is good. Alright, okay. Because, yeah, if I'm casting anything on Maria, I'm just casting it to level up the spell, because she's at max MP now. She's at 999. Oh, pardon me. Oh yeah, no, okay, so this is definitely the kind of area we want to be fighting in, because we'd want rank 7 monsters, and this, I believe, is this I know is a rank 7 monster. Because rank 7 means that you're more likely to get experience from them. A diamond maze, huh? Because it's one of two things. It's either it's affected by rank, and obviously you want the higher rank, or it's not affected by rank at all. So we want the higher rank anyway, for the ones that do get affected by it and not get the others. Maria got a knife leveled up. Awesome, now we'll switch her to a different weapon. Give her one of these. Because with Furion casting Berserk, we kind of make up for lack of other stuff. And then we've also got Leon also still coming in with a high damage thing. So she'll get, yep, she got a bunch of levels there. Cool. Yeah, she's getting like a sword level each time, cool. We're getting there, we're getting there. I need to heal Leon. Blink and you'll miss me. What's in here? Just empty room? Good. There's a lot of empty rooms in this game. But like the problem is that they're like actual rooms that you go to and not like just you go inside and it's empty, right? Like what you had with the first one. It's a separate program room, not a... It's a room, but it's a room, isn't it? Ah, it's so hard to explain. How do you explain the concept of what a room is in programming when it's also a room, but it's, then it's a room, but then... It's a room that loads? Thank you, there you go. Because yes, in Final Fantasy 1, there were rooms, but they would not load a new environment, whereas in this one, they load a new a new room. Kinda got there. Still terrible. Diamond Maze, sure. It's really bad in this game. Yeah, it's annoying because you want to explore all the rooms, but you go in, it's empty, and you're like, cool, this just wasted so much time. Now, don't get me wrong, there's also a problem with it in the first game, because I could basically go inside of one room, and I would see everything that's an internal thing on the map. Now, you could make an argument, don't look at the map then, but also, if something's available, I'm going to use it. But yeah, like that. No battle, no nothing, so it just wasted everyone's time. And it's worse because, like, it could be an obviously empty room, but what if it's one of the rooms that has the 3 chests in it? Now you're inclined to go check every single one of them, which is fine if it didn't expend so much additional time. Normally, for very much not worth the entire time you've spent looking through those rooms. What if Masasume was inside that room? Exactly. Oh my god, you skipped that room? You've just missed out on fucking Ragnarok. A weapon that doesn't exist in the Pixel Remasters. It does make me sad. Because it was one of the soul dungeons from the first game, I believe. There you get Ragnarok. Okay. It's really funny when you think about it, by the way, is that technically speaking, Star Rail is just this, but with prettier graphics. Like this style of turn-based fighting. Sounds really stupid when you think about it like that, doesn't it? That's why I say, like, Persona 5 Royale and Star Rail is an RPG making game. Exactly. But yeah, Star Rail and Persona 5 Royale are probably the best examples of this style of kind of like general turn-based combat done in a modern setting. And I really think that, like, if I'd love to make a game with that sort of philosophy. Let's just aim for 7s, because rank 7's very easy to obtain almost. So now we want a spear. Would be nice if she could hit. Yikes. What was the accuracy? I didn't actually pay attention. So I need to go to look back and see if the accuracy was complete garbage and find a different one. No, she was just garbage. Okay, gotcha. I mean, sorry, Maria. I didn't mean that. Kinda meant it, but not fully. Alright. Oh, he ran out of, MP. Now what happens if he runs out of MP? We start again! I love it and I hate it. Alright, what is actually the closest one? It's probably just here. Arguably it's where the dreadnought was. Yeah, I think it's probably the dreadnought place. Son of a bitch. I think it's just a little bit close. It's kind of like preference, I'll be honest, at this point, with the distance difference. I just dislike this one because there's a chance that one dude stands in the way of the fucking place. Oh, we're gonna have to see this cutscene every time, aren't we? Oh, I do not want to be going in and out of this place often then. But the fun part is, I'm going to be doing it anyway. Also, Furion is 7k HP. Holy shit. Ooh, you know what oh, I have an idea for something we can do in a little bit later. I need to write a note. Okay, there we go. I have an idea that I might do a bit later. We might do it, I don't know if I'm gonna, I might do a swarm asset or two before I do that at the very least, but it might be an interesting thing to do in a little bit, just as a way of maybe clarifying something and showing how something can be done, making it easier for people. Or showing a way it can be done is probably the best thing I should do. rank 7. We'll switch our weapon around now. So we've done dagger, we've done mace, we've gotta do bow and axe. Bow and axe, the two that we need to do. Off the top of my head, is there any other weapons? We've done sword, we've done mace, we've done dagger, and we've done spear. And, unarmed. Unarmed is the next one as well. Need to double check where we're at with unarmed. I know she was actually quite high with unarmed, because I just didn't have a weapon on her for a long time. God damn. Ambush rough. Alright. Where are we now? Oh god, okay. Oh. Further axe leveling. God, Leon, you suck ass. How did you think you were gonna take over the Empire? Like, real talk, bud. And I've leveled you up to, like, double your fucking power level since then. Genuine real talk, how the fuck was he supposed to take over? Really? I mean it. Like, how? How is this one of the scariest people in the world? Man's getting buffed so he can deal damage. Not because he deals damage, so he can deal damage. And be relevant. Now we use the bow to get that level. So I need to check her unarmed to see where that's at as well. Wow, incredible. Yeah, so like this berserk is giving me like 100% damage. Right? See if Maria attacks again, we'll get an idea. Yeah, a bit over 100% damage. Pretty good. To be fair, I think that was a crit, that's the next one. Yeah, so now it starts getting to the point where I can't guarantee a level every fight. Which sounds like a stupid argument, but this is why I'm switching between the weapons so much. Bro, could y'all fucking stop? So what is her unarmed at? Her unarmed is at 6, so we could level up her unarmed once quickly. And then have her spellcasting. Again. A king behemoth. I should probably take this seriously. I could Ultima, but I feel like it's cheating to use it yet. We're not using Ultima again until we go to much later stages. Holy shit! So Furion's really strong still. Just in case that wasn't clear from the fact that he's not been attacking, we do shitloads of damage when we actually play seriously. We just don't play seriously. Want them levels. Okay, these hands got leveled up. So, I'm now going to change up the plan of action a little bit. I do twist out. Now we try and get every spell up to level 7. So everything else is the same, but now we go for spells. Still nothing in these rooms. Loving it. Alright. Scourge leveled up. Good, good. Alright, sorry, got distracted. Too late to really do anything with these. Oh, he targets himself if it's auto like that? Okay, well I need to go back to AoE then. Scourge leveled up. Not that room. Yo, it's a vampire lady now again. Oh boy. Oh no, that's rude. Why is it always just the last door? this level design on some of these is just really questionable at moments. I'm gonna be honest. There are some design decisions made in this game that I don't know why they were the design decisions they made at the time. But I guess it made sense, because just be linear that way, right? So there'd be no reason other than design decision to make it, pretty much the last door every time is going to be the way to get out, right? That's a conscious decision, because they would have selected which door leads to what room transition. In my opinion, this is the worst Final Fantasy. The thing is, that's not an even, like, that abnormal of a take from what I've seen. Like, that's the sad part of it, is that, like, that's not even that obscene of a take. I've heard a lot of negativity around, this game. And I enjoy it. I think that's the key thing we need to take away from this, is while it's enjoyable, it is possibly the worst of the franchise. Lazy and try every door in order. Yeah, and in a sense, like, I just feel like it lacks on some of the reward of that for the players. Like checking the doors, because you don't get anywhere near enough loot for it to really justify. It's like 2, 12, and 13 from the bottom for you. I mean, it's one of those things that I cannot say anything to any other Final Fantasies, right? Like, I can kinda loosely talk on maybe 15, and the fact that, like, from all I know, the story is very convolutedly bad. But, like, the gameplay, when it works, is good. But, like, again, I have to use third-party opinion on that. And third-party information. Which is why I hesitate to make such a claim. 14, I can say, is really fun, but it's an MMO, so take that as you will. And the first one is, like, it's just a classic. At the end of the day, if you enjoy classic concepts and classic games and seeing the origin and birthplace of, like, an entire franchise that is such a scale that is almost unimaginable, then yeah, it's a great one. But if you put that to the side, one is also the probably worst in terms of actual execution, because it's the oldest. Yeah, no, like, that's the thing, is if you look at it from what it means and what it does, it's great. But execution-wise, there's nothing that interesting. It's very linear. I'm gonna be honest, the Souls dungeons and stuff actually do add a lot of depth to it and make it very interesting, but it's still, in the end of the day, one of the most linear experiences. The problem with this one mainly is that the leveling could have been improved a little bit better, and the fact that the dungeon designs are a tad samey and boring because of that, especially with that aspect we pointed out of how every dungeon basically has it. Each room is the furthest away all the time, and about 90% of the doors are just useless empty rooms. Like, it's literally, that is probably the biggest thing that hurts this game, is the sheer amount of, like, wasted stuff in it. Which goes to say a lot when, like, oh, what's the worst part of your game? How much was wasted? It's like, that goes to show that it was a good game. It's just like, for example, I'm gonna go over to this door, it's gonna probably be empty And it's going to be that its entire time was a waste. Because I would have already been on the next level. Also, I'm about to exit because Ferion's hit empty MP. So he's now attacking again, which I do not want. Because that levels my stuff slow. Oh no, this had 3 chests in here. Aegir shield, that's good. Dragon armor, and a holy lance. Okay, that maybe justified it. But like, that's kind of my point, is like, okay, occasionally I can get the thing to justify it. Is that enough? Does that make it acceptable? Oh, all those other rooms that you go through and they're empty? Yeah. Because that's the thing, Final Fantasy 1 also had a lot of empty rooms. But it also spread its chests thinner and wider. And also the rooms were in a load sequence. And it's when you make those kind of, like, notices, makes it a bit different of an argument. I mean, I'm definitely excited to see what Final Fantasy 3 has to offer, because I have no fucking idea. Nor do I want to be told. Don't tell me. Let me experience it. But it's that idea, right? As I'm slowly getting to the, I'm now getting into the situation where, like, I will be touching upon games that I just don't know what to expect coming out of them. Three is like it grabs one and puts all the things that are good from 2 into it. Ooh. Interesting, okay. History telling included. Interesting. Okay, that alone, just, yeah, I'm very interested to see how that comes out. I'm curious what, a result will be of that. How actually interesting and compelling that is. Because you can say, oh, it grabs all the good stuff. Doesn't mean it's good, though. And that's the important thing we need to understand. Is saying something grabs all the good things from something doesn't mean itself is good. Not saying it's bad, not saying it's good, just saying that's an important thing that needs to be acknowledged. I grabbed all the good things from this game, why is this game not good? It's because you put them in a way that means that it's not actually compelling enough or whatever, right? These are the things that are important. Then from 4 onwards, pretty much any Final Fantasy besides 8 and 11 plus could be your favorite. Okay. I'm definitely curious. That's also the cool benefit of going through these in the order that we are. Because we're going to see the evolution of theories and ideas in these games. Like, we can see here, they're trying to experiment with the concept of how you actually level your stuff up. Which is good. It's good to experiment with things, and they took a massive risk, and it didn't quite pay off, I feel, as much as it could have, but it's still really, really cool and interesting. The games that are most people's favorites are 6, 7, and 9. Sounds about right. 7 and 9, I can definitely agree with that. Because like those are the ones I hear so many people talk about to me. Not trying to say like negativity towards that. It's just like when one's really clearly the one that everyone talks about, it's probably indicative that that's the general opinion, that that's the favored one, right? I liked Tifa's cameo in the Italian Senate. Is that a spoiler for one of the games? Because I don't mind that. I'm just like, what? Because I kinda know who Tifa is. I know what she looks like, and I know a little bit about her. But the fact that I say it that way should indicate I'm like, ah. No, it's a funny? Okay. Excellent place. No! Oh god, that's hysterical. To be fair, Hatsune Miku is part of the English examination in Ireland. Did you know that? Yeah. So is Bart Simpson. And also Miku's now part of, I think, American education as well. Alright, 7 is my favorite, but it was the first one I finished like 23 years ago, so yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the other aspect as well, is that people are going to be biased towards these games because it's like, oh, this was their first Final Fantasy. Why do you think Final Fantasy 1 is my favorite? Do I think Final Fantasy 1 is going to be the best of the lot? Probably fucking not, but it's probably still going to be my favorite, because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have gotten anywhere near into gaming as much as I did. Like, if you took Pokemon Blue and Final Fantasy 1 away from the equation for me, there is a very good shout I would have barely gotten into video games for a very long time. And if I got into them, it would be much, much later. If you keep playing, you're most likely going to find a new favorite. I'm definitely going to find ones that I'll probably state are, like, arguably just better. I will definitely admit to that. I don't know if I'll ever be able to say one would be a new favorite, though. And I hope you understand, like, the rationale with it. It's like, you're telling me to replace a game I played for hundreds of hours as a kid. In my heart. Like, I don't know, man, I don't know. One more stars. Yeah, but it's specifically, it's because it's Final Fantasy 1 that it is what it is today. Like, again, there will be objectively better games. Not going to deny that in the slightest. But that will be the interesting part. It's seeing like what improvements they make progressively through the games, and like at what point you can see certain decisions and like directions being made for the games. Because that's something that I'm very curious about. Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know at what point in time, and do not tell me, I'm curious to find out at what point in time they're like, you know what, turn-based was a bad idea. Right? Because it's not going to be the first one that's not turn-based. It's going to be the one before it, most likely, because there'll be decisions being made there that you'll see move it away. That's my assumption at the very least. I won't tell you. Good. Let me experience that progression. Because yeah, like, it could just be an immediate decision that was made, but like, that's the thing, right? It'll be very curious to see where these sorts of progressions go. My beard is so fuzzy today, what the fuck? I guess it's because I had a shower and then went to bed. Rather not when you think. It'll be interesting. I mean, there's also a chance that it's just straight up Final Fantasy XIV was when they, like, committed to, you know what, fuck it, we're not doing turn-based anymore, and it's like, wait, what? We're doing an MMO. I still love that it's just like Final Fantasy XIV sits in that really weird spot with that, right? It's one of the Final Fantasy games, but it's also just not. But yeah, Final Fantasy XIV's fun. I do think Final Fantasy XIV's a solid MMO, especially like a modern one. 11 was an MMO too. Yes, actually! I remember that. It had, like, yeah. I do remember that. Also, wasn't 11 fucking hated? Like, if I recall correctly, wasn't 11 like one of the most hated on fucking Final Fantasies? Never played? Fair. Will I even be able to play it if I get to that point? Because I think it's like, it's more that it's got MMO elements with like a bit more of a base game to it. It's just really shitty. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see where it goes when we get there. Who knows, we might even get there. I think there are pirate servers on PC. Probably how I'll have to do it then. I'll have to like make my own server for it. Well, we'll see. Again, we will see when we get there. This is when someone pipes up with the whole like stop killing games fucking initiative and how it's like, oh, that's the best way to save this. It's like, no. There's no other way to play it probably. Want to try it someday? Yeah, be interesting. Look, I stand by with the Stop Killing Games initiative. If it was handled a lot better, I would be more willing to, like, give it some legitimacy. But the way that they're approaching it and a lot of the things that they're trying to put forward are just not gonna happen. They're not economical, and they're just actively bad for developers. Would I mind if there is a way to archive them and have them so they can fall out of legal problem and then released to the public at an eventual later stage? Sure. That might be an idea. But like, some of the arguments that are being put forward are just like, do you know what they... Okay, so this is gonna sound horrible, but I've actually dealt with this sort of environment a lot. So you know what's gonna happen if some of the stuff that was supposedly proposed initially with the Stop Killing Games, just a sec. If that initiative got its original way on a lot of its ideas, you know what would happen? A game would come out and nobody would play it. An active choice by its community. And you know what would then happen? They would then wait for it to die and then get released publicly and then they'd play it. Now, while that wouldn't happen 100% of the time, probably would only happen like 20% of the time realistically, the fact that it could happen will stop a lot of things. Now, then you're also going to get those people that say, well, it would be good if we didn't have games as a service model, which I disagree with greatly, I do think that games as a service model has actually been a really good system, and I hope that we see better improvements made to it over time. Because I can't understand not liking that. I can understand not liking how the model is used in some ways, but not liking that model is weird to me. Because it means that basically a game can keep releasing content for itself. I dislike when it is done with a game that is a disposable game. So what I mean with this is some of the Call of Duties. They're initially treated as a games as a service model, and then basically, as per usual with Call of Duty and FIFA, they're then just removed. I do not understand that, and I cannot agree with that. Because it creates this weird situation where you're now having to split your teams from those that are maintaining to those that are developing new stuff. Sure, you could cycle them through a little bit to keep some interest and stuff, but like, overall, I just don't see it being a pleasant thing. But what if it's my constitutional right to play Concord? Well, could have supported it back when it was around. And convinced the company to actually support it for longer. Which, I'm gonna be honest, is a fucking bad game. It did not look great. But yeah, it's an argument made. One of the main ones I hear is like, here's X game that came out like 15 years ago, went for like 4 or 5 years, and then died. And now there is no way to play said games. What is the name of it? It's that one like furry MMO. Wildstar, I think it was called? Like where you play as raccoons and shit. And little critters. That one. I remember playing that, and it was a cool concept. Had a lot of problems, and then it eventually died. A lot of people nowadays go, man, I missed out on playing that. I'm never gonna be allowed to play it. Yada yada yada. Yeah. Top 3 to 7 games that come to mind? Like, are we talking about, fuck, I don't know, Warframe, Actually, Muffin, that joke there is exactly kind of the point. Yeah, like Warframe, Holocure is definitely up there as one that I just enjoy. I actually really am kind of on the spot because my brain's also misfiring. I guess Necopara, say what you will. Dyson Sphere is an incredible game, just visually alone. Pokemon Heart Gold is probably one of my favorite games of all time. Not the most favorite, but definitely up there. Civ 5 is also highly up there. Civ 5, I don't know why, but that game just fucking so good. Endless Legend. Endless Legend's phenomenal. Oh, I love Endless Legend. I love Endless Legend significantly more than the Endless Space games. Gen 2 is best gen. I don't know, I really loved Heart Gold and a lot of its mechanics. I liked Gold originally, and then, yeah, like I said, someone told me about Heart Gold, and I'm like, go play that shit. I fucking love it. I've completed it multiple times. Let's see. Hades is a really, really solid game. Sanctum 2 is a phenomenal game. I mean, Star Rail's arguably one of my favorite games. It's just a game I really enjoy playing, and I'm consistently playing almost daily, if not every day. Only broken by a couple of times. Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon's up there as well as Far Cry 3 itself. Those I actually quite enjoyed. Halo Reach as well, now that I think on that. Halo Reach was probably the Halo game I played the most by the end. Homeworld 2 specifically, fucking amazing. I know I've probably listed more than 7 by now. I'm just like looking at my list going like, what are games I actually really, really fucking liked. But yeah, like going back to the Neko Power franchise, I fuck with that series. That franchise is great. I enjoy it a lot. Say what you want to me on that. I enjoyed it. Give me my cat girls, me happy. And the best part with Neko Power is each volume gets actually so much better in writing. Like, the first volume is definitely kind of meh and generic, and definitely is designed with its spicier patch in mind. But like, as the story progresses with the things, like, holy shit! The fact that I stand by in volume 3 onwards, playing without the R18 patch or R16 patch or whatever, actually detracts from the story somewhat. But holy shit, the story's so damn good. Okay, I watched the anime and I enjoyed it. Dude, it's a fun universe. I definitely think the anime is the better way to experience volume 1 of the story, because it pretty much is just volume 1 from memory. But like, holy shit, yeah, like some of the storylines in volume 3 and volume 4 actually brought me to tears. Like, genuinely, not jokingly, genuinely. Now, I'm not someone that's brought to tears very easily. And those games are what, like 20 hours? 10 hours? Yeah, 10, 14 hours. I beat 4 in under 10 hours, 3 in under 14 hours, 2 in under 15 hours, and 1 I've played twice for a total of 18 hours. And I think 0 is 4 hours, right? Yeah, it's about 4 hours. And extra was 5 hours. I can't remember how much the boys one is. I know that one I did over 2 streams, though. Because I actually did that one on stream. Like 9? Yeah, I didn't even cry when I was younger. I was weird. Like, around stories and stuff like that. Actually, you wanna know a funny thing? Do you wanna know one of the best times I remember me crying at a show? Genuinely. And the best part was I called someone and like they were at work. And they're like, are you okay? They hear me crying and they're like, they get very serious. And I say, I just watched this episode of this. And they're like, oh no. It was Babylon 5, and it was the final episode of Babylon 5. I got fucked up from that so much. Holy shit, that last episode was so good. I was genuinely bawling my eyes out on that one. And yeah, no, the person who was just like, okay, I'm leaving work, I'm grabbing some stuff on the way there, we're gonna sit down and we're gonna have a good time, okay? We're gonna enjoy ourselves, we're gonna remember the good times. We're gonna remember the good times. That was hysterical. Because it was like a day where I was supposed to be working and I decided to like take it off for whatever reason, I think. It's kind of nice when it happens. Stuff like that's great. When you can find a story that everyone that has watched and enjoyed it can understand a moment like that. Battlestar Galactica, the new generation, 100% has a lot of good moments for that, especially that final episode. I've talked about this actually before. I went to meet the person that played Apollo in that for like a very special thing where it was just him there. You could go panel with him and like it was a panel, he was there, and you could get photos afterwards. The best part of it was that they showed the final episode again. He snuck in while it was playing, and just like once it ended, everyone's clapping and people are crying. He comes to the front and he's like, you can see he started to cry a little bit as well. And he's like, you have no idea how much that hurts me. Like, seeing that, it hits me still so hard, and then seeing how everyone here still reacts to it and loves it and cares about it also hits hard. That was fucking awesome. Because yeah, that episode, the fucking finale of Battlestar Galactica, holy shit, if you haven't seen it, fuck me, I recommend watching that series. If you kinda like sci-fi, it's really good. Even if you don't like sci-fi, you're down for a little bit of political story or a bit of action, it's fucking amazing. You can see by the way a lot about me when it's like, what are some of my two favorite shows? Battlestar Galactica and Babylon 5. It's sci-fi politics. And if you're gonna ask, what about Star Trek? Yes, I like Star Trek, I just didn't enjoy it as much. It was a little too Monster of the Week for me. Which, even as a kid, while I enjoyed Monster of the Week, I didn't enjoy it as much as overarching stories. Because I liked binging stuff, and Monster of the Week sucks ass when you're binging. Oh. But yeah, I mean, like, by the same argument of a game that has, like, special place in my heart, Prototype, ironically enough, does. Even though I talked about how I hated it on it fucking when I replayed it, like, 2 years ago, I absolutely did love it. It was a very cool game when I was younger. Same with Metal Gear Solid, was it Metal Gear Rising Revengeance? That has a special place in my heart as well. I enjoyed that a lot. Because that was one of the early times where I had my 360. And I found the demo for the game and I played the demo, like, a lot. And then a friend of mine gave me a game. Got bored pretty easy with Prototype. I don't know, I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed it a lot when I was playing it initially. To be fair, it was like just released, right? Revengeance also got you bored? Interesting. I guess it's probably that sort of like style of game. Might not be your cup of tea, which is fair. I don't think you're wrong for that at all. Right, each to their own sort of thing. More like it was so buggy and the stealth made no sense. And Revengeance? Yeah, I can kind of understand that. I mean, like, the 4 stealth moments were definitely a bit rough. But again, maybe a thing, but I never really had any massive issues with those. But I will not deny that, like, outside of fighting the monkeys, like, you just fucking don't give a shit about the stealth and kill everything, right? Where is... Stop is half. Get over. It did feel like it could have been so much better with some tweaks and less bugs. I will say one of the things that pissed me off the most with Revengeance was sometimes based on which controller you used, the counter system didn't quite work cleanly. That was an issue that I had with it, because when I played it, like a year or two back, 2 years basically, I think now, I didn't play it on stream, I played it in my own time. I played it with a PlayStation 4 controller plugged into my PC, and the connection was never really that great. That meant that parrying was just impossible sometimes. Which is painful because there's like 3 boss fights in the game that if you don't parry perfectly, you actually can't beat them. And it's not like a slight thing, that's 100% no, you cannot beat them. It also meant that the quick time for like the quick slashes was a bit touch and go as well. Which definitely led to a number of problems as well. Yeah. I mean, this is that almost part where I kind of point to how long ago I did play them, and in a sense, while the bugs never weren't there, the bugs weren't something that I gave a shit about. You never played Shadow of the Colossus? No, but I had a friend that played it, and I did watch a bit of it when I was younger. It looked really cool, but yeah, I didn't end up playing it myself. I wouldn't mind rectifying that. I do know that those games are, and there's no nice way of saying it, they are a little overhyped for what they are, but they are kind of good. Like, they're good at what they do, but there are a lot of games now that do more than them and do those things better, right? So that's not to shit on it at all, it's just an acknowledgement of the times have moved on, right? Which is actually a good thing. I mean, one thing I've also said to a lot of people as well is it's really hard sometimes to convince me to go play certain games, because of how old they are. So what I mean by that is like God of War games. I'm probably never gonna go play the original ones. And it's not to say that they're bad, it's just you're trying to convince me to play something I just don't think I'm gonna enjoy that much. I don't think it aged bad at all. That's kind of the point, is like, I want to say, I don't think it's aged poorly or a lot of these things. I just think it's been gapped. Like, other games have come along and done the same sort of things with more going on and a little bit of that. So while it itself isn't a bad game, it's that you could play so many other games to get a better experience than what it offers for the same sort of concept. I am trying to be very particular at examples. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I do know a few. Because I played one or two of them. I did play one or two games that are very similar. But I do have a list somewhere of games that would probably do it. Again, it's one of those, I apologize, I can't give you an example. I'm running off buckle sleep and mass scale exhaustion. It's, this, the big dog. My brain's not even clicking to that one. The Last Guardian. Oh, I do know that one. Yeah. Wasn't as good. I will agree. Has there been a secret passage there the whole fucking time? Maybe Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter's a good example as well, in a sense. It's just not the same scale, I guess, is the big thing there. Like, are there some bosses in them that are that scale? Yes. But they're not that common, overall. There's the giant mountain in Worlds. I can't remember its fucking name, but it's the one that I always clown on them because it's like, how the fuck did you not see where it went? Yeah, there was a secret passage there. I mean, God of War even kind of does a little bit of that. I mean, fucking Black Myth Wukong as well. Fuck, I could even make a joke at goddamn Final Fantasy 15 has some moments of that. Nier Automata. Nier Automata is phenomenal for those fights. When you do have those fights, holy shit, I stand by now remembering that game. That game's an incredible game. That is probably a top 10 game for me. I don't think it's overhyped. Yeah, I think it's the problem is, I know I'm using poor wording choices here, and I do apologize for that. I want to try and convey the point a bit better, but like, the parts of my brain that are good at organizing my thoughts and bringing them into a more cohesive point is currently on holiday. because it said go f yourself. You've been going for too long. That's why I'm like I'm very heavily trying to think about how, because keep in mind I am using a little bit of second-hand information on some of these things. It's just the point is I do think there are more games out there that offer that, those experiences and more nowadays. So there's an argument to be made that like, while it's good, you could play this instead, sort of thing, right? There's like 2 games I literally have like 1 or 2 flash images of in my head, and I cannot fucking for the life of me remember their names, that I know would fit in this category. I mean, there's one that's an indie game that I've been following its development for as well, that would go into this list, where the developer is actually batshit insane, and he's fucking hysterical for it. Because he, like, last year, I want to say, he added it so you could parry a nuclear blast. Like, you could parry full damage. But it was all about fighting these gigantic titanous things. And it was all about those sorts of epic moments that you could do, and if you were very good at the game, they got more epic. I don't think I played any game that can really compare to the combination of gameplay with vibes and storytelling visuals that it has. That's fair. And again, like, you are more than entitled to your own experience of a game. Oh, I experienced the game this way, there, and I really enjoyed that. Cool, awesome, own that. Game's great for you. Right? And that's not to diminish that that can't be an experience for others as well. That's another point that needs to be made. You can't stop a Colossus with a sword. Yeah, that is one thing of it, I want to say. I'm not getting annoyed if we disagree. Well, because that's in a sense the other thing is I'm not even fully. I don't want to disagree with you because it's your opinion for it, right? I'm just kind of like talking about what I'm trying to remember around it, and admittedly, I'm failing to explain that as well, right? Because yeah, it's the difficult thing. Because I could make that same argument with like Homeworld, right? I could argue Homeworld is a game in its leagues in its own. Yet also it's still just a real-time strategy game. It's just, it adds a level 2 3D strategy that not many games have still yet to, like, a lot of games have yet to explore, right? Which is 3D space. Actual 3D space. Not like, oh, this has mountains and levels and, no. You can fly, I stand by this, I remember flying my fleet over the top of the enemy fleet so they couldn't see it to attack them and flank them. That is wild to do in a game. To use 3D space for flanking maneuvers. Like that. But at the same time, I didn't even need to do that. That game was very rock, paper, scissors at the best of times. Oh, you have a Corvette? Get this. Oh, you have a Capital? You have that to kill it. Oh, you finally got one of them super weapons? Cool, I can still kill it with a bunch of fucking bombers. It was actually more about resource denial, which is where a lot of stuff came in. Again, if you've ever seen StarCraft Pro, a lot of the time it's actually about stopping your opponent getting resources, less about you getting strong units. Right? If you stop your opponent from getting strong while also still just maintaining an average lead, you win the game a lot of the time. Or you can leverage that into a win. Then you have stuff like the flanking maneuvers like I mentioned, but in that 3D space. Completely obscene scenario. Yeah, I really do love them. Homeworld was a fun as hell game. And the mods for it as well were awesome. There were Star Wars mods, there were Battlestar Galactica mods. There was a lot of really fucking cool mods out there. Because, if I recall correctly, with the Battlestar Galactica mod, the main one for it, they actually made a campaign that was the story. Like, the core story moments. Which you cannot convince me is fucking, like, anything less than epic as hell. Also, I'm like so AFK playing this game at this point, holy shit. I just like kind of zoned into the game and realized, how long have I been using the blind for it? How close is it to another one? I might as well use it for until it gets to 6 then. And then I'll use sleep. Holy shit, wait, yeah. This is, okay, this is kind of why I like these games, because I can just play these games with one hand and look over at the chat and talk about a bunch of crap. For the most part. Right? It's the nice, easy games. Becomes more of a fucking podcast, though. So, Magic the Gathering. No, we're not starting that now. Goddamn. I'm trying to think of any other, like, games when I mean, Scalar is always going to be another, like, special place in my heart of a game. That was one of the early PlayStation 2 games that I 100%ed and fucking loved it. Which I don't know. Do people know the game Scalar? It was a weird one. I don't. That's fair. It was, yeah, it was just a kind of generic 3D space one with a lot of jumping platforms, like casual fights, but it had like a cool transform mechanic to it. It was fun. Still stand by the hardest part of that game is the third boss, because you don't understand how you're supposed to kill it, and then you do, and then it's easy as hell, and then you're like, ah cool, the rest of the game is super easy now. I'm in Jade Passage now. I've been in Jade Passage for a while, because I keep just running till I run out of MP with my characters, and then just resetting. Because I'm just doing levels at the moment. So we've made it decently far, but not like hugely far. Because we just want to get Maria a bunch of ranks for all of her stuff, right? So we can do the funny haha Ultima Blast at the end. Realistically, I could just start doing not casting Berserk from Furion. And start casting it from Maria later as well. Do we want to replace that then? Because I just don't... We want to have things that cast from her that we don't really give a shit about, but can get its levels up. Because it is still just rank 1. So we wouldn't be losing out on anything. Do we have a spell tome that I feel would be good to add to it? I mean, we could put on one of these. Like the drain one. I don't think she's got drain yet. Boom. There we go. Yeah, this is the furthest room we've made it. It's progressive. We're slowly getting further and further and further because we can take faster routes and not have to check all the bloody rooms that are empty. Ugh. Still only rank 4 of the sleep. I need to remember, because like when it hits about rank 6, 7, it starts just taking too long to level. There's set classes on the characters, which are better for storytelling in your opinion. I more or less agree with that, I'm gonna be honest. I think that's an aspect Final Fantasy 1 actually had going for it quite well, is that like, it's just this character does this. And it's fine to have that. Because it means you can lock them in to, you can always have this character have a sword and it makes sense. I could have made Maria look like an actual, her be a tank, and Furion be a caster. And that wouldn't make quite as much sense. Same with Guy. Right, he could have been an absolute, like, deep magic DPS caster. There's no restriction in this. But it doesn't really look great, right? Like, big strong man in armor that Guy is with dumb brain. Him getting massive intellect and casting a lot of dark spells. Also nice to have the variety in some of them. Yeah. Again, that's why I say, like, it's a difficult one because I don't think there's a strictly better way with it all, right? Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I mean, look at the South Park games, ironically, are a great example of the player is unchangeable, or like the player is changeable constantly and very easily. But at the same time, the allies are not so changeable. Guys speak beaver, okay? Yeah. And that's that point, right? Is it's like, you're not wrong with making that decision. There's no objectively correct thing. Some of them start with better stats to do certain things, sure. But other than that, it doesn't fucking matter, right? That warrior guy is strong. Leon, you mean? The one at the bottom? Yeah. To be fair though, he's mainly strong because Furion's strong. And Furion's doing the berserk power. Which is like increasing his damage by like 2-3 times right now, I'm gonna be honest. To be fair, also Maria is insanely strong, but she's just constantly casting status effect spells. Sleep's level 6. Because, like, I could start probably casting Ultima for a shitload right now. I think that we can agree on, right? Ultima probably hits very hard right now. Because all of her stuff outside of spells is minimum rank 7, which is quite a lot. If I had remembered this about the Ultima Tome, I would have probably committed harder to like ranking Ida on Maria or on Varian and given it to Varian instead. But I'm happy with it being on Maria at this stage, I'll be honest. Okay, one more level on the spell. How far off would it be? Yeah, so it's basically one more solid battle, sleep levels up. And then we can use something else. I might switch to Flare just so we have something that actually deals damage to speed these fights up. Sleep leveled up, yay! Well then, I think we're near the end. Oh shit, I actually need to heal Leon. He's getting low. Also, Leon's almost fucking 5k health. Holy shit, I just realized. And he's the lowest health of the team. Nice fucking trying to take over the Empire there, bud. My fucking caster console, you bitch. Alright. Yeah, I love how the best part is Leon's now gone from dealing like nearly 3k damage to dealing like not even 1,000, since I'm no longer buffing him with Furion, but Furion's dealing like 2k. I cannot wait for the later fights where I just berserk and then attack only with Furion. Oh, we finally hit level 14 with the swords. Let's go. Oh, that's nice to see. Alright, let's go. This is the castle of hell. Pandemonium. Travel all to all map locations achievement. Nice. Oh yeah, because it's not gonna affect it. Yeah. Realistically, if I see the death effect come off, it's probably because it did nothing. Guy is almost out of mana as well. Death healed them? Yeah, Death was healing them. incredible fight. Alright, so you're near the end. This is the final area. The fact that I used an elixir instead of going back should be indicative that I'm going final stretch. We're now going to start using items just to get to the end. God damn, 5 times 99%. Whew. Like, if we wanted to farm, this is the place to farm, because these are all at minimum rank 7s. This is incredibly good for farming. How far are we off with the next thing of this? Oh, we're a ways off. Death is not doing well. There we go. Death. There we go. There we go. Death leveled up. Absorb HP. $69 health, hell yeah. It's like the fucking one augment I picked yesterday for TFT that was absolutely garbage. Alright. Drain leveled up again. Oh shit, there's a lot of Lamias. My blink's better, bitch. Okay, well that's getting a little bit better in certain circumstances. To be fair, it is ranking up now, so it's getting better. Also, I got another protection ring. I kind of want to toss that on somewhere. There. There's a chest up here. Of course, I fucking get a fight right in front of it. It's always the case. You see a chest, you go for it, then it ends up being a fucking mimic. Does Final Fantasy even have mimics? I do not know in any of my experiences them booby trapping a reward chest like that. At some point? Oh boy. Can't wait. Gonna go fucking kill me. Don't remember when though. I mean, that's good. I'll find out my own way. By experience. The best way. Like, what's better of a way for me to find out there's a mimic than me just getting killed by a mimic all of a sudden, right? Exactly. Let my greed be my downfall. Confidence is a slow and insidious killer. That was the only one I could think of. I know there's an avarice one though. What's the quote from Darkest Dungeon for avarice? I'm pretty sure there's one anyway. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Damn, those are some cool dildo pillars. Okay, that way leads to a chest, that way leads to the next thing. Is there any other chests? Yep. Cool, another elixir, can't complain. The fact that 300 damage isn't all that concerning is kind of funny. Alright, what's another spell we could do? Whoop. The fact that the final dungeon kind of does nothing to you is kind of funny. Realistically, even if I hadn't amplified the growth margin with the booster, I'm pretty sure this would be not much dissimilar. I would have probably taken this faster, and I would still have probably breezed through most of this. Like, that's the important thing to have. If I didn't know about boost, I wouldn't have grinded as hard with the Ultima. And this would be faster, in fact, because I would actually be using optimal plays, not this. Right? Like, Maria would be actually casting spells, not fucking fizzling shit off to the side to try and rank up. Which is even more funny if you think about that. One hour ago or so. I think it's been a little bit longer, but yeah. Like, I would probably be at a similar point, if not further along, actually. I would probably be less strong, but I would be about the same progression. I can't wait to go kick the Emperor's fucking tush. It's gonna be fun. Warp leveled up. Oh, jeez. Why you gotta be like this game? But no, genuinely speaking, if I was to like hard farm this game, this is where I'd be farming, right? Oh, this is hard to track all of this. That way for a chest. And then it's a dead end. Surprise for empty rooms is basically gonna be that, isn't it? Dude, it's real pandemonium. You never actually get to the final boss. You just get stuck in empty rooms constantly. Okay, actually, no, so this is one of those things where I say this from a player perspective, not as a design perspective. You know what would be really fucking awesome? If all of these were empty rooms, but like it's randomly one of them every time you reset will be the progression room, except for the one that you just came out of. Imagine that randomization. You cannot tell me that doesn't sound absolutely fucking hysterical. Like, as a designer, I would do that as a last resort, and only if I'm, like, gained enough trust with the player that this could be eventually fine. But, like, that would have worked so well for a fucking palace called Pandemonium, too. It's like, you're in hell, alright. Different kind of hell now, though. Right up. But yeah, that's one of those, like, idle thoughts that, like, a player can have and a designer would go, ooh, fuck no. Right? Let's see, it is shit on a lot for his dungeon design, but to me, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's one of those things of, I dislike the fact that 90% of the rooms are empty rooms, then occasionally you'll get a triple chest. But the fact that also the last room of almost every dungeon level is the correct room to take. The difficulty I have with accepting that as a good system, in my eyes, is the fact that it's like, I'm just not valuing the player's time then. I'm not saying it's the worst thing ever, I'm just kind of like, that's my sort of thought on it. Also, I just realized this is probably not a... Should have been more spread out. I think the biggest thing that I see with it is that, like, if they had made the chests a little bit more spread apart, it'd be yeah, I need to take manual control. Right. See, this is what I mean by, like, I could have been casting real spells this entire time. More Genji gloves, cool. But yeah, it's like, it's the other issue as well, as we said earlier, it's not even just the rooms being empty, it's that the rooms are space transitions. I go into room, we transition to a new room environment, and it's empty. Then I have to go back. That is the thing that's like, that doesn't value the player's time in a really meaningful way. It is there to be a challenge and nothing more. And I personally do not appreciate that. I think that's like the part of it that I really kick at the most. Whereas Wolf, there's yeah, it was only a chest monster, so it's not like that high level thing that we just killed. But yeah, that was an example though of a high-ish power level mini-boss in this area that I just kind of fucking blew up. I like how chest monsters are balanced for dungeons specifically. It feels like 1 to 2 dungeons stronger than what the player is usually at. Yeah, no, I do agree with that. Like, I think overall, most of the elements of this game are there. It is the dungeon, like the empty rooms specifically, empty rooms, how they feel, and some issues with the leveling and how the leveling kind of goes. I think they did improve on it with the Pixel remaster, but otherwise, that aspect of it, those are the only 2 real, actual problems with this game in my eyes. Post that, I think the story's actually quite interesting and compelling. But then there's a lot you can actually kind of look at and be interested with it. I think overall the power of the game is not too bad. Like, they did a good bit of effort to pace things out, because, like, we also didn't get access to... Like, we got access to a ship eventually, but we didn't have a ship for a long time. We used a ship. We rented one. Airship, same argument. I actually kind of liked that, because it gives you a bit of a tease of that thing. And if you've played a previous one, you're like itching, please, when do I get control of this? And stuff. I do think it is mildly funny that, like, basically everyone dies. That is what the story is. And there's an argument to be made that's also kind of bad writing, because that just gets to that kill, was it Akamega kill scenario, which I like Akamega kill. I still find it fun, even if it is just edgy, negative plot armor. But, yeah, right? Oh, y'all remember Akamega Kill? That was a fun series. Before, like, people started telling you in your ear that it was a bad series. For the time, it was probably very innovative. Oh, 100%. You cannot tell me there was a lot of games that came out of Final Fantasy II around this time that had these sorts of mechanics. Like, I refuse to believe that that was a commonality that you could find. So we need to go all the way up, then down to the center. But yeah, I can make a kill. 2 of the deaths actually were good. The rest were pretty trash. Maybe arguably the fucking dude that gave the armor to the you thought was main character. The gay guy. That was pretty good. But like, specifically the main male guy that we were following the story was being told from his perspective. His death with his death was great. I liked that. And then, oh, I'm blanking on the name. The lollipop girl. Her death was pretty good. I liked that. Because that had, like, a lot of damage with it. And it was just kind of there all of a sudden. Sure, if you were paying attention, you knew she was fucking dead. And she was gone. I mean, I still think the other death that I will rank kinda high, and I have stolen for a story, was the wires guy. The one that, like, killed that one dude, got transported out of a micro dimension, and then got fucking impaled. I fucking loved that. Because it's just one of those situations where, like, look, I'm gonna die, but fuck you. Right. I die pulling the middle finger. Oh, hello! Hi, Tiamat! Fuck, okay. Ricard's death was S tier. Fuck. Some of the deaths in this were just really silly, because it's just like, I'll stay back, get out of here, and then they die, and you're like, dude, what? Literally Tiamat inside a chest? Yeah, kinda. Who's that? Look, it's like a gachapon, right? It's like you open up the capsule, and then all of a sudden fucking Tiamat comes out. It's like, motherfucker, you cannot open this chest, I swear, or to all the 9 hells. I'm gonna overdo this by a long shot, by the way. I know this already. Wanna see me kill this dude really fucking hard? How much damage do we think Furion's gonna do? Oh no, I should be treating this fight seriously. Cool, good. That 7 worried me a bit from Leon. Ah yeah, Leon sucks ass though. Oh my god, I actually have tears in my eyes. Holy shit, that was fucking funny. Oh my god, that's actually hysterical. Holy shit. god, it got fucking vaporized. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh. Oh fuck. Go back to hell, bitch. Dude, I killed him so hard, I not only put him back in hell, I put whatever hell he came back from back further. Fuck me. First swing, 10 fucking 5k. And that had lifesteal. What was the fucking helmet I got? The finest defense. Give that to this bitch, maybe. Yeah. Actually, no, give that to here. Yeah. Oh my god! Really thought it would take more than one attack. I kinda knew that that's how it was gonna go, I'm gonna be honest. Like, that's the best part, is I knew it was dead from that one round of attacks. The moment I saw the 5k, I'm like, oh well, that worked. Poor Tiamat, man. Lad's tried his best. One of the fucking most powerful creatures in these universes, Tiamat, got fucking destroyed. Oh, that's always a fun one. To be fair, again, I took that seriously. It was its fault for fighting me. Officer, it was self-defense. You used a nuclear bomb. It was self-defense. Literally a goddess in D&D? Tiamat? Wouldn't it be a god? I thought Tiamat would come under the thing. Or are you thinking about Titania? No, Tiamat's normally a dragon. Right? Am I fucking remembering things? It's normally depicted as a dragon. So Curse and Aura are the two to level up now. Mother of Dragons, Tiamat? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense then. Technically, at some point, she went so bad that she is now an Archfiend. Okay. Well, that sounds about right. Very creature-type Archfiend. Oh. Okay. Well, Bahamut's still a dragon. Interesting. Man, I'm a little broken though, how much that's just the build-up for that moment. Oh. One dragon, it's split into good part Bahamut and the bad part Tiamat. Actually, I remember that now that you say it that way. Yeah! I know that lore. Wow! Yeah! The chromatic and then the fucking metallic. Yeah. I remember some of this. I don't know when I found out. Me reading that and going like, but I could corrupt them. I've seen enough hentai, I know what I can do to make that change. such a lovely person, Anna. Oh, you're pure of heart? Let me fix that. This is the correct way. They can't be evil. True. But I ain't gonna stop me. Like, some dragons admire good humans, because humans actually get to choose to be good or evil. Well, they can't. That actually is an interesting concept, yeah. Because it's like, look, I can only be objectively in a good thing. You have the choice, so you choosing to be good's actually really quite honorable. DM can do whatever he wants. True. Which is where I come in. How do I make this the most fucked up world you can get? Ah, you bitch. So there's probably going to be another boss at this chest that we're going to. What do we think's going to come from it? Ironically enough, now I'm trying to think about it. We've not... I still don't know if Garuda is in any of these yet. Because Leviathan is, Tiamat is... The only campaign I DM'd and finished was about Tiamat and her cult of the dragon wanting to revive her. That's why I know a lot. Ah. Have you seen a Bahamut yet? No, I don't think we have. Beelzebub! That's the other one that we'd probably see. Forgot about that. Alright. Decent 300 damage. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Okay. 200 damage. Yeah, Varian's probably a good character, right? Damage, Andy. I mean, it was like 200 damage following about 4,000, you know. A little bit of damage. There was also Hermes shoes in that one, right? Yeah. Okay, we want one more level of curse. Poor Leon, he exists. Little bit of a damage gap, just a little. It's even funnier because, again, the first strike Furion does is with the blood sword, and the blood sword does slice steel. So if you see the 5k as the first damage he did, he basically healed half his health as well. Which is kind of funny. I might pop another elixir coming out of this fight for Guy. Oh, Furion maxed HP. There we go. Leon might be bad, but Furion could also be a bit more balanced. Ooh. Let's make sure that Furion's a little bit more balanced, shall we? We just need to level him up a little bit. That's what you meant, right? And he needs to be stronger? He's clearly not balanced enough. He's not one-shotting everything. Ah, that's a mistake. Got old devil wolves, or often called stuff like hellhounds nowadays, I guess. It's missing a bit more oomph. Exactly. His stats aren't truly maxed out yet, so he's clearly a failure. Yay, curse leveled up, so I can stop using that fucking... Ah! Wrong pipe. Wrong hole on each chat. Ah! Oh. There we go. Yura? Divvy wolves? I wouldn't happen to know what those are. Writing on phone, not good for grammar. Fair. Oh god, that is, Alright. Dude, it's level 1 aura. Hell yeah. I've got some level 1 aura. What? I don't know what I was about to say. At least you didn't see my hand signs that I was throwing up. I was like, doing the weird, like, bro stuff with the hands. I'm hip with the kids, as they say. I'm down and hip with the kids. Get on my level, as they say, right? That's what the kids say? Right, guys? How do you do, fellow kids? Why did I just get like an immediate flashbang moment to the feeling of pain from having a fucking scooter hit me in the shins from when I was a kid? Ah! Ah! You try and do a cool trick or something and jump, and then just spins around and fucking takes your shins out. Listening to what my younger friends say has confused me a lot of the time. I stream, so it means I deal with it way too often, right? Astaroth. Isn't that the... It's about to make a World of Warcraft joke, goddammit. Yo, it's the planet from Warcraft. Astaroth. Seems like we're going through the demon / devil gauntlet. I mean, this is the end of the game, so we're going through the big ones. Oh my god, it healed for 300 health. Whatever will I do? Oh shit, I just left that on auto, didn't I? Fuck. It gets to live a little bit longer due to my own stupidity. Alright. Now to fix my stupidity. Yeah. Oh my god, haste leveled up? Oh no. When will I appear as an enemy? I mean... I'm sure you're around here somewhere. You just need to look a bit harder, right, Devil? So I assume you're not just one of the beast demons sitting there with your fucking gaping face and eyes slightly agape. You cannot tell me that that's not what they sound like. Those beast demons. I hear a Stargate missile! Oh no, 35 damage. Yeah, I'm gonna blow up. That's what the bombs sound like. I'm here to ruin your time. These definitely are just kind of like, oh god, you're wasting my time. No. I shall kill you quickly. No. You heroes think you're so invincible. I'll show you otherwise. Why the fuck are you not dying? Why is everything missing? Why are you dealing thousands of damage? This is kind of unfair, actually. Could you stop? Please. Please. Well, fuck. Was a good run. Gotta love the voicing. It's totally 100% accurate to what I was saying, by the way. You can quote me on that. Aura 5! When do we get to Aura GX? The superior Aura. Alright. Where are we at now? Well, that's a very clear way to go. Surely nothing will be weird along the way. It'll be a nice, peaceful trip to Mordor. Wait. You think they took the Eagles right to Mordor and Sage's Woods? Okay. Question, what the fuck does that actually mean? It's just a stone that maximizes intellect. Does this give me, like, for a battle maxed int for a character? Or just a bonus to int? And if that's the case, can it overcap? Play Elden Rings? And be that guy with the Eagles wanted to stay neutral for the most part. I know. I do actually know the full bullshittery story behind it all. I just still call it bullshit. And you cannot convince me otherwise. Makes no sense to literally cap in. Dude, they're like, the worst part is their int is 99. That's not even a good IQ, man. Imagine having 99 IQ. Fucking hell. Basically room temperature at that point. By the way, I'm of the firm opinion IQ and IQ statistics are a fucking joke, and if you try and use that shit with me, I will call your ass out. Aura leveled up, yay! Oh, sword leveled up, it's maxed. Let's go. But Eagles? I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of arguments that could be made as they could have handled so much of the whole journey thing easier, right? But I do love that it's just like, but actually. But the Eagles wanted to stay. The Eagles wanted to be neutral. No, I do know about that stuff though. It's fucking... I struggle because it still sounds so stupid. It's like, look, okay, I get neutrality, but also this individual is actively harming the world in such a grand scale, and then you stop being neutral in the end. You can eat my entire ass. You can't be fucking Sweden and then also be Italy. Like... choose. Man threw a fucking rock at me. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up, dolphins are better. Fair. I 100% agree with this. I endorse this message. So long and thanks for all the fish. Unless it's a sports team, and now I'm confused. Oh god, you're probably talking about a sports team. I forgot those existed. God damn it. Gonna be telling the Eagles what to do? Who do you think you are? Someone that's done clay pigeon shooting. Eagles are just bigger clay pigeons. Changed my mind. Chest to the right, chest to the top. It's a sports team. Yeah, I realized that as well, yeah. Still makes it funny that I fucked that up. To be fair, I don't understand sports stuff, man. I'm fucking terrible for that shit. So, fun fact, I did used to play rugby. Play DBZ Kakarot. Oh my god. Kakarot. Now that we've leveled up all of the things to a minimum of 7, we should start, like, just letting something level. So let's see how that goes. You're a DBZ fan too? I'm a DB fan. Because I've never watched anything but just the baseline Dragon Ball. Yeah. I'm one of them peoples. Never had anything hugely against it. I do comment on storytelling with excessive eventuality things that happen in the Dragon Ball universe, but that mainly starts getting into the Super, I think it is, right? Where it's just at that point in time, the scaling's just gone so fucking far off the charts, you can't even remember what the original was. Which was a fucking martial arts series that just happened to have a little bit of fantasy stuff in it. Now it's like fighting gods and shit from alternate realities. Cause why the fuck not? not the weirdest thing, but it goes along the same reason why I complain about Supernatural. Right, is I thought it was fine and acceptable all the way up until like post the Leviathans. Which I think was like season 7. When karate fighting turns into throwing galaxies at each other. Yep, that's basically how I view it. And well, it's not a bad thing. It's definitely a like I enjoy a show that I can turn my brain off and have fun with, right? There's a reason why I still watch a lot of isekai. But it's definitely something from an analytical perspective it makes quite an interesting discussion point. So it's not great to do that with story. In my eyes, anyway. But, hey, I enjoy it still. Can't complain too much. Look, I still have my fucking eyes light up like a goddamn Christmas tree whenever I see Gilgamesh open the gate of Babylon, even though it's literally the definition of go fuck yourself, right? Watch Attack on Titan. I actually have yet to watch any Attack on Titan, and my answer on why is literally I'm just waiting for it to finish. And the problem is they just don't know how to fucking finish the anime. Because there's another season of it coming out, again. The final season, part 7, premiere, epilogue, I don't know, it's 20. It's just like, look, you learn how to finish a series, I'll watch the series. Until then, I'll wait, contently. Watch Attack on Titan. That was... if anyone remembers what anime that's from, I'm sorry. I loved that series, but it was so bad. What was that one called? It was the booty fucking, sports one. Where you used your ass to knock people off. And it was like the absolute complete utter stupidest thing. Watched 2 seasons, then got spoiled for the entire manga. Oof. That actually is really shit. To be fair, I've also been spoiled for a lot of it, but I'll leave it. I will leave it for as long as possible. Make a Discord. There is a Discord that a community member did make. I am in it, but I am not, like, managing or to do with anything towards it. I recommend it from time to time, so I'll post it in a moment. But I refuse to make a Discord for now. That's official. For a variety of reasons. Simply put, I don't want to sit there and admin something right now. I already am an admin in one other server. I'm content not doing more. Alright. Where is the stream? Shit. Do I like heavy metal? I'm kind of just variety of music is what I like. Whatever gives me the vibes that I like. Which has been, I have had heavy metal, I have had country, I've got all sorts. And happy holidays to you as well, Vendor. Hope you're having a good time. Hope it's not been too stressful. I know that's a big ask in the modern day and this time of year, but you know, can always hope. Acid fire. Oh yeah, I forgot to give Maria her fucking MP. Alright, I need to give Maria an elixir. Maria an elixir. That's what I was trying to say if I didn't fucking mumble my words. Good lord. Grog. Exa. Elixir? I barely know her. The water line to your fridge broke? Oh god! That's really shit. Holy hell, Vendor. I hope that's not gonna be too much of a pain in the ass to get all sorted out, but like, fuck. God damn. Been broken since December 1st? Oh, fuck. That's not great, is it? Hopefully it can get sorted soon, but like, geez, that is a long time to have that kind of issue. Man, these kind of rooms are great if you didn't have a mini-map. Well, well, well. I love a devil. I love a devil. That's so fucking true, though. I mean, at the moment, mine's like 2 sausages, the rice I've cooked, and like some condiments. Right? I'm missing a chest. I'm also missing a chest from there. Fuck you, game. Can't be arsed. It got fixed, but the floorboards are just still ripped out. They can't tear out the next layer because the asbestos it contains. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, that sucks so much ass, Vendor. Dude, I hope that all gets sorted for you, though. That is awful. Oh, I saw your message, Shadow. Okay. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Let's use just a quick hit here. Okay. And quick save. Wait, is that so true though? Well, about the Discord thing? Yeah. It is a bit of a loud one. I don't know if you can actually change that one in settings easily. I think does. Actually, that's a good question. Does Discord have like an audio thing for itself? I don't think it does it? Ah, interesting. Alright. Hey, buddy. You have braved the bounds of hell to reach me. But the hand of man which deals in false justice and forsaken love can never hope to defeat the Lord Master of Hell. Alright, buddy. Now let's I guess I always play this sort of stuff seriously. Let's see how he does. Yeah, so you can use level 16 spells. So clearly he's a threat. Well, he survived one turn, the second turn as well. So far he's done pretty well for himself. He's done better than all of his subordinates. And ultimate does actually do quite a bit of damage, that is kind of funny. Right. And then protect and attack. Unbelievable. Defeated by insects like you. Not once, but twice. Who are you? Ah! Cool, bud. It's done. Now let's get out of here. Poor Goku's versus coughing baby fear fight. Yeah, about right. Oh, baby, sorry, yeah, coughing baby fight, yeah. Yeah, that was it's a pretty... It's finally over, isn't it? It was a long struggle, but with the Emperor gone, we have nothing left to fear. Thank you, with all my heart, I thank you. Combined with the combined strength of Kushan and Finn, we will build a kingdom anew! Together, princess, we will create a kingdom even fairer than the old! Though once a coward, I now stand a new man! I have all of you to thank for that. You have my deepest gratitude. I'm sure Scott is smiling on me from above. Look at you. Do you realize what you've done? Who am I supposed to steal from with the Empire gone? Put me out of a job. I guess I'll just have to start stealing from you. Better watch your backs. You sure show 'em, Amphibian. You're every bit the bloke I picked you for. If you ever feel like trying your hand at pirating, what? Did not sit well with you, Marine. Firia. Ah, ha ha. Looks like your next battle's already begun, Firion. You did it. I'm sure my dad's happy for you too, up there in the clouds. I'm gonna be working here, serving the princess. I just want to do what I can to help you out. It's a ghost! Joseph? We must now dedicate ourselves to the task of restoring what is lost. Farewell. Words cannot express my gratitude to you all. War finally over? Yes. We can all live in peace again, together. Right, Leon? There can be no going back. Not for all of us. But why? Don't go. Furion, stop him. Maria, Leon is right. Been through too much. Can't stop him. Not now. Leon, we'll meet again. We really need to call the Ghostbusters. Well, should be going to. This is only the beginning. Their long struggle was finally at an end. The Emperor, Pandemonium, the monsters plaguing the world, all had vanished without a trace. Peace had returned once more. The wounds of the war would mend, and the memory of those bitter days would fade. But one thing would never be forgotten. that a band of young heroes once saved the world. To the fans across the globe, both past and present, and to the crew who brought the originals to life, we offer our profound, heartfelt thanks. There we go. Final Fantasy II Pixel Remastered completed. So, as I always like to do, we've now hit the credits. I'm gonna let them run for as long as I can kind of reasonably let them run for, and I'm gonna talk about kind of the experience of the game a little bit more in depth and talk on how my feelings were of it, because this is actually an important moment that I feel like a lot of people miss out on sometimes. But, play Final Fantasy VII Remake? Eventually, probably. If we're gonna go through order, I'll probably play the most recent version of each one, right? But yeah, so this game was a game I barely remembered, and not for a negative reason, just pure and simply, I only played this I think once or so through when I was young, and I don't know, I just really resonated with the first game more. This was a really awesome experience to come back to this game and slowly see the things that I had forgotten. This does mark the end of the games I have played of the Final Fantasy franchise. And it begs that question, what are we doing next? I have been given Final Fantasy III, so we are at the very minimum also going to be playing that. And I'm definitely excited for that. But looking at this game specifically, we've already talked about it ad nauseum throughout the playthrough, but yeah, it had its core problems, and I do think that really hurt the game a lot. Again, specifically the empty roomness, but the dungeon design in general had a lot of lacking points, and it was definitely one of the weaker points of the game. And then you've also got the issue with the leveling and how some of it was a bit weird. It being so reliant on RNG is a little bad, in my eyes, for the stats, and then just how egregious some of the levels of it gets later. How requiring it is to do certain things. If I wanted to actually grind to the funny numbers for the ultimate weapon, it just would have taken me easily the entire length of the time playing to get to the point where that was the case. Where I got all of the stats maxed out on a character and all of their spells, right? It was so easy at the end and the characters were so unbalanced. Yeah, and admittedly there's an argument to be made, oh well you did a bit of grinding, so therefore it really is supposed to be a game where you play it without grinding so much, but like, I'm sorry, the point of a JRPG is you'd play a bit of grind. There's a soft bit of grinding in any JRPG. You cannot convince me of any of it otherwise. It's kind of the intention with them. They're supposed to be, by their core design, power fantasy-ish, and there's supposed to be a way that you feel so strong that, well, maybe the final boss is insanely strong mechanically and stuff. If it's a stat check, especially in these early games, which it was, you just breeze through, right? I don't think you grinded that much for the game to be that easy. Yeah, admittedly at the end we did toggle on the boosts, but arguably there's a statement there of those boosts were only on for the last, like, 2 hours of the game session. Of, like, in a total, like, 20-something hours, I think it was. Which begs a question there of, like, what happens if I had put that on earlier? What would have been the game if I had done that? That actually makes me quite curious. I'm gonna be honest, I would say if you were to play this game yourself, definitely run with the boost. I think that just makes it more of a fun, silly experience that the game kind of already is. Because realistically, this one feels a lot more like you're playing it for the story. than especially the first one. The first one you're playing it a bit more because of the mechanics, and even though arguably this has better mechanics, which is kind of funny to say, but that's why I also think this one's actually quite good. I can't remember what it loses out on from not being part of the Souls version. Because I can't remember the Souls version very well. I remember the Souls version for the first game, I can't remember the Souls version for the second one. Like, what it actually did differently. Because I remember the 3 dungeons that are offered in the first one's thing. And missing out on those and Ragnarok as a weapon is really, really sad. Because to those that might not know, Ragnarok was a weapon in the first game that was literally deal damage, deal like really high damage and then gain a bonus based on your max health. So because you could max out all your stats by grinding those dungeons, you would go in with the max health and actually, I think I 3-turned the final boss, or 2-turned it. Like, genuinely. I just attacked it. I didn't even really cast spells. It was that obscene. Now, you can make an argument, isn't that kind of shit? It's like, yeah, depends on it. Wouldn't recommend that maybe for your first run, but yeah. It definitely had its charm when you played on later and went hardcore through those dungeons. Yeah, this boss fight was... the fact is, if you actually realize outside of Leon, and obviously the use of elixirs in a sense, I didn't heal through almost all of Pandemonium. Which is a insane thought on it, right? So that's an important kind of thing to kind of think about with that. Ru, by the way, what is HRU stand for? I don't know, but it's important to acknowledge that the point of this game is less at this stage to be a good game, but because it was innovative for its time and it pushed boundaries in ways that are impossibly large spanning, right? Feels strong, which with not that much grinding. Yeah, I think that's fine. How are you? I mean, I'm fine at the moment. I'm not too tired, and I'm not feeling ill anymore, which is good. Because, yeah, I was feeling ill a little last night with the stream, which is why we went to bed early. But, yeah. By the way means by the way. I do know what BTW means. I just didn't know what HRU was. I know some leet speak. To be fair, nobody knows it as leet speak anymore. I was there when cell phones were a thing. And I hated it every time when someone would send me a message that was like 5 or 6 acronyms just smashed in. I was terrible with, like, deciphering them. And I still know people that use them on a very frequent basis. But yeah, it's interesting though, because like I said, I still kinda remember this game, bits and pieces of it. Like, I remembered the ghosts thing at the end there, like, before it happened. I'm a little sad that I didn't 100% it, because we didn't actually get all the chests. I think we're missing like 2 or 3. Is what it is, right? But yeah, I'm trying to like think further. Because like, there are a few elements of the game that I feel like if you were to look at this properly and redo it, with a remaster, like, a remake, sorry, and a remaster, there would be some fat that would be trimmed. Is the thing, right? I shall unlurk to say meep. Meep to you too. Yeah. I don't think there's much else to really say on this game. I really enjoyed it though. I really enjoyed playing through it again. But it is kind of weird to think how like old these games are in a sense, right? River Toriyama, yeah. The end. Defeat the Emperor and restore peace to the world. Should make me cry for 2 days. That's fair. I definitely, when I heard about it, I did have a moment of sadness for that. Yeah. All right. To re-look, fair. A lug, to be precise. But yeah. Oh god. Now, I say this now, we're not starting Final Fantasy 3 during this marathon. We will be starting that next week, probably. Right? Because, yeah, sitting there right there. Right, I am going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're going to do a little funny thing, and then we're going to do some art. Well, I say a little funny thing. It might take like 2 hours. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'll be back in a bit. Ah, there we are. I have returned. Okay. So let's do a funny little tidbit exercise thing. Because we've been talking a lot about Final Fantasy, right? So I thought, why not do something a little fun with this? And all of the talking about it. Talking about what we would do different, what we might change, talking about games that are modern renditions of what some of these things ended up being. So if you give me a moment. I'll also switch the Twitch category. To reflect what we're going to be doing. Alright. So, I thought we talked about it when you started playing. Yeah, we've talked about it a few times, like today as well as previous times in the past. But I'm a game developer at heart. So now we've got a question to pose. Not 7. Get me a second to pull the question out. Because I have it somewhere. Let's play around with the idea of what would we do for a game design document, or a GDD, for a modern turn-based game. Based on what we've talked about. Looking at elements from these games, and we can just play around with the idea. This is just purely a brainstorming, fun little thing, because this helps people a lot with how to potentially approach this sort of part of the developing. Right? It's important to remember that when doing a game, it's best to just throw shit at a wall and see what sticks, and then scope down from there, get to a small scope, a reasonable scope, and then develop a game. We're not actually going to develop this, per se. Maybe if I really get passionate about it, but not likely. This is more just a plain, fun little exercise around that idea. So, let's put into our little list here of inspirations list. We've got Persona 5 Royale, and what was the other one? Star Rail, right? Those are our 2 key inspirations for this concept. I should probably, can I? Ooh, not like that. Make it a little larger so it's easier to read. Have I played Epic Battle Fantasy V? It's a great turn-based game with creature collector elements. I recognize the name. That's all I can say to it. I apologize. Okay. So, if we're brainstorming around these concepts, what makes these games fun and interesting for us? So, obviously, turn-based combat. Why is turn-based combat fun? It's strategic and leads. Okay, that's a short way of describing what does a turn-based combat offer us. Alright, strategic and leads to interesting plays. What's something that we also like from these two games? Well, personally, I would pull out the fact that I like the interact. There we go. Like how there are times a character hops into another's action to help. So with Persona, we have a few examples of this where it's like a character can go, hey, do you want me to finish off this character? There's also the Showtime ones, very flashy, cool things. Star Rail, I mean, half the mechanics are interacting with, in between characters. You've got supports that are very actively giving a passive buff to them. Then we also had like the follow-up attack build that we showed off in Star Rail this morning, where like they had that combo where you would use Fei Xiao's skill, she would then do a follow-up attack, then she would trigger March's follow-up attack, which would then trigger Fei Xiao's follow-up attack, and you would just get all of those attacks there. That was really, really cool. So that's something that I personally enjoy with a lot of these. Now, the question becomes, there are two types of turn. What are the two types? I mean, these two games are examples of those. Timed and strict. So, timed is like speed dictates how often they can take action. Strict is fastest takes priority. There we go. You enjoy this for a turn-based game, but I love weird classes like Dancer class and Clown class and Blue Mage and stuff. Feels like people only work within the archetypes given. I do like giving room for interpretation and weird, wacky synergies and stuff, so there's definitely an element of that we could discuss around it. Tired of only warrior slash white mage slash black mage slash rogue or thief kind of classes. Well, I mean, like, that's why I use red mage, right? It's like, arguably speaking, red mage isn't the correct thing all the time, but it's a great one in Final Fantasy 1. Because it offers a lot of utility and potency, but it means that you're actively losing out on a top-end, like, end-game effect. Which I'm fine with. It more than makes up for it in my eyes. But it's an element that should be considered. But yeah, so these are the two kind of core tenets for how a turn-based looks, right? Is a turn-based either has speed, like Star Rail, so a timed one, just Star Rail, where speed dictates how often they might take an action. The faster they are, the sooner that they'll get to do their action again in the prioritization queue. And then strict is kind of like the Final Fantasies we've played, as well as Persona, where it's, if your character is faster, they will take action first, but it's a round. It goes around all the characters once before it hits another character for the second time. You could take more than one action during that time, potentially, but it's specifically one thing per round. Red Mage is one of the coolest classes in Final Fantasy overall for that reason. Jack of all trades, master of none hybrid. There are a lot of balance philosophies you can design around with that thought. Like if you had a pure summoner, a hybrid summon/healer, summon a warrior, etc. Oh yeah, look, I entirely agree with that. That's something that we can look at in a little bit, talking around that a bit more dedicatedly. Because at this point, my prioritization is figuring out, what do we think of these? Alright. So this is an important point, because with this brainstorming, we know we want to do a turn-based game. We like inter-character interactions. But now we have the question, which do we want of these two? What do we like more? Do you like it when a character speed dictates how often they attack, or whether they attack first in the round? Because it's a difficult choice. Because if I pull up my thing so we can kind of draw around with this. Do that, to this, to this. There we go. So again, yeah, it's to visualize it a little bit more. So strict timing is you have, say, person 1, person 2, person 3 on this side, and then person 1 and person 2 here. Say they've all got a speed relative to their thing. Right, we got this. If this is their speed rating, so this is 1, so it's the highest, it literally means before this character can take another action, we need to bounce to this one, to bounce to this one, to bounce to this one, to bounce to this one. So turns will look like this, and then we start again. Do you know about the other Final Fantasies? So not hugely, no. Time could be for more, for maybe like boss battles or certain enemies. I feel like time is not terrible, but generic turn-based feels much more strategic, less mash of on best skill, if well balanced. So I actually understand where you're coming from with that. The problem I'll put forward though with that is if you create it so there's a discrepancy scenario like that, so bosses feel drastically different in architecture, not only are you creating a larger scoping problem because now you have to write both kinds of systems, but you also create a weirdness for the player. It can really create a jarring experience. Right? Each character is a bar that charges, it charges faster depending on their speed. That way the character with more speed goes first and more often. So that is timed. That is a version of timed. That's, in the loosest sense, that is how timed works. Star Rail makes it very clear by having it a queue system. But that's basically what Star Rail is. It's timed turn-based. Timed turn-based means it's still turn-based. Everyone takes their action and stuff like that. But the strictest form of a turn-based is literally there is turns, right? It's this person takes an action, then another person can take an action. With that style, potentially 2 people could make an action at the same time, which is not what we're wanting with a turn-based. Unless, like, some form of active synergy allows for that. But if we were to redraw the example for timed, let's just do that for now, so we make sure we have nice visual stuff for it. I'm gonna have to draw further over. So if we've got, say, let's how are we gonna do this? The action economy, yeah. Let's see. I think about Alta's character balance, but the more room for expression with more classes. Like if you had weaker but incredibly fast classes and slower nuclear classes. Yeah, well, I mean, I like that. That's kind of my point. That's why timed feels often really good. Fucking spoiler, by the way, I think timed's the better of the choice. Just putting my hand up on that. The action economy, or how much they can do per hit, and how many actions can occur per action, is where the fun comes in for these games for me. But the hardest part is balancing difficulty-wise. But if you could train speed, like in a game like Final Fantasy II, and to be about good apps. Oh yes, no. So that's something we'll talk about as well. But the problem with timed is you have to actually restrict times. Because you can't just give a character an infinite amount of speed, because the moment you do, nobody else can take a turn, right? But like, if we use an example here, so we'll just use kind of Star Rail as a point of call for this. So this character has a 110 speed, this character has a 90 speed, this character has a 50 speed, this character has a 200 speed, and this character has, I don't know, 100 speed. Okay, this character is going to take an action first, then this character will, 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 then I think this character does. And that's kind of like a general round, we could argue. Or something like that. So this character with significantly higher speed has now only taken one like additional action, potentially two. Again, it's very dependent on certain value architecture, depends on how you approach it. Point is though, is that this is kind of what we're talking about. So then it would like go to this character, then maybe this character again, then this character, then this character, then this character, then this character. Something like this, right? Encourages more archetype balance, in my opinion. So yeah, again, we'll come back to this point though here, just for the moment. What do we think, based on what we're seeing here, is the one that we like? I think objectively timed is probably the better one. Because it does lead to more expression of characters. So we can have a character that's speedy, and actually feels speedy, instead of just they take an action first every time. This is what I was saying about, like, technically speaking, in some regards, there is a middle ground here, and slightly off, where, Baldur's Gate 3 sits, where it's a bit more on the strict side, but there's a timed aspect as well. As well as the actions you take are a little bit more egregious in comparison. And not in a negative way, just poor wording. A lot more substantial actions can be taken. Positioning, preparations, all that sort of stuff is a bit more prevalent there. But we're mainly looking at just strictly this, which is kind of your, if we use our two main examples, this is Persona 5 Royale is this style, and then Honkai Star Rail is this. So I think we'll go with timed personally, because I feel that it's, like I said, it's a bit more expressive of what we can do, and it seems that it's kind of a bit of an agreeable point, as long as we play around it correctly, we design around it correctly. That's why we want to make sure we figure this decision out early on, because it means that if we want to change it later, we know how far back we need to go with our design space. So with this, there we go. Alright. Timed is better if you cannot specialize your training like Saga, Final Fantasy 2, but by stat ups and have a wide range of character classes and change options. Think like Final Fantasy 5. No one's done a sort of comprehensive. Okay. Timed is more engaging as a player. Yeah. I think it's more interesting. It also means that even if we have automation in it, so like autoplay, which you do want to have autoplay in some capacity, there is more interesting things we could do with that as well, in my opinion. Now, we've decided on timed for our thing. So now we have to decide on kind of general feeling of the game. What does this mean? This can be genre. That's not how you spell genre, I don't think. Is it? No, it's the... There. So this can be genre, this can be, characters. This can be world. Stuff like that. This can be a very loose part, but you want to have at least something down in this section before you go too far with your designs. Why? Because this could help dictate them. If we go with cyberpunk as a world kind of view, then that means we're going to probably have a bit more of a cyberpunk-ish way of approaching a turn base. There might be actions we call viruses, where it does something to the action chain. If we went with fantasy, we could have elemental effects maybe go on based on environment. All of a sudden now I've got an argument, oh, well, what about environment effects? Right? It also saying characters. Okay, well, when we say characters, does this mean the player characters or does this mean enemy characters? Does this mean we're going to have generic trash mobs, or is it always going to be an impactful character you're interacting with? Probably going to be the former a lot of the time, because realistically speaking, this is a game that you want to probably produce and actually make. So with that being the case, let's kind of think about it. So with genre and world type and characters on the stack of the ideas we're talking about, what would be an interesting one? So like we said, we have stuff like cyberpunk, sword and sorcery, steampunk. We'll just put that there for now, and etc. Just because there's so many options you have available to this. Because there's also an argument, are you playing, how many characters are you playing as? Right? Is this a multiplayer game? Probably not. I don't see how a multiplayer game is all that great with a timed turn-based architecture. I feel like that would cause a lot of problems and delays. So probably not multiplayer. So with that in mind, how many player characters? That goes into that as well. Often we see a number like 4 as the way of interacting with it all. That's probably the number we would go for. There's a reason why you normally want 4. I could go into that further, but we'll touch upon it in a bit. So, based on that, what are we feeling? What are we feeling today? Which one would we like to explore of a genre kind of style? Doesn't have to be one of the ones I've written there with the cyberpunk, sword and sorcery, and steampunk. What are we feeling? We could put it up for, like, a discussion quite easily. Any that we're feeling maybe especially more interested in, or feeling maybe that, like, it's a cool concept and not many people have explored it, stuff like that. These are the things you need to kind of think on. What do you feel passionate about? I know I'm definitely impartial to stuff like sci-fi and fantasy, because I always enjoyed those sorts of things. Definitely, like, slightly, like, not quite postmodern, but, like, pre-modern, history stories. So ones that are, like, around this kind of time frame that you're in, slightly, shifted, probably a little bit back, and then just a very different world. Alright, imagine this world, go back to, like, early 2000s or 90s easily, and add magic in. What does magic look like in that kind of world? That's a style I kind of enjoy. Do we want it strictly historic? Do we want to have no weirdness and it's very generic fantasy, but it's only swords, no sorcery? These are options that you consider. Where is... Low magic or high magic, right? I mean, those are options. There's different ways of approaching each of them, and both of them impact things very importantly. Oh my god, holy shit. Can I show something that's really funny? Quickly. I just saw this on Twitter, and I had a moment, and it's, let's chit chat, it's important. Mume. Fucking this. Thankfully, this picture is edited. I don't know why, but that just is very funny to me. That one person going, thankfully it's fucking edited. I don't think we should probably go with high magic. High magic is a dangerous game. I think we go with, like, mid or low range. That's probably the better one. If I was to make a game like this in the modern day, what would I do? What kind of thing? I like spells a lot in the NES Final Fantasy games, because you don't get many, and they feel really impactful. I mean, that's kind of why I actually liked Final Fantasy 2 there, is because while you got a lot of spells, in a sense, unlike previous things or other ones, it's, you don't get a lightning and then you get another lightning and then you get another lightning that's stronger, like stuff like that, where it scales up like that. You just got lightning and you could use it AoE or single target, and then you would level it up and it would get stronger. I think that's something we could possibly explore in some capacity as a skill improvement system. That would be interesting. But that goes to a bit of a later concept. So we're probably going with some form of magic, right? But like I said, low to mid is probably the safer bet for designing stuff. Because it means that we don't have to worry about hard fantasy rules. Hard fantasy ruling systems get quite complex and intense, and it means that we have to spend more time on the explanation. If you're interested in that, if you're passionate about that, that is not a bad thing in any capacity, but it is an acknowledgement you need to make. If you're more interested in world building and stuff, then hard magic would probably be better. So that's why I say low to mid. Mid is a term that is used, but it's not very commonly used. It's just kind of basically the like gobbledygook in between. That's why I'm saying low mid, because it means that we can go a little bit higher than what low allows for, but we can still never go too hard. So we've got some form of magic. Does this then mean that we do not want to do cyberpunk or steampunk as possible concepts around this? Because that's the beauty, is that we could still do those. And if you go, but no, you can't do that, I beg to differ with Star Rail. Star Rail is a mid-fantasy storyline, but it also has plenty of futuristic dystopia and stuff going on. It's very, very much some cyberpunk and very much some steampunk that we've seen. And that's actually some of the coolest parts of that, is that it has variety. We're not going to go that far though, because that one is a game as a service model, large spanning, and much, much bigger fucking budget than we will consider. We're going for a game that we can make as a single player experience that we will put out, and then that's it. Maybe release stuff later for it, whatever. But the point is, we make a story game. It's probably going to be primarily a story game. Or it could be a roguelike. We don't know at this stage. We will see. It's most likely we'll try and fit to some form of JRPG architecture though. So there will be that form of progression for characters and all that, so we'll keep that in mind. Cyberpunk could be used as a way of explaining the magic because, oh, it's science magic? Maybe. Sword and sorcery easily fits in, but it means that we're limited to, like, very historic architecture. Make an Undertale type game? Not with this. Well, I could, but not with this design thing. This is, again, this is a very brainstorming sort of thing that I thought would be a fun little exercise. Get everyone involved as well. I mean, it could be, unless you're meaning more like the Alice in Wonderland-esque nature of what Undertale kind of represents as its story style, which, again, that could work. Have a normal-ish person go into a fantasy setting, that could work, or get an isekai storyline. Right? Throw a character in the deep end, it means that we also have a good narrative way of explaining everything, which is something that a lot of stories fail to do, is they have to explain everything to you, but they don't narratively explain why they have to explain everything to you. Oh, you have to learn magic from the ground up. Why? Because you don't exist in, you never existed, magic didn't exist from the world you came from. Makes sense. So shall we do that? A low-mid fantasy story that's an isekai, basically. You know what? Fuck it. Why not? We're all fucking weebs. Make levels harder to grind. Okay, what does a level do then? Before you ask me to make them harder to grind, what does a level do? Because we haven't even figured out if there's levels in this game yet. You're getting ahead of yourself with the design. We gotta go, you gotta do this brick by brick, otherwise you're gonna have your house fall over. Alright. So, at this point in time, we have confirmed we've got a main character that got isekai'd in some capacity into this fantasy world. There we go. Gives you magic and experience to make you able to do upgrades. Okay, what's an upgrade? And why do I have to make it harder to get these upgrades? This is why, like, you're now having to go backwards from a design. Before we even know what we're actually doing. Because do we even have, like, again, we don't even know if we have levels yet. We don't even know how the combat plays. We know that it's timed, and we know that it's got fantasy elements to it, and potentially multi-character, potentially. That's all we know at this stage. So I get what you're trying to say, Shadow, but like that's why I'm like, I need to pull back a fair bit. Because that's very cart before horse scenario, right? So, we're going to definitely need a narrative/guide character. This is your character that's going to be taking you around the world. They'll probably be part of your playable team. Very important to have a character like this. It's either they're part of your team or they're with your team on a regular basis. You interact with them on a regular basis. I've found, based on games nowadays, the experience is better to have this as a playable character. Because then you can have them showing how to do things with your team. And that makes a little bit more sense that way. And then often as well, if we're going to look at very generic sort of character things, we would have the guide characters snarky friend. Right, we often have that character that comes along with the narrative or explanative character that's like slightly snarky, slightly sarcastic, maybe a bit mean, tsundere-esque. Alright, cool. So now we've got 3 characters. Do we want to stop at 3 characters for a playable team? Do we want to also lock it so you only ever have these characters and you can't trade them out? Well, that begs the question. While we're kind of designing this, we can think about what we talked earlier. Classes. So, our main character is likely to have options for this. So you have a form of diversity for things. We could use, and I hate that I'm about to use this, South Park Game is a great example point for this. South Park Game has technically, to an extent, every side character is a representative of a class, and then you, the player, can play those classes, but arguably better. Especially when it comes to the second one, the fractured but whole one. That I thought was actually a really good way of doing that, because it means that you can give a feel of a class before you see that class and actually have a choice to use that class. Now, we'd probably give the player the ability to swap classes, maybe not hot swap, but definitely swap, right? So now this begs the question, what do we kind of want with this? So we're definitely going to have some form of magic classes and physical classes. Okay. Now, obviously we can have some kind of mid-point ones as well. So, hybrid. Because, of course, we want to have some variety. Now, obviously, we don't want to go too far with some of these things, because in a realistic setting, what you'd actually want to do is once you kind of get a lot of these prototype, like this design kind of done, you'd then start prototyping the thing and going from there. So more like Persona than Final Fantasy? We don't know yet. We're definitely going to probably be character focused, and we're probably going to do story focus, but that's about all we know at this stage, right? Again, we're not saying that this is the limit of the classes, we're saying that these are the 3 types of classes we will definitely do. So from this we could go magic, we could have pyromancer as potentially an option, we could have mage as an option instead, where it's like this one's more offensive magic, sorcerer, which is more utility magics, stuff like this. These are the ways we could look at that. Or, no, it's all good. Again, it's important to ask that kind of question. So now we got a way of going through it and talking on that sort of matter. We could also, we could just have it as very loose concepts, where it is just you do magic, you do physical, or you could do both. And then we make it kind of based off that. But it's probably better to have a bit of a diverser portfolio for the classes. So as an example with physical, we would probably have sword and shield, big sword, bow, knives, like as a short thing for that. Maybe we would also have bare hand. So like maybe help explain kind of that sort of philosophy there. So with that being the case, how would these sorts of classes interact? So if we go back to this and don't save. Okay, well let's think about it then. So if I have, say, a party of just 3 characters, one of them is going to probably be some form of dedicated healer / sustain. Right? Because I feel like it would be dangerous not to. Potentially you could go without it, but we'll say that, arguably speaking, this is kind of the generic expectation. Okay, then we're probably going to have some form of one of 2 things probably here. Either an amplifier or a sub-carry. This is actually very generic. This is kind of how you would do a lot of that sort of stuff. You'd often have one of those there. And then you'd likely have your main carry. Now, we're not also saying at any point one of these is the main character. We've just said these are the things that you want. It's most likely most people are going to play with the main character as the main carry. But we're not going to strictly say that. So, let's also kind of delve into what a healer and sustainer might be. So, a healer and sustainer could be healing players. It could be shielding players. Or it could be aggro game. I know that's underneath the thing there. Let's move that. So these are 3 ways that you have a character that heals and sustains for a party. One that's healing the team actively, one that's shielding the team, so it's a health bar over the top of yours normally, and then you've got aggro ones, which means that it's going to be like a tank, right? It's, I get the aggro, enemies come to me. They're prioritizing me more, which means that everyone else, by extra margin, is safer. Okay, so then let's go into what an amplifier is. An amplifier is actually fairly easy to explain. It's someone that would then, therefore, improve the power of your main carry. A sub-carry is a carry that is slightly weaker and probably has some diversity options. Kind of like your red mage, right? Jack of all trades, master of none. They might have some more options. They maybe also have a bit of soft bit of sustain healing. Cool. So then potentially you could actually trade out your healer sustain for a sub-carry kind of red mage, and then that means you're a much more aggressive build. The thing is, if we're wanting to have inter-character actions, having only 3 characters is probably quite limiting, because it means that it's either these two coordinate, these two coordinate, or these two coordinate. That gives us 3 coordinations. That's it. Whereas if we had, say, 4 characters, this becomes coordination here, coordination here, coordination here. So we've already hit the same amount as the previous. Coordination here, coordination here, and coordination here. So now we have doubled the amount of coordinations that we can have. So 6 potential options. This is why it starts getting good. The problem is, the moment you add a 5th character, it starts really getting intense, because then you have basically each character interacts with 4 other characters in some capacity, and then this character has to interact with this one and interact with this one. This one has to interact with this one and interact with this one. And this one has to interact with this one and this one and this one here. And then this one's already interacting with this, but it's not interacting with that. And it also needs to interact with this one. And then this interacts here. And now I've basically created a mess that's, I think, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-ish, I think, interactions off the top of my head. It's 12 or something like that. It gets kind of difficult. We could still do this, though. Do we think that's a good design decision? That's overscoping, probably. We can probably aim for 4 as a reasonable amount of characters as your maximum team size for now. As a safe bet. So, we will go with 4 total in a team at a time. Cool. It's also easier to track only 4 characters as well, right? That's another point to be made. Okay, so now that we've got general ideas of all this stuff, now we need to think about how does weapons work? Weapons, and how does spells work? So, weapon is probably going to be locked to the class, right? Especially if we're going to have multiple classes, we're probably going to have a strictness to this. We could also just not have a weapon. We could again take a look at Star Rail. Star Rail has relics that you equip to a character that amplify them, and then they also have their light cone. That is it. They don't have the weapon in hand. However, technically speaking, light cone is their weapon in hand. You could argue that. So we'll go with that as a point of call. So let's go further into equipment. So you're probably going to have weapon in hand. So ironically enough, Final Fantasy XIV might be actually closer to how it approaches, where it's a class has a weapon, and that could be the sword and shield, the whatever, the fucking gun, the whatever, right? That idea. Okay, so we have a weapon, then we have armor. So this might be further going into that. Chest, head, feet, stuff like that, right? Cool. So we get an idea. This is kind of how we do equipment. That's probably going to have forms of rarity. 'Rarity. 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 ' So we're going to have forms of rarity, and then they're also going to probably have substats or sub-effects. Cool, okay, we're getting there. How far do we want to go with equipment? How impactful do we think it should be? There probably should be some synergies. With it, so maybe just as simple as like the basic level of what Diablo does. Cool, okay, we'll keep that in mind. Okay, so then we move on from that to look at spells. Specifically. Spells are going to probably be locked to only a set amount because we probably don't want to give you choice paralysis. So we will have limited on a character and then based on class. Now, we could make it so you strictly only get certain spells on that class, or we could make it so you could choose. I would say that maybe an argument to be having like a total, total library. Then, you can select from that. So that does give us some balance options. We could put it so it's an argument of like, oh, you're playing a paladin, so you can only use holy spells if we have elements behind it, which we probably would. Cool, okay, so now we've got a really solid actual design philosophy here. Now again, I want to stress, by now you should have been making a prototype if you're making this kind of game, if you want to really effectively go for it. Basically, the moment we got to here, you would be making a prototype. So let's just put in here in like italics. Would be making a prototype here. This is very beneficial to keep in mind with this. And I'll also add in that statement there of one of each class character. So that means that we do have that argument of you'll always have a thing, right? You'll always have a visual way and you can trade in people and out of your team. Awesome. So this becomes the question of then, if this is kind of how the combat system works. So again, you should really have focused on the combat system. I'm just gonna write here in italics again. You'd have finished probably your core combat prototyping, so you would have an idea of what. Let's just put in a little thing here. Would have a bit idea of how basic enemies work, turn order, stats, and it's basic stats, choices, and from there you'd go further into that. I'm not going to go too into depth for this because again this is just an exercise to kind of talk about this factor and like what you would do in these cases. We've already gone fairly in depth with a lot of things, so going into depth with these is just unnecessary because at that point in time we are actually making a real GDD. I'm not doing that because then I would want to make the game. And I have a long enough list for that of games I'd like to make before this. Okay, so now that we've got into combat prototyping, then we would see how to nav. So what this means is how would you navigate the world that you're in? How do you get into combats? So on and so forth. The likelihood is a 3D world, third person. Combats are visible encounters if attacked before start with advantage. Sort of thing like that. Cool. So from this, we now have how we would navigate the world, a rough idea of what the world would be, and how the combat would play. From here, you would further develop these things. And you'd figure out how you want things to go. This is when you'd make a decision. Do you want jumping to be a mechanic? Do you want sprinting to be a mechanic? Do you want navigation tech things to be a mechanic? Would you want to give the player something like what Star Rail has with techniques, where it's something you can use before a fight or to initiate a fight? That's when you'd make these sorts of decisions and go further into that. That's going really, really in-depth with the characters, you'd see, right? With a taunt character, say a sword and shield, maybe you would basically raise up your shield above you, and enemies nearby get immediately brought into combat, and have a prioritization to hit the person with the sword and shield. Maybe if you're a mage, you could cast like a fireball of some kind, and it would hit the target, send you into the combat, and it would set them on fire to begin with. Now we have some stuff like that. We've got cool ideas. From there, you also know that we've got DOTs in the game. We've got these. These are important to kind of acknowledge. Then from this point onwards, that's when you would start probably best writing out pretty clearly what you actually want with your story, further developing the characters, and start crafting your world space in an idea, like in probably a drawing or two, to figure out actually how your world would look. How big do you want it? Probably try and keep it to some core areas, a couple of dungeons or something like that, and then from there you'd develop exactly what your major story is. I hope this kind of makes sense, and I hope this kind of hopefully shows how non-scary game design docs are, and how it's best to, like, what to look at when you're doing it, to not look at the wrong things. Because that's the other thing at the end of the day, is that, like I said with Shadow, for example, it's like, immediately the question of make levels harder to grind. Okay, but now you need to, the problem you've got with that argument is that you actually need to draw a comparison with that. Make levels harder to grind. Okay, what are levels? It's like, oh, well, you could have actually made the immediate statement on that one of, so I'm kind of meaning like what we had with Final Fantasy. You had the levels there, I want to see those, but I would prefer to have them a little bit more difficult to grind. Then I would have immediately left you alone. But you didn't. You said a thing, you didn't explain the thing, and because of that it required explanation. So I just basically poked you with questions. And I would keep poking with questions under most situations until I got to a point where it was clear that they may not have realized that's what's happening, and I go, okay, let's bring this back. What is the comparison point from? What are you envisioning? Because that's what you need to actually do. You need to figure out what you're envisioning with that concept. Because that's how you actually brainstorm. You put the envisioned idea onto paper however you can. With that being a drawing, with that being a blurt of words, or a very intensely structured document. Any way is valid. You are not found in any way not valid for how you approach brainstorming. If you're in a professional setting, you do have to make a little bit of compromise with how you do brainstorming. However, depending on that professional setting, that also might impact it as well. There will probably be some forms of expectations, but if you're in a brainstorming session for story stuff and you're not doing a storyboard, then you've probably got something wrong, right? But from this, we have 2 pages of a document that we tossed together in about an hour and a half-ish, and we've gone through some pretty intense decisions. From this, you can actually realize this is a game concept if you had the assets for, or just don't worry about the assets and had a team especially, say 5 people, you could actually make this within a week. Very easily. And everyone knows what to expect from it. Because that's the other thing you need to realize, is that if you have a team working on it, even if you're not a team, if you're on your own, it's still good to have this, but it's a core place to come back to know what something means. Oh, this is this is that. You actually hear often me complaining about how something's in one set of my notes and not in another. That is a bad habit that I have. That's because I'm very used to people being incompetent and me just better off having some details separated and on my own. So that's important to kind of acknowledge that. I hope I have not overloaded everyone with this, by the way. I know this can be quite scary and daunting, but that's why I'm trying to say this is a lot simpler to get into than you might think. So, with that being the case, I'm going to toss that to the side and close that. So yeah, that's a little practice thing. And it's also really good sometimes to just do something like that, play around with an idea, even if it doesn't get to the prototyping phase. Because it means that you're thinking about things. And that's great. Be creative, be thinking. If you're not thinking, you're dead. Why did I open that? God damn it. This is what I wanted to open. To be fair, I'm doing a lot of not thinking at the moment, so, you know. Okay. So we're going to be working on the Neuroswarm stuff now. I said I would, and I do want to get this, a few of them done tonight, and then have it all done by the end of tomorrow. Would be the best case scenario. I'm going to go fix myself some food, because I haven't eaten since that meal I had earlier. So I will be back shortly. Alright, food's in Nuka. It'll be ready shortly. Cool, there we go. Oh, that's my food. Alright. Leak back. There we go. Toaster Warmick, though, I like that. It's kind of a Toaster Warmick. What this upstanding young burb needs is a single straight pixel. No. I'm not that awful. Rigged. How about you rig this? I don't know. I know where I was going with that one. I apologize. I was gonna go with a rig these nuts, but like, I don't know. I just kind of fell out of the joke. That could have easily been a VTuber pun. Honestly, that would have been smart. But I'm not capable of doing smart humor at this late stage of the fucking, the day. There we go. You're still smarter than me, though, so you ain't allowed to call yourself dumb. Madge. I refuse to accept this. You cannot convince me of that. There we go. You've seen my shenanigans. To be fair, yeah, I have seen your shenanigans, What am I doing? I hate myself. I've made this way more complicated than I need it to. There we go. Alright, I mean, I've got to be up there in the wow, that's a fucking weirdo tier list chatters. Not hard to be up in the list, but yeah. Voice command thing while driving, becoming an IKEA. Yeah. Yes. Skip that one. Yeah, no, I remember that. Hentai, and you explain great detail what the omelet one was. Oh, Jesus, yeah! I forgot that I explained that on stream. Oh, I don't want to be reminded of that one. That was an interesting hentai. You have to remember, I remember the hentai, I didn't remember the stream. Yeah. Good lord. Some of the things I've talked about on stream, man. What happened to all the old crowd anyway? I mean, people go in and out of watching, right? Some people find other channels that they want to watch. Some people don't get out of what they want, right? Roger turns up from time to time. Faithful also turns up from time to time, right? But yeah, no, I mean, Roger turned up earlier today. Faithful turned up... I felt like she turned up either this week or last week. It's again, like, it's... If the person has time and if I happen to be streaming, it makes sense that they pop by. Otherwise, yeah, it is what it is. Life is life. Everyone has lives to live outside of the stream, surprisingly. Same as I. It's a joke for me, honestly, but hey. Constantly changing forms. Shit, ditto? Alright, there we go. Possibly. Yeah. Never know. Never know. So I responded to a message that was sent 5 hours ago just then. How do I make, like, would it be possible to make a layer reference a thing like this? I wonder. Oh, you can actually make like a straight up reference layer? Oh, that's actually useful. Okay, that's not what I want, but that's good to know in the future. Hmm. I wish I knew how to rig this up better. Okay. There we go. Okay, is there anything else that I'm thinking of that needs to be done with the ATST? Other than, I'd like to clean it up more, but I'm kind of getting to a point where I don't know what else I can do to it. That means it brings it up to quality. Or in the necessary quality I would like. Hmm. Alright. Hmm. Let's see. Oops. Da, 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 da. Okay, there we go. There we go. Alrighty. Alright, there we go. That looks a bit better. Sorry, I'm being very quiet. I'm ultra focusy and wanting to make sure I get this right. Dude, how is it only 3 PM? Holy shit. It's not even evening yet. It's like afternoon. It's a 3 in the arvo, as they say. Good lad. It's alright. What's alright? Nothing's alright. Nothing will ever be alright ever again. How dare you? Quite a bold claim to say it is alright. That you are silent and focused? No, it's never alright. Man, I wish I remember how to do skeleton rigging stuff. I've seen it, I've never fully done it myself. But it'd be so nice, because I'm pretty sure you can kinda do it. It's related to, like, pathway network points. I think you can do some of the prep inside of, A-Sprite, but I'm not sure how to. I gotta look into a lot of the, like, technique stuff you can do with A-Sprite, because you can do some amazing stuff. Make this the MC. Imagine this dude being a main character. I could see a story about it. Old Warbot. Or something. Alright, now to do the painful part of stuff. There we go. Like Stray, for example. Oh, the little bot in that. Yeah, I can see that. There we go. There we go. What app is that? Sprite. That's what I tend to do most of my art and asset stuff in. There we go. That looks significantly nicer like that. Okay. Now I need to probably do a touch up to the legs, which is going to be annoying because I'm going to have to do that individualized. So much non-copy pastable. Man, it's kind of a soft bit of it already done to the legs, so I could probably get away with not. Probably best to do so though. Especially if we're making this a public asset. So people can use it and hopefully it'll be successful for them. Alright, there we go. So we'll get the legs shading and then we're going to leave it at that. No more on this. Because the longer I spend on this, the less time I get to spend on any of the others. And I want to at least get one other one done. So I might... What other one do I want to get done then? That's the wrong one to open. It's this one. I'll leave the dog for now. Probably just one of these fellas, because they're going to be super easy to do. Yeah, it would just probably be one of the little drones, because it's gonna... The benefit of the drones is the fact that, like, I can make them, and then I don't need to do jack shit after that. Alright, there we go. Sorry, I needed to respond to something. I hate that at the moment this is just basically on permanent sleep mode for some reason. So I'm not actually seeing when I'm getting messages. Alright, okay. How visible is that? Kind of, actually. Expected. Okay. Oh yeah, the difference is so big. Fuck. There we go. Yes, hello, Shadow. Here we go. Getting there, getting there. Almost done with this leg stuff. and then we have to do the other legs because I do not like myself, apparently. I want to find the way to make as much work for myself as possible. Okay. And then there we go. Now for the really annoying part that I have to do now. Gotta just keep going through and doing the color correction. place, and then let's get color correction going. Okay, oh boy, this is an ordeal. Cool, that looks significantly better. Oh, alright. Now I need to do that to the other two. Set of things, which is not as bad for the blinking, because that's just a very copy and paste method. It's more the other one's going to be the issue. Can I say that again? Oh, you want to say the walk animation? I think the last bit could possibly have the pods fit a bit better moving. Yeah, it's the pods. It's the arms. Uh... The problem with, so in a sense, Muffin, if you want it to bob on both steps, it's going to just look rickety. And I can tell you that with certainty because I've done that before, and it comes out nowhere near as well as it may seem. With the movement of the pods, so the pods now move with it properly, it does fit already a lot better. So it's feeling less galloping. Because like, if you kind of think about it, so it would be impact frame. So down. And... so douche. Douche. So it's when the foot looks like that, which is also, yeah. So that. Two would have to be down. Three. There. So it would need to go down there, up, down, up. Because technically it's an uneven step rotation. Which is how I can drag the foot. I guess I imagine these sorts of walker mechs to be very clunky and mechanical and very stable to the ground. Well, I mean, in a sense, that's kind of what this is. If you've actually looked at an AET-AT, it wobbles, is the other aspect that you need to kind of consider with it. It wobbles side to side. While I'm not simulating a wobble here, it is simulating irregularity. How do you spell that? So it's ATST, actually, is the walker mechs in Star Wars that we're using as reference point. ATST. Those are the two, the bipedal walkers. And yes, I do know this stuff off the top of my head. I am a nerd. The correct thing to do, actually, if we're being more intense about it, is to actually have double the walk frame and then create the irregularity equalized to the other side so it creates a wobbly effect like that. That would be the correct thing to do. So I'd have to double the length of the walk. Yeah, I could do that. That could work. Let's have a little look. Were you... I mean, that's a bit more rigid than it normally is, but yeah, basically that idea. So you can see how it bobs side to side to do the walk, so it's a bit loppy. That's what the idea was with this, except I've will agree. I think I've missed a little bit. It feels like it's limping. That's what it's doing. The problem is in restricted frames, this is a consideration you have to do. Both are moving at once. Yes and no. So this is a weird bit. So technically speaking, 1, 2. Let's see. What's a better example? Let's see. So back leg has hit the ground. Back leg is still on the ground. Back leg is leaving the ground. While it's technically the leg is moving in between these two frames, the second leg is only readjusting, which is still what the other one's doing. Think of it best with, yeah. So it's, in a sense, they're not moving at the same time. This is the closest you get where the back leg is lifting up a little bit and the front leg is coming down at that same moment. Like, kind of, it's very difficult, but you have to imagine this with forward momentum is necessary. That's why I say it looks like it's limping, if anything. Now for the painful part. So I now need to do shading to those those legs on the idol. Hmm. Alright. Um, how am I going to approach this? Okay, I only need to do 2. I mean, technically I only need to do half of 2. Because I only need to do from this point onwards. But, you know. Oh god, I'm hating this, but I love it. Alright. God, I apologize for going super focus mode. Absolute quiet while I think. This is why you're seeing now why I tend to do finicky art stuff like this off stream, especially when I'm on the tighter side, right? When we've finished up with this one, I am gonna take a short break to either play something or make a fucking magic deck. I don't know which yet. I'm somewhat distracted anyway. I mean, that's fair. Get the background music then, it's fine. Yeah, we'll go with that. Alright. So that's the idle bob and the walks done. The blink is just an animation in case someone wants it. Because you never know, maybe they want to make an extended walk cycle animation and they want to have blinking in there. Maybe they want to have that inverse bobbing that I suggested about. And all that, which is stuff that like I said, I could make the extended walk animation. That wouldn't be the issue. The issue is that, like, the amount of work necessary for it and how easy it would be for the user to do is probably just easy enough to leave it to the user if they choose to do it, if they feel that it's necessary. Alright. Which one is dead? Should have waited? Nah, we're finishing up on that for now, so I at least can have a look-see before I really commit to anything. Because I do have one commander deck that I want to make, and it's really stupid. Flying at the beginning of your end step, you may exile an enchantment card from your graveyard. If you do, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. I mean, it's not bad. It's definitely not incredible though. Right. I mean, it's a 2-mana, 2/1 sack enchantments. I feel like if you're going for that, you just go for that other chick that brings them the enchantments back as zombies, no? Doesn't have to be about the commander all the time. Well, I agree with you. The commander should definitely supplement what you're trying to do. Give you a win condition or enhance the tasks that you're trying to do. That's why I say the commander you should really go for if you're kind of wanting to do stupid shit like that. Is this one. Which is also cheap as fuck. But it also gives you access to green and white. And is just a genuinely better card and more enjoyable to play. Because this one's other enchantments you control have, enchantment creatures, have menace. When you enter the battlefield or attack, exile up to one target non-aura enchantment card from your graveyard, create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 3/3 black zombie in addition to its other types. Pillar Tombs of Aku. Was that in the list of this one? Cause it'd be easier if it was just somewhere I could see quickly. I don't want to search, but I'm probably gonna have to search, aren't I? Yeah, alright, that's fine. Alright. Pillar Tombs of Aku card. During each player's upkeep, player sacrifices a creature, or that player loses 5 life, and you bury Pillar. I'm assuming that means it goes into the graveyard. Enchant World. I mean, how do you sack enough enchantments for that? You're gonna have to do a lot of sacrifice enchantment looping. 2/2 black zombie creature token. Because, like, the theory of that in my head is that you're trying to flood the board with both of those. Right? Yeah, like, you're definitely trying to flood the board with tokens and creatures. But at the cost of a lot of enchantments. I'm just, like, sitting here going, like, I just see so many better ways of playing this deck, and for no, like, bigger expense, right? It's just because it's also mono black that, like, it really puts a lot of restrictions on interesting things. I mean, you'd definitely be reliant on some of these Liliana planeswalkers. Yeah, I could see how to kind of make the deck, but I just think it would be such a linear game plan. That's my problem with, like, looking at that card. Like, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's great. I think it's playable, and it's just kind of like... Think of it like, Even Shaman in Hearthstone. Even Shaman is the best definition of... I mean, the fact is, it is one of the most bot-played decks out there. And that's because you can kind of just play whatever card you've got in hand, if it's playable, and you just do that. You press the buttons, you play the cards, and you just hit phase. And that's kind of what that one feels like. And it means you can get, like, really easily pushed out of the game, but, like, if they don't push you out the game, you've overwhelmed the one. That was, I guess that's kind of the thing that I'm seeing with it. Yeah. That's why I say, like, it's not that it's bad, it's that it's just, yeah, that. But no, I have a terrible deck idea. And terrible in, like, both a design way and a fucking... Like everything about it is just a bad idea. Now I need to remind myself what the fucking name of this card is, because it's not, like, an obvious card at all. So, do you know of this card here? Have you ever seen this card? Because I'm gonna say probably not. Can you read it? Sure. So it is a 5 mana and 1 blue. Tomorrow, Azami's Familiar. Legendary creature spirit with 1/5 for stats. If you would draw a card, look at the top 3 cards of your library instead. Put one of those cards into your hand and the rest into the bottom of your library in any order. Grenzo Dungeon Warden. It's a very strange thing. Because you know what's really funny about it if you think about this card. There's a couple of card synergies that would not exist anywhere else. And it's some of the strangest stuff. So this is a card I actually came across the other day in a game, one of the games I had with at the local store. There is this card called, it's Fairies Puzzle Box. Now, do you know what this means? So, let's read this card again. If you would draw a card, look at the top 3 cards of your library instead, put one of those cards into your hand, and then the rest in the bottom of your library in any order. Teferi's Puzzle Box is at the beginning of each player's draw step. That player puts the cards in their hand in any order. Puts the cards in their hand at the bottom of their library in any order, and then draws that many cards. But that's the thing. We don't draw cards with this dude. So what ends up happening is, instead of, per se, if we have like 5 cards in hand, we're not drawing 5, we're looking at the top 3 cards of our library 5 times. We're looking at 15 cards and picking the best of those. That's about 15% of our library. Isn't it? Huh. Now, while this could be good and bad, it's a very mixed bag for the players, this is really good for us. Because that means we can pick, theoretically, some of the best cards of 15 cards. Or whatever many cards. That becomes really strange, right? Now, there's another card that exists that could go into this. And this is a card that I'm guaranteed you've probably never seen. So this is an enchantment. And this is a really fun one, but a really fucking bad card. Alright, how this one works. Players play with their hands revealed. If a player would draw a card, he or she reveals it instead, then any other player may pay 2 life if a player does put that card into its owner's graveyard. Otherwise, the player draws a card. Now here's a question for you. Do you know what happens in this situation? There's a very key wording on some of this that makes this really funny. If a player would draw a card, the same text as what tomorrow has. If you would draw a card, which means this queues up. The thing is, it nullifies the next one. If, for say, you use tomorrow first, which means everyone plays with their hand revealed, and other people can stop other people from getting cards, but not you. You don't draw anymore. No, you put the card into your hand. You do not draw the card. So this becomes a hell of a politics game, doesn't it? Then there is a card that we could add that is a real big power card. Now, I want to mention, thanks to Commander's Quarters for even giving me this idea. A lot of this comes from them. I've looked up some stuff around it, and I want to do some of it myself. So here's a card called Possessed Portal. They can't stop you, of course. Nice. Yeah, that's the best part. So here's an 8 mana artifact that is absolutely garbage most of the time. But this one is really, really fun. If a player would draw a card, their player skips their draw instead. Then, at the end of each turn, each player sacrifices a permanent unless he or she discards a card from her hand. This card needs to now be removed, because now everyone has to remove this or remove you from the game, because they can't draw. They can tutor, they could mill, they can't draw. So, now I'm going to try and make a deck with this. It's a mono blue is an issue, but I immediately thought of this card as well, and I just saw it over there. Windfall! Windfall's a really good card with all of this, because each player discards their hand, then draws cards equal to the greatest number of cards a player discarded this way. You know what's really, really funny? Is, at least with the Commander, that is a potential lot of cards you have a look at. Then on top of that, with Possessed Portal, I just nuked everyone else's hand. They're now out of cards, out of ways to think. They don't have something on board to remove Possessed Portal, they lose. Because now I am free to just kill them. Like, I'm free to get my cards and they can't get theirs. Long-term plans actually might not be a bad one, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, at the beginning of each player's draw step, they draw a card. This might not be a bad one either. It's a 2 mana, cheap one, and it's really good on me. Your maximum hand size is 20. Whenever you attack with 2 or more creatures, this is the win con one, right? Put it at 2 or more creatures, 1/1 counter on this, and draw a card. Whenever the attacks, you win the game if you have 20 or more counters on it, or you have 20 or more cards in hand. It's not actually that great, I'm not gonna lie. Jace's Archivist. Each player discards his or her hand, then draws cards equal to the greatest number of cards that was discarded this way. I'm taking that, because that's another way of nuking a hand. Brainstorm sounds really nice. If you have exactly 13 cards in your hand, you win the game. You would draw a card while your library has no cards in it, you win the game instead. This has a lot of those sorts of, like, you win the game from those effects card, huh? Sapphire Medallion should probably go in here. It's just a very good card. Arcane Denial sounds really nice. Ace's Oracle's probably a worthwhile addition. Oh, cause Sphinx. If I was to go for the draw win cons, then I 100% put that Sphinx in there. But I don't think I go for the draw win con. I think I go for the lockout win con. Because it's really easy to do. As an additional cost to cast blue permanents, you may put 2 life. Those spells cost 1 blue less to cast. If you paid life this way, this effect reduces only the amount of blue mana you pay. Whenever you cast a blue permanent spell, drop. Eh. So your control count as a spell, you may draw a card. That's another way of locking people out. Oh, this deck really wants to go for the, like, you win the game when you have an empty library, huh? I mean, I could do that. It would be such a toxic deck if I do, though. Right? Right, until the end of turn, whenever a player taps an island for mana, that player gains an additional 1. Tick. When into the battlefield, you may change the target of target instance or sorcery spell with a single target to this. Yeah. Enters the battlefield, return target instance or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. That's tempting, but... Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, you draw a card. Tempting. Okay. Body of knowledge. No makes the. We just draw that many cards. That could be not a bad one. If you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, draw a card. Exile and return it into the thing. Activate only as a sorcery, and if you have 7 or more cards in hand. And then it gets this one, right? Which is draw cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. You have no maximum hand size for as long as you control this. Return all non-Phyrexian creatures to their owner's hands. You may cast any number of spells from your hand. So what broken things have you added? Okay, tell me something. What do you think of this card here? Possessed Portal. It's 8 mana, mind you, but... sounds pretty good, right? If a player would draw a card, their player skips their draw instead. So it's anti-gaming. You know what's so great about this? So it says, like, if a player would draw a card, their player skips the draw instead, and then at the end of the turn, they have to sack a permanent, unless they discard a card from their hand. What's really funny is think about that if I then play Windfall. So boring for everyone? No, it's even better. It's a win con. Because what happens if I play Windfall? Each player discards their hand, then draws cards equal to. They can't draw. Well done. If I complete this combo, unless you have a way of getting artifact destruction from what's available in front of you, you're fucked. Enjoy. Gonna get so much hate if you play this deck. Oh, yes. Especially knowing that we're slowly adding in win cons of if I deck myself out, I win. Yeah, you keep looking for stuff? Yeah, that's the best part. I can keep drawing. No one else can. And that means they have nothing in hand. Whatever is in their board or what might be in the thing, you're done. Casual players found Narset, Days Undoing. So I really, really like the idea of this deck. It sounds very funny to me. Because it is the definition of a deck where I just say, go fuck yourself. And it's great because it's gonna be one of those things where the players are just gonna concede. They would get you punched in the face. Oh, undoubtedly! There's a reason why I'm kind of glad it's expensive. Because I would build this otherwise. That I mentioned the other day? Yes, Muffin, it is a little like that. That just kills all lands and locks everyone out of playing the game. It's literally, unless you have an answer from, like, activatable from your graveyard or activatable on the board, you've lost. Unless you can somehow kill me on board, and there's going to be guaranteed ways to counteract that, right? So then I am, and it's literally a situation of they can't do anything, especially if they've not got lands or anything in front of them. They've got nothing there. If I can somehow board wipe them at this point, then I can just go, cool, I win the game because I can just wait till I deck myself out. Have fun, everybody. So let's make this as fucking unbearably toxic as possible. Because that's the best part, right, as well, is unless I'm in a situation where I cannot get the mana for my commander, if I get Possessed Portal down, I'm fine. Right? Because I just need to get my commander out at that point. And if I've got enough for 8 mana, there's a good chance I've got enough to bring out tomorrow. And that's the silliest part about this, is that there is so many ways I can just win. Depends on what people have to do, I suppose. I mean, it's the simple thing of it's what's in their board and what's in their hands when I'm activating this kind of combo, right? Do they have an instance to block me? Sure. If they've got a counter spell or something, go right ahead. There's no issue there. If they've got a strong enough board to just kill me anyway, they're there anyway. But it's the fact that I just lock them out of the game is so funny to me. They also have an alternative draw effect. I don't think there's actually that many. That's the best part. That's actually genuinely the funniest part, is there's so few alternative deck things, or like alternative to drawing effects, that this is guaranteed to fucking destroy them. Because it's so funny as well, because the few that there are designed to get to the other person's draws. I don't draw. Joke's on you, they don't cast things from their hand, they just cast them from the second hand graveyard. That's my point. Unless they've got something to bring out of their graveyard or something on the board, they're locked out the game. And I'm gonna be honest, at that point in time, they should just concede. If they do not have those things, and if no one else at the table can say, I can get rid of it, they've lost. And that's just straight up it. And that's why I kind of want to... I'm sad because it's only mono blue, and I don't think mono blue has graveyard destruction. So yeah, unless they can somehow do something. And the best part is they can't maintain cards in hand as well with the Possessed Portal. Because at the end of the turn, unless they're going to sacrifice permanents, they lose the cards. It's so fun. What about a blue-black's Planeswalker? Well, no, I can't. That's the point. This deck only works if this is the commander, because it's the only way I can guarantee it coming out. There's honestly a good amount of artifact ones if you're looking for them. Might consider. Yeah, no, it's a mono blue deck. That is the weakness of this, is I have to be locked to mono blue. Unlicensed Hearse. Okay, I'll have a look in a sec. Because I do want to just put in the last couple of cards here. We definitely want to put in this fella, because that's draw 7 at the end step, and everyone's max hand size is less than 7. Or is reduced by 7, so it means that nobody has a hand size. I do definitely want Burnished Heart. Because again, we want ways to get shit out of our deck as we possible. Just playing Reliquary Tower? Exactly. That'd be fine. But yeah. I do have Leveler as a funny card that I could play. So, Leveler is 5 mana, 10/10. It's behind my head right now. When Leveler comes into play, remove your library from the game. Not saying you really need it, but if you want to add it, there's an amount. I mean, I'm probably going to add a little bit, because it'd be good to have a little bit of way of blocking out players. I mean, I'm also going to add a shitload of counter spells to this, right? I need draw and counter spells, and that's basically all I need. Nobody can play the game, and I can only just win the game. As long as fucking Platinum Angel doesn't come out somehow, I'm fine. To be fair, one of my friends plays a lot of Platinum Angel, and I genuinely hate it. Oh my god, what is this card here? Fate Spinner. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, that player chooses draw step, main phase, or combat phase. The player skips each instance of the chosen step or phase this turn. That sounds so fucking awful to play. I want to add that just because of how irritating it will be. Because you know so many people are going to just say, skip the fucking combat phase. With Smothering Tithe, so that is when they draw a card. So I was reading some of the stuff around this. It's when they draw a card, it means that the draw card event needs to be occurring. So I believe if a player would draw a card, so it's not when, it's would, and that means this triggers first, so they don't draw the card. So nor does the draw card event occur, so I think Tithe doesn't work. Because it's when the event is occurring. It's why it says when, right? When the card is being drawn. This is would be if the card is getting drawn. I know, semantics, it's weird, but it makes sense if you think about it like that. Scourge fleets just ruin everyone's hands. This might be actually not a bad card if I'm going for one of the, like, final, one-bang plays. Enters the battlefield, draw X cards. Whenever you cast a blue spell, tap a target non-land permanent an opponent controls. That actually, is that good? No, that's 4 mana minimum to draw a card. Yeesh. Whenever you draw a card, each opponent loses 1 life. I'm not sort of drawing cards. It's weird. Triggers won't go off if there's a replacement effect that stops the player from drawing. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. It's like Ristic Study and Tithe are not incredible on this deck once I've got some of the combos going. However, keep in mind, that is when we've got the combos going. What happens before then? We are drawing everyone a lot of cards, specifically ourselves. It might not be a bad bet until for the kind of between then, right? Central's Commander, exactly. May have this enter as a copy of any artifact or creature on the battlefield, except it's an artifact in addition to its other types. Non-basic lands are islands. Wait a minute. We were talking about lockout cards. No. Please realize why I'm like, I want to put that in there. Harbinger of Seas is non-basic lands or islands. That blocks other people, because that turns them into islands. So if they have non-basic lands, which a lot of people will, they're just islands. They can only tap for blue. That sounds absolutely hysterical. How does that work with Baldo Moon? Don't know. Blood Moon? Yeah, I don't know how that would work. I'm having a look at this one here. That one makes some mountains. I mean, it would be which goes first, right? Because whatever is the condition first means that it's that, so it can't transform a mountain, or it can't transform. Like it would only transform to the first one. All-Seeing deals damage to an opponent. You may reveal your hand. If the card with at least 6 different converted mana costs are revealed this way, that player loses the game. Huh. That actually is doable with the hands that we're gonna probably get. This all-seeing fella. Because we're gonna get massive big hands. So it wouldn't be hard to quite meet that, especially at this stage. What are we looking at? Yeah, we do have cards of all different costs. We just need to make sure we have a variety and a couple of top ends. We do need a couple of cheap ones then, though, because that will keep us good. Teferi might not be a bad one as well. Because that means that we protect our, combo turn, so they can't lock us out of it. Deals combat damage to a player, put a chorus counter on it, draw a card, then discard a card. If there are 4 or more chorus counters on this, you may cast the discarded card without playing its mana cost. Maybe. Discard a card, sacrifice a land, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them into the battlefield, and shuffle your library. Not bad. What was that one enchantment land, by the way? I want to double check this. Is it an enchantment land that's the upkeep ticks up one where it's you can't take damage nor be attacked? I can't remember the name of it, but I remember it. It's cumulative upkeep 2, I believe. 2 life, specifically. I believe it's a land? If it is, that's also really funny, because I just could play that card out and block them. I don't think it's an enchantment. I think it's a land, because I think it's literally... Yeah, if they stop paying, then they don't take the damage, obviously. And then they can get them out, but I can lock them into having it as an island and no longer safe. Becomes untapped. You may pay 2 if you do draw a card. Whenever an opponent casts a spell from anywhere other than their hand, draw a card, discard a card, can't be blocked this turn. Maybe. Right. Flash can't be countered. When you cast a spell, choose 1. Return target spell you don't control to owner's hand. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. I think we put in Hullbreaker. Because it's an expensive card, but it's also a really solid one in this. What's this one? The Progress Tyrant. When you cast an artifact, instance, or sorcery, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. This ability triggers only once per turn. Once each turn, sorry. When an opponent casts an artifact thing, counter that spell. This ability only triggers once each turn. Hmm. I mean, it's a free counter, and it locks people up a fair bit more. This deck is about locking people out of the game, so... Enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an artifact card with converted mana cost 2. Reveal that card, put it in your hand, and then shuffle your library. Yeah, I'm gonna get that one. That's definitely worth it. Because I can just put in a couple more artifacts to get that triggering nicely. Spellseeker enters the battlefield. You may search your library for an instant sorcery card with mana value 2 or less. It's probably not going to be as good. Especially no... Oh, no. I mean, that hits almost all counter spells. So, actually, yeah. And it's also not draw. It's, tutor. So, tutors are really good in this deck. You may discard all the cards in your hand. If you do, draw that many cards. Tempting. All lands or islands in addition to their other types. Creatures without flying or island walk can't attack. Stormtide Leviathan. Would that be funny? I think that would be funny. Again, more player lock. The entire point of this deck is to lock it out so no one's allowed to play other than me. I think that's fucking hysterical. I'm not gonna build this deck, but I want to design it at the very least. Oh, this is an awful set of cards that I'm designing around. During each opponent's end step, you may cast spells as though they had flash. Final Word Phantom. Not a bad idea. But yeah, we should add the counter spells quickly. I'll look at the others in a bit. I know those ones off the top of my head. Because we've already got Arcane Denial, Counterspell, Refute. I know there's like Offer you can't refuse, but I don't know if I want that one, because that does give them mana to work with. We'll see. Fog Bank? Hell yeah. Right, am I on... What was it? Wild. Right, Seeing Winds comes into play with a divinity counter on it if you played it from your hand. It's indestructible as long as it's got a counter on it. Remove counter from this to draw a card for each permanent I control. That is a 10 mana card is the problem for a 3/3. So Ancient Silver Dragon, would that be a wise one? I mean, probably. Oh, I actually got given this card. What's this one actually do? At the beginning of your end step, if you've cast a non-creature spell this turn, reveal the top 5 cards of your library. For each card type among the non-creature spells you've cast this turn, you may put a card of that type from among the revealed cards into your hand, with the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Yeah, actually. Sturm's Geist. Power and toughness is equal to the number of cards in your hand. When it's dealt con damage, draw a card. And we can see. I don't want to hit people in the face though, that's the point. I'm not here to hit them in the face, I'm here to ruin everyone's lives. Big difference. Flash. Enters the battlefield, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gets flashback until the end of turn. Flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. That actually is... Vincer. When Vincer enters the battlefield, return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. It's flash. Shaper Savant. It's a counter spell with a 2/2 body. Pongfire, yeah. Gift a card, counter target spell if the gift was promised, instead counter target creature spell. Oh, okay. Yeah. Negate was the other one. Get. Mana drain, because we really want to ruin everyone's time. I mean, if we want to really ruin everyone's time, we should probably add in Cyclonic Rift. Blue Sons of Zenith. Would that be even good? I mean, we're probably getting a shitload of land out, is the idea. Mystic Tutor. Search your library for an instant sorcery card, reveal it, and then shuffle, and put it on top. Just one or more additional costs. Counter target spell. Create it. I mean, that's a 3 mana counter spell's the problem. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature you control. Draw 2 cards and discard a card. I mean, it's probably worth. Counter target artifact, creatures, control gets bird. Counter target instance or sorcery, transmute. Discard this card, search your library for a card. Muddle in the mixture might not be bad. I don't know if we need that. Dramatic reversal? Nah. I'm gonna Charm's an expensive thing. No, it's awful. Counter target non-creature spell. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it in the owner's graveyard. Tempting. Resculpt. Exile target artifact or creature. Its controller creates a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. Target a spell, then return it to its owner's hand. You may choose new targets for the copy. Act of negation. Counter target spell at the beginning of your next upkeep pay thing. If you don't, you lose the game. For each card drawn this way, discard a card unless you sacrifice a permanent. Nah. Discard your hand, then draw that many cards. Tempting. Counter target spell. If that spell is countered this way, put it into the owner's hand instead of the thing and draw a card. Return to their owner's hand all creatures with toughness less than or equal to the number of lands you control. Island, sorry. This for a card. Treasure Cruise is probably not a bad one either. Fabricate. We want Fabricate. Because that's artifact and put it into our hand. So it's an artifact tutor, so we can get the portal easier. Solve the equation. That's probably a great way as well. Because we, like, in a sense, we're kind of soft tutoring a lot of the cards that we're dealing with. Because with the commander out, we do get to, like, choose again from the best 3 cards. Each player shuffles their hand and graveyard into their library, then draws 7 cards. Echo of Aeons. Draw cards equal to the number of cards in your library, then put a card from your hand to the top of your library. You have no maximum hand size until your next turn. That is a wild card. It is 12 mana though. We are not playing that one. Sounds very funny though. Draw a card for each island you control for fucking 6 mana or a sorcery? Really? Flux. Each player chooses and discards any number of cards, then draws that many cards, and I also draw a card. Nah, it's not great because they'd have to choose to discard. Yeah, it's a lot of advantage I'm giving the players. Player chooses a non-land permanent they control. Return all non-land permanents are not chosen this way to their owner's hands. Then you draw a card for each opponent who has more cards in their hand than you. Eh. Shuffles their hand and graveyard into their library, then draw 7 cards. It's your turn. End the turn. Return to from your graveyard to your hand, exile that card. Tempting. Oh god, what's this one? Commit Memory. So commit is put target spell or non-land permanent into its owner's hand, second from the top. Or second, the owner's library, sorry. Each player shuffles their hand and graveyard into their deck, the library, and then draws 7 cards. I don't know if I like that one. Spectral Deluge. Return each creature your opponent control with toughness X or less to its thing. This is the number of islands you control. Okay. Target player shuffles their graveyard into their library, draw a card. There's a lot of really old, shitty cards. It's getting recommended, and it's just because it kind of works with this. So much of it's very expensive. That's what I'm noticing the worst part of it. Is that this is a deck that, like, I'm gonna need so much land to play. Like, the sheer cost expenditure of this deck is very high. Look at the 7 cards of your library. You may put one of those cards into the battlefield. Bears the same name as a permanent. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in any order. For commander, I mean, it's only islands, right? Really? For me? Assist. Another player can pay up to 5 of this spell's cost. Each player shuffles their hand and graveyard into the library. And then draw 7 card, exile this from the thing. Nah. Don't target instant or sorcery card from the graveyard to your hand. Show and tell. Put an artifact, creature, or enchantment or land from a card from their hand onto the battlefield. That is great. So Wayfarer's Bauble's probably a good choice. Beginning of the draw step if thing is untapped. What? Okay, so 2 mana at the beginning of each player's draw step. If Howling Mine is untapped, that player draws an additional card. Why would it be tapped? What? Sure. Enters the battlefield, you may exile an instant card or with converted mana 2 or less from your hand. You may copy the exiled card. If you do, you may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. That is 2 or less for an instant or sorcery, wasn't it? An instant. So, Pongify, Negate, Mana Drain, technically Cyclonic Rift, Counterspell. Dude, that actually sounds really funny. 2 mana, like a 2 mana basically for thing to make it infinite spell, as long as it's on the board. It's pretty good with this, especially knowing I really want to make it so people can't play the game, right? This journal sounds funny, yes. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put them back in any order. Tap, draw a card, then put this in the top of the owner's library. Okay. library of whatever the fuck that is, you must skip the discard phase of your turn. If a card forces you to discard, you may choose to discard the top of your library rather than to graveyard. If discard is random, you may look at a card before deciding whether to discard it. Control can't be counted at the beginning of a tier. Discover 5. That one could actually do quite well here. Inner Sun, let's go. Uber Mask. If a player would draw a card, that player removes that card from the game face up instead. Each player may play cards he or she removed from the game of the Uber Mask this turn. That's a rough one. I don't know if that's good enough or not. So it's, if a player would draw a card, that player removes that card from the game. So again, better wording on this, right? In a sense, Uber Mask, when you draw, exile the card, anyone, you can play that card this turn. Okay. Can I say the reason I want to put this in is because it's cheap-ish, it's 4 mana, and it's going to draw a lot of artifact removal. I want to draw as much artifact removal as possible with this deck. Players have no maximum hand size. Each player draws X cards. Each opponent puts a number of cards equal to the number of cards in their hand from the top of their library into the graveyard. You would gain life, gain twice as much if you would draw a card, except the first one, draw 2 cards instead. You gain 5 life, shuffle this into your graveyard. Wait. Shuffle Elixir and your graveyard into the library. Ah. Is that good? Not really. Beginning of each player's draw step, the player draws 2 additional cards. Players can't untap more than 1 non-basic land during their untapped steps. Spellbook, you have no maximum hand size. Sure. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each thing. You have no maximum hand size. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a knowledge counter on this, then draw a card for each knowledge counter. Ooh, the magic mirror sounds great. This artifact enters exile target card from a graveyard. Sacrifice the exile target opponent's graveyard to draw a card. Tempting. I mean, that gives us a soft way of purging graveyards, like we talked about earlier. And it's also a 1 mana cycle, if we want to. Right, Fairy's Ageless Insight. If you would draw a card, except the first one in each turn, draw 2 instead. Cumulative upkeep increases the cost. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature, you may draw a card unless they play 4. Propaganda should probably go in here. Just to really drone in how awful of a person I am. I have a few ways to cast that. Leyline of Anticipation might not be a bad one. All creatures get negative attack, where the negative amount is how many cards in your hand. That sounds kind of funny. Non-basic lands don't untap during the controller's untap steps. The problem is that actually is counterintuitive with some of the stuff we have. Because we turn things into things. Whatever it's called. Whenever a permanent deals damage to you, return it to its owner's hand. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library once each turn. One each of your turns, you may cast a spell from your hand or the top of the library without paying the mana cost. So I want a couple of these cards that mean I can cast the top card, because it's just, that's really good, right? If a player would draw a card, that player removes the top card of an opponent's library from the game face down. Instead, each player may look at and play the cards he or she removed from the game with shared fate, as long as they were in his or her hand. Your opponents play with their hands revealed? Heh. It's a sorcery card. You can cast a list to cast. To solve, you've cast 4 or more instant sorcery spells this turn. If unsolved, solve at the beginning of your end step. Solve, when you cast an instance or sorcery spell, draw a card. Witness Protection, I do want to grab that, because that's going to be great. Comes into play, search your library for 7 cards, remove them from the game in a face-down pile, and shuffle that pile. Then shuffle your library. If you would draw a card, you may instead draw a top card of the pile removed from your hand. Ooh. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do that one. Enters a copy of an artifact or enchantment on the battlefield. Whenever an opponent plays a spell, that player draws 7 cards. That's kind of funny. So Jace, Wielder of Mysteries, has to go in, because ALML. More ways to win when our deck empties. Look at the top card of your you may play that card on the bottom of that player's library. What? Look at the top card of target player's library. You may play that card on the bottom of that player's library. Okay, why not? Draw 3 cards, then put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. Return target creature to its owner's hand. Exile all cards from target player's library, then that player shuffles their hand into their library. Huh. That might not be a bad idea, actually, with how we've got some of this. Because that is a better draw. And I can play cards, yeah. Jace, I don't know if I like this Jace. +2 draw thing. Each player draws a card. The +2. I mean, it would get people liking me a little bit more. You may activate loyalty abilities or thing anytime you would cast an instant, draw a card. Target creature you don't control phases out. Take 2 extra turns after this one. Nah, that's too easy to stop getting going. Tamio, the Moon Sage. Tap target permanent. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Draw a card for each tapped creature until a creature target player controls. You get no maximum hand size, and whenever a card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, you may return it to your hand. See, now that one is a decent one, because there is a lot of ways that someone could try and fuck with me and I just lock them out. But I think 2 Planeswalkers is more than enough payout. So, of course, we are putting Reliquary Tower in. That's, I don't think, up for debate. Enters the battlefield tapped unless you control 3 or more islands. When it enters the battlefield untapped, you may put target instants or sorcerer from your graveyard onto the library. Enters the battlefield tapped 1 and then cycle. I must. A thing. Each player draws a card. 1. Discard. Return target artifact, creature, or charmed planeswalker to its owner's hand. Tempting. Pay life equal to the number of colors in your commander's thing to draw a card. So it's 1 mana. So 1 life. 3 mana tap to draw a card? That just doesn't seem like it's worth it. I don't know, that's a bit much. Enters tap unless you control an island. I like the idea of that one. Sacrifice a token, pay 1 life, create a thing, create a treasure token. Nah. Just the tapped, cycling. Shrine of Nyx. Add 1 to your mana pool. Choose a color, add to your mana pool an amount of their mana. Devotion? Well, I'm gonna have blue devotion hugely, right? Enters the battlefield tapped unless you control an island. You may